this session, that is the second master, metaphysics, logic, and language. Let us begin with the recitation from a few verses of the Holy Quran. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والعصر إن الإنسان لفي خسر إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات وتواصوا بالحق وتواصوا بالصبر صدق الله العظيم. Before I request the honorable speakers, I say warm welcome to all the participants and especially the guest speakers who have graced this occasion with their presence. Our today's special speaker is Professor Asad Ahmed. He's with us, I think, now. Let me introduce him. Dr. Asad Ahmed is a professor of Arabic and Islamic Studies in the Department of Near Eastern Studies and affiliate faculty in the Department of Philosophy at the University of California, Berkeley. Professor Ahmed specializes in early Islamic social history and pre-modern Islamic intellectual history with a special focus on the rationalist disciplines such as philosophy, logic, legal theories, and astronomy. Although he has worked extensively on Islamic intellectual history of the so-called classical period, his current focus is the period is 1200 to 1900, especially with reference to the Indian subcontinent. He is the author of The Religious Elite of the Early Islamic Hijaz and several other books. He is also the co-editor of several collected volumes and the Berkeley series Islamic Scholarship and the journals Orients and the Journal of South Asia Intellectual History. His awards include fellowship from the Institute for Advanced Studies, Princeton, the Stanford Center, and the National Endowment for the Humanities. He has also held visiting appointments as a team chair in Paris and visiting professor at the University of Cambridge. So nice to see you here. And Professor Asad, you have 45 minutes for your presentation. So let us begin. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for inviting me and for that generous introduction. There is a PowerPoint that I wanted to share, and I'm not sure if it's going to be shared by the organizing committee or whether I should put it up on my own. So the host could tell me, would you like me to share my screen and show you the PowerPoint?
You may share your screen.
Okay, so let me do that here. Let me find, 1 second, please. Okay, let's see if this works. Okay, can you see my screen? Yes?
Yes.
Good. Okay, let's see. And I should probably do a slideshow, play from start. Good. Okay, assalamu alaikum. I have quite a bit to say, and we have only 45 minutes, so let me begin right away. Again, with my thanks to the organizing committee and to all of you here for coming at this early hour. I understand it's very early in Pakistan right now. On some level, semantic theory is a concern of practically every discipline in the pre-modern Islamic intellectual tradition. In various ways and degrees, it is a deeply rooted and foundational axiom of the vast tradition that all knowable things first present themselves via signs, and that such signs, insofar as they are known, produce an epistemic opening to that which is unknown. You find this kind of approach in various approaches to the theory of signs. So, for example, I'm giving you an example here on signification. This general principle that knowledge is a parsing of various kinds of signs, broadly conceived, may be located in definitions of syllogisms, proofs, signification theory, and scriptural bayan, among numerous other cases. For example, a syllogism is defined as a statement, and this is what I have here, a statement compounded of other statements such that when the propositions mentioned in it are granted, another statement follows from it due to itself. And this is from the Isharat of Ibn Sina. On a first reading, this definition of a syllogism does not seem to suggest that the discourse is about signification, about dalala. However, when one turns to the section on dalil in Avicenna, the following presents itself to us. Signification, or dalil, in this instance is an anthememe whose middle term, when it exists for the minor term, the existence of something else for the minor term is always entailed, however it may do so. If its two premises were made explicit, it would occur in accordance with the first figure. An example is your statement, this woman is lactating, so she has given birth. Sometimes this syllogism itself is called a signification, and sometimes the middle term is called by this name. This is from the Najat of Ibn Sina. In other words, a syllogism in the form of an antonym is a kind of signification, wherein the existence of a sign, the middle term for the minor term, leads to something that is signified, the existence of the major term for the minor term. In this case, lactation is a sign that points to the fact of birth. It is worth noting that the expression dalala is often translated as signification, and istidlal is a kind of proof, specifically a movement of the mind from that which is apparent to that which is absent. And often in the sources you find istidlal bishahid al al-ghaib. So dalil, of course, is a proof, but insofar as it is an indicant for something beyond itself and by virtue of itself. And you find similar kinds of statements in Juwayni itself. So the point I'm trying to make, again, to reiterate in my opening statement, is that it is perhaps the most important, foundational, and deeply rooted axiom of the tradition of Islam and Islamic knowledge, that knowledge presents itself to us by means of signs. So let me continue. In principle, all signs, linguistic or otherwise, ought to be lucid. Otherwise, they would require further indicants in order to be serviceable to systems of knowledge. And should these second-level indicants suffer from an equally impenetrable obscurity, one could end up with an infinite chain of mutually dependent indicants and reference. The result of such a difficulty would, of course, be either knowledge that is unverifiable and circular, or knowledge that is arbitrary, meaning entirely dependent on the interpretive scheme of the recipient towards whom the indicant is directed. Either way, the possibility of knowledge and communication, the latter being merely an indication of one's intention so that another may know it, this possibility would be barred. The possibility that there may be no knowledge was generally unacceptable in pre-modern Muslim scholarship. There is, of course, no doubt that hypotheses, linguistic and otherwise, and systems constructed on their assumption constituted an important and hitherto mostly neglected aspect of various disciplines, ranging from astronomy and logic to legal theory and medicine. Nevertheless, there always remained the possibility that the correct interpretation of indicants would lead to knowledge of the way things are. Signs signify realities in various ways, as sounds, concepts, syllogisms, natural phenomena, and so on, and they lead to the knowledge about these realities. Here's another quotation, this one on Dalala from Baqillani, the famous scholar of Usul al-Fiqh. In one of his works, he writes about, I would not read this quote here, but you can read it on your own. What he's pointing out is that realities may be aspects of the intention of speech or the beliefs that the speaker holds, or they may be an extramental state of affairs or the quiddities of things. The task of semantic theory, therefore, was to guarantee the correct interpretation of one such indicant, the spoken utterance, that is meant to communicate some aspect of reality to the recipient. Since a number of scholars believe realities to be tied inextricably with the signifying expressions, the task of semantic elucidation was paramount for fields ranging from legal theory to poetics to logic, the first of which concerned itself with interpretation of God's word, the second with eloquent human speech, and the last with absolute demonstration. Now, with this introductory groundwork having been laid, let me mention the aims of this short paper. There are two aims, they are twofold. The first is to explore strategies devised by the disciplines of legal theory, poetics, and logic to overcome the challenges of ambiguous linguistic indicants that are commonplace in language. Such ambiguity is a central concern because, as I noted, the interpretation of signs lies at the very heart of the question of the possibility of knowledge. And the second aim is to demonstrate an aspect of how the three disciplines cross-pollinated each other and in benefiting from such an interaction developed internally. The bulk of what I will talk about will, of course, concern Farabi, who is our main interest today. But before I get to him, I would like to situate him in other related discourses in the Islamic tradition. In the fields of legal theory, usul al-fiqh, linguistic theory, poetics, and logic, discussions about semantic theory generally begin with the question of the origins of language. Where does language come from? Muslim scholars offered a number of possibilities: that language was posited and revealed by God, that it was invented by humans in one concerted effort, that it was posited and developed over time by humans, and that it was both given by God and developed further by humans. All these possible candidates for the mythology of language had one aspect in common, namely that each utterance was posited for a specific meaning. As one can imagine, if a community of speakers communicates via utterances while intending only the original posited meaning precisely in the manner in which it was posited, then no possibility of interpretive error would exist among humans. In other words, the expression lion would mean precisely that feline species that rules a jungle and not a brave man. This mode of linguistic usage, that is to say, the intention of the speaker to deploy the sound or utterance precisely as it was posited, and for that for which it was posited, is termed literal speech or haqiqa. Thus, one may give here the definition offered in a classic usul text, the Ihkam of the Shafi'i scholar, Saifuddin al-Amidi, where he writes the following. Literal speech is a vocable used to convey the meaning to which it was originally assigned as an item within the lexical code. Of course, the tradition is fully cognizant of the vast usage of speech that is diverted from original speech. Thus, Al-Amidi also writes, this is the next quote here, figurative speech is a vocable used to convey a meaning other than the meaning to which it was originally assigned on account of the relationship between the two meanings. Most texts in legal theory, poetics, and logic give very similar definitions of the two types of significations. Now, there is a major problem of ambiguity with respect to both types of significations. For example, in haqiqi or literal signification, each utterance corresponds to a meaning which has logical implications. Are these logical implications also to be conveyed? For example, to say the utterance man is not just to refer to that entity one understands as a rational animal, but also as an entity capable of moving on 2 feet and of laughing. Now, lest one is quick to say that indeed all these meanings are included within the original posit, and that such implied meanings must be taken into account, the following related problem is highlighted by the literature. Any literal utterance implies that it does not mean anything other than its posited meaning. This fact in turn implies that an addressee must grasp an infinite number of meanings. In other words, the meanings that the posited meaning is not, in order to apprehend the literal meaning of the utterance. This is, of course, impossible. So there can be no conveyance of an intended literal usage to an addressee. Similarly, the sources add that the implications of a meaning conveyed by an utterance will differ from addressee to addressee, depending on his knowledge and specialization. To put it differently, even a simple literal usage falls in the category of ambiguous communication. This is the position, by the way, that is discussed, among others, by Fakhruddin al-Razi. So it would be considerably easier to imagine the difficulties associated with figurative speech. If literal speech posits such difficulties, obviously figurative speech, which is a lot more difficult to handle, will also present them. In principle, a speaker may use utterances in a manner diverted from the original posit, and in the absence of suitable contextual clues, the addressee may not be able to arrive at an intended meaning. Indeed, even when such contextual clues are available, given the fluidity of figurative speech, it is highly likely that they would not lead one to the intended meaning. Such ambiguities, both in literal and figurative speech, would wreak havoc on any system of knowledge, given that it effectively blocks any reliable movement from an indicant to its referent. How did legal theorists, literary theorists, and logicians overcome these difficulties in the ambiguity of language? And this is where I would turn to Farabi. It appears that the various answers offered to this question of the ambiguity of language, they all hinge on the aforementioned issue of the origins of language. In principle, and with the exception of the naturalist theory of language, which need not be elaborated here, all systems argue that meanings are posited, that there's a wad or imposition of language, meaning is posited for utterances, and that at the first instance of such an imposition, they are fixed for linguistic community, constituting a lexical code for it. This lexical code may itself be modified with a view to future impositions of meanings for words. However, these new moments of language institution do not occur haphazardly. They come about by way of a transference of meaning from an utterance in the original lexical code for a newly adopted one. Over time, the usage of the community manifests the newly minted meaning for the same utterance as an item in the lexical code and subdues the original posited meaning. In other words, semantic theory is built on a notion of fixed codes, no matter how and when they are developed. For example, if one who originally posits the language is God, in his imparting of the names to Adam, in a primordial moment of creation, then language is inextricably tied with the knowledge of things. To know something is to know its indicant, its name properly. Indeed, this is how a number of theologians understood the meaning of the Quranic verse. He taught Adam all the names. Allamahul asma kullaha. What is less apparent is that the same kind of tight relationship between language and meaning is also the hallmark of the theory that claims man to have instituted language. In essence, both theories of the origins of language seem to argue that knowledge and the communication of knowledge occur always via indicants, and these indicants are fixed for their meanings. Yet here again, we return to the original issue of the obscurity of such indicants. What is it that guarantees that the recipient is led properly to the referent when she is confronted by such an indicant, especially given the widely recognized use of figurative utterances in the language? To the best of my knowledge, the earliest sustained and extant discussion that may serve as a starting point for a reflection on this discussion in the pre-modern Muslim literature is found in a neglected passage in Abu Nasr al-Farabi's Kitab al-Huruf. Farabi argues that both the origin and perfection of a language lies with a community. At first, the vocables or the huruf, and then the utterances, the alfaz, out of these vocables come about for a community. Then when a person addresses another, he uses these sounds to indicate something. This interaction is preserved in the memory of the recipient, and he repeats it in future cases of indication with the same person. Having decided on such modes of signification, the two people then perpetuate them by using them consistently with other members of the community. This process continues until the leader of the community completes the language by positing sounds for the remaining things. It is this latter person that is called the originator of their language. He is the wadi' al-lugha. Now, the thing to note is that this person is the manager of the affairs of the community from the very beginning. He's a mudabbir, a kind of lexicographer, philosopher, king, and that his task is completed when all that is necessary for the affairs of the community has been assigned a linguistic indicant. This is the first period of the imposition of the language, according to Farabi. Farabi then lays out some important details of the process. He states that in assigning indicants for things, the community begins with what it knows in a primary and shared manner. Then it assigns utterances to things related to sensibles, to actions, to experiences, the outcomes of experiences, and so on, until finally it assigns utterances to various tools of the practical arts and to their products. In other words, the procession of assignment remains connected with the extramental world, the world outside of our mind, one that is natural and one that is the product of human action. Next, and most importantly, if the community, he says, if the community has a disposition that is balanced, and presumably this balance is the product of its engagement with the right kinds of ethical action, it would seek to make these mimetic utterances, these muhakat al-ma'ani, resemble meanings and that which is existent to the closest degree possible. Indeed, they would expend the utmost effort to make their order or the intizam of the utterances map onto the order of the meanings. And should the community not be capable of this, the managers who legislate the language would achieve this goal. These are the mudabbiru umurihim fi alfazihim allati yushari'unaha. Thus, the institution of language, effectively the legislation of language, is not an altogether arbitrary affair. Utterances grow in a community along the course of its development from the most basic shared primary principles to sensible objects to practical and mundane needs and crafts. These are the necessities of a community to which the language responds and with which language grows. Next, and equally important, is it to note that even the structure of language is meant to resemble the structure of reality. Indeed, it is only those who have a sense of the reality of things due to their balanced and virtuous natures that are capable of making legislated language map onto the things it indicates properly. But to put it differently, certain language communities and their languages have a greater monopoly, according to Farabi, on the suitable signification of reality than others. It is these communities and their languages that convey the real truth, which is inextricably tied with the uttered experience of the community. One may now add just a few more observations to finish laying this groundwork of semantic theory found in Farabi. First, Farabi points out that the members of the community realize that sensible objects that have been assigned utterable indicants have things in them that resemble things in other sensible objects. The instance of similarity in each case is due to a single intellected meaning, a single mana, which insofar as it is noted to be predicable of many sensibles is called a universal, a kulli. So now we're moving to the language being used to indicate mental objects. This is the birth of the logical universal, according to Farabi. Second, after having legislated utterances for logical universals in this way, the community realizes that insofar as the shared meanings are said to be in many distinct things, an effort to make the utterances resemble these meanings would require them to indicate different things by the same utterance. In sum, this means that certain utterances are indicants of meanings that can overlap many things, and others that are specific to one instantiation. In all this, it is important to remember that the utterances continue to relate and reflect very closely a reality that discloses itself piecemeal to the community. So in other words, as the community is heading from the world of the extramental to the world of the mind to the world of universals in scientific discourse, its language is also developing in a connected fashion, according to Farabi. Indeed, Farabi emphasizes this inextricable relation between reality and language in his claim that just as among meanings, there are those that remain stable and one, while accidents are routinely substituted for them, so utterances have particles, huruf, that are firmly established and others that are interchangeable. The transformations in utterances reflect the transformations in reality. And here I quote Farabi. He says, thus, the order or the nizam of utterances is sought with a view that the expression referring to meanings should be by means of utterances that resemble those meanings, and one strives to make the arrangement of utterances equal the arrangement of meanings in the soul. Finally, once the various reality-driven manipulations and legislation of utterances has been established firmly, the community turns to various forms of figurative usages of their utterances, always keeping in sight the tie that these extended usages have to the original posit, the beginning of language. The language community thus completes the institution of the whole range of language and codifies all of it by means of its linguistic habits that are transferred from one generation to the next. Now, this rather long disquisition on the origin and evolution of language in Farabi is fundamental to an understanding of the various semantic theories propounded in pre-modern Muslim intellectual history. It is certainly not the case, as we know, that this particular view of the origin and development of language was espoused by all aspects of the tradition. However, it is its essential argument, namely that language in its basic and complex forms has an inextricable relation to reality, and that in turn the most suitable linguistic community discloses reality in its most precise linguistic usage. This appears to be shared by the entire tradition. In other words, Farabi's early doctrine intimates an orientation to language that is common to the various legal theorists, logicians, literary theorists, and theologians. No matter how language is originally posited, its whole range is ultimately reflective of reality, and like reality, it is entirely codified. As one can imagine both these points, the first, that access to reality is inextricably linked with language, and second, that linguistic indicants on all levels are predictably codified, these 2 points can be deployed to overcome concerns about linguistic ambiguities, the issue with which I began this paper. In my remaining time, I would like to shift away now from Farabi. I began by giving a broader overview of the problem. I spoke about Farabi's contribution, which shaped the different ways in which language and its relation to reality was thought about after him in various disciplines. And now I would like to close in the next 5-10 minutes with some observations of what happens in other disciplines following Farabi. The basic takeaways from this mythology that Farabi has presented should aid us in understanding the rest of the tradition. I will first say something about classical legal theory, usul al-fiqh, poetics, and logic. And I will follow this up with a few comments about their interaction in the development of a unified system in the later tradition. In his legal theory work, the At-Taqrib wal-Irshad, the 4th century Hijri scholar Al-Baqillani writes that indicants are of 2 types, one dependent on the intellect or aqli, and the other on imposition, wada'i. The former, the aqli, is such as when a generated act signifies an agent. Such signification is necessary and does not require the agreement of a community about the nature of the indicant or instruction from God or human agents. Now, this does not mean that the signifier-signified relation is not set up by God. It may well be. The latter type requires agreement and includes utterances, gestures, writing, and so on. These signify those things that are jointly perceived. Baqillani then argues that the indicant or the dal is that which makes something clear, mubayyin, for something else by means of setting up an indication, a dalil. This indication is the same as clarification, bayan, a mandate or legitimation, a sultan, and a demonstration, a burhan. These last 3 expressions are, of course, being used with the Quranic import, so that the author is reducing all types of indication of realities as falling back on the divine act of semantic legislation. Thus, the usage of the expression blue, insofar as it refers to an accident blue, is on a par with the observation of smoke insofar as it indicates fire, or the derivation of a conclusion in the first figure, ashakl al-awwal, insofar as the two premises indicate a conclusion. To put it differently, Baqillani perceives a unified structure of reality that is revealed or that is clarified to mankind via different types of linguistic and intellected signs set up by God. Indeed, Baqillani continues by stating that the one who indicates the dal is God, who sets up both the aforementioned intellected and posited indicants, the aqli and the wada'i dalils. As I had noted a number of times earlier, linguistic indicants are ultimately being put in the same categories as intellected indicants. Both are ways that lead to an underlying reality, and both are inextricably tied to it. Further, Baqillani argues that anyone who sets up an indication for someone else does so by means of what God himself had set up. This brings us to the next point. Surely, human communities use indicants in a way diverted from their original posit. They do so, for example, in figurative speech or in usages grounded in analogy. How then can reality be known or conveyed in figurative speech? Baqillani seems to argue that although such extension of utterances does occur in language, it should do so in keeping with certain codified rules that fit within the posited system. For example, the utterance black is posited for the accident black. If the community instructs its members that the expression may be used to refer to all substances in which this accident is found, then such extended usage of the language is neither figurative, properly speaking, nor based on analogy, since it is already codified in the original posit. Similarly, the community may posit that the expression may only be used to refer to a specific substance when this accident inheres in it, and not to refer to any other types within its general class. In such a case, the extended usage of such expressions is simply incorrect, according to Baqillani. In cases where the community does not specify the extension of the posit, it is better to limit the usage to those cases for which the language usage is actually known. Finally, in those cases where a clear extension of language does take place, for example, in the case of the conventional or urfi usage of the expression dabba to refer to four-legged creatures and not all things that crawl, such usage is itself codified as the accepted and intended usage, and the original posited usage is discarded. And similarly, a figurative or majazi usage is limited. Baqillani writes, and I quote him, "It is used with respect to its posited place, its mawdi', and one does not extend beyond the posited place by means of the category, the bab, in which the figurative utterance is used, nor does one form analogies on its basis. This is the meaning of their statement that figurative language is limited to its posited place." End quote. Baqillani's point is that within the posited categories of figurative language, one may invent new modes of communication, but these categories provide a predictable interpretive scheme. For example, given that the grammarians and lexicographers say, "ask the Holmes," in place of "ask the people of the Holmes," one may say, "ask the ruins," in place of "ask the people of the ruins." To use the arguments of Farabi, the positive linguistic order, the nizam that he was talking about, that has developed organically in a community, must be able to lead an addressee back to the intention of the speaker in cases of such extended and figurative usage. Outside the categories of this usage, the utterances do not communicate. They are ambiguous. Within the field of logic, and I think, in fact, because I think I've spoken quite a bit, and we're at 36 mark, I think perhaps let me, I think I've given enough examples now from Farabi and how his argument is being used also in usul al-fiqh. I was going to speak more about logic and how Farabi's contribution affects logic, and I was going to speak about poetics, ilm al-ma'ani wal-bayan, and so on. But I think this might be a good point for me to stop and see if you have any questions. So thank you so much for listening, and thank you for inviting me.
Thank you, Dr. Asif. Let me see if there is any question. Uh, I think the mic is here.
You can hear me, Professor Ahmed.
I can, yes.
You can. Well, thank you very much for this very learned disquisition. Um, Let me ask you something. You know about my own work on Jabir ibn Hayyan and this whole question of language and reality. Can you say a little bit more about this? So, if language and reality they correspond to each other, um, then my study of language is the study of reality, and my study of reality is the study of language. Is that a fair statement?
I think it would be fair insofar as you subscribe to Farabi's mythology, meaning that the language that develops in your community, let's say an Arabic speaking community, if it has the right kind of mizaj, which for him means having the right kind of balance to produce uh, a group, a community that is that leans towards virtue, that cultivates its rational faculty over and above its appetitive faculties, and so on, and it has a proper mudabbir, right, proper manager of a community that's also a lexicographer, then yes, the language develop in such a fashion that you would be able to reflect in its nizam, in its order, the nizam or the order of reality. And of course, you can work backwards too, from reality back to language. So yes, I think I would say yes if we take Farabi's mythology seriously.
Yeah. The three approaches you specified in the beginning. Would it be fair to say that? Would it be correct to say that Farabi understand language to be natural, to be علم الآدم الأسماء كلها. God taught these names, but there is also human construction involved. You talk about the mudabbir, so there is a historical, sociological element also in the development of language. Is that correct?
Oh yes. So for Farabi, in fact, it's humans who institute language. I was at the beginning pointing out that the tradition acknowledges, of course, other ways of positing language. God may posit language, a human or human community may posit language. There's also a theory that language is onomatopoeic. So it has a initially in its original development, utterances had relation to the kinds of things, the natural, essential relation to the kinds of things that they point out, and so on. But Farabi's position is that language is in fact posited by human beings. It begins with me, let's say, seeing this chair over here and devising a word chair. And then whenever I see the chair in your presence, I utter the word chair, and this becomes a sign that you and I begin to use. And then of course, as he has this whole development of language, the sign will then relate to other signs. Those other signs will refer to other aspects of reality, and you will see the relationship between those aspects of reality, and therefore also among the signs. It will then become more abstract, and so on and so forth. So as the community develops in its philosophical orientations, and again, the right kind of community will be able to do so better than other kinds of communities, so its language will also develop piecemeal in the same fashion along the way. So Farabi, yes, it's not God the institutor, it's actually human beings.
Well, thank you very much. This is serious business. Thank you very much.
Right there.
Thank you, Professor, for this very illuminating talk. I just had a question related to so for Al-Farabi there was a massive controversy between logic and the grammarians. The infamous incident of Yahya ibn Adi, which Professor Manul Haq yesterday also mentioned. So I'm just a bit curious. You've already mentioned that language was humanly constructed for Al-Farabi, but could you illuminate a little bit more about what you've been talking about, so the linguistic community and linguistic theory in Al-Farabi in relation to this controversy?
Yeah, thank you for that excellent question. Well, Farabi was somebody who would be, of course, obviously on the side of Yahya ibn Adi. The argument being that the grammar of reason is something that is encoded in various languages. So the languages themselves, in other words, the grammar of Arabic or the grammar of Greek and so on, for him is simply a coding or clothing that reflects the structure of argumentation and reasoning that it should be accessible to any system of science, any kind of language, whether it's Arabic or Greek or Urdu and so on. So in that case, he would of course would not side on the side of the grammarians who argue that actually what you're doing with logic that you've translated from Greek is really a reflection of Greek grammar. And since Arabic itself has its own grammar, you don't need the organon or the ala, the tool that we call logic. So that said, the next comment I can make is that Farabi would say that although language is developed by human beings as a system of science to reflect reality, similarly, language, in the case of logic, is a system of science that reflects an underlying structure of logical reasoning. So again, the right kind of community which institutes language would, as it goes through the course of using language as a referent for extramental reality, and then would move on to universals, as I pointed out, would also move on to second intentions, which is the subject matter of logic. So subjecthood, predicatehood, the relationship between subject and predicate in the first figure syllogism in one premise and its relation to the other, the second order reflection on logic, second order structure of logic uh, would be reflected in the properly constructed, organized language that would be instituted by the best community. So there is no, not that you were suggesting this, but there is no disagreement here between the theory of language that Farabi is presenting and his position on what the internal, let's call it logical structure of reality is. They would map onto each other rather well.
Any other question from the audience? Dr. Asad, just need one clarification from my side. You have used the terminology dalala from Islamic jurisprudence, which is used in usul al-fiqh. Al-Farabi also uses uh, the word absolute certainty. So dalala, which is used in usul al-fiqh, is it the same in meaning which is used in philosophy or by Al-Farabi?
Yeah, thank you. Well, dalala, as I was pointing out, in its primary meaning is simply signification, or a dalil could also be an indicant, right? So
Just to more that there are two terms, qat'iyud dalala and zanniyud dalala. So qat'iyyat and dalala, is it the same as it is absolute?
oh, sure, you're asking about that. Well, yes, okay. You would have certain kinds of syllogisms, certain kinds of qiyasat, or that would yield, that would be an indicant for leading to a kind of knowledge that would be a certain kind of knowledge. It would be qat'i. Those would be burhan in both
Yeah.
in Farabi and in Avicenna and in the entire tradition. And then you have zanni things, things that would be the product of either of dha'iyat or widespread opinions or mashhurat. Often mashhurat are connected with jadal or dialectics, but anyway, zan would be connected with rhetoric or with khataba. So certain kinds of propositions would not have the force to be able to lead you to a knowledge of things in which you have absolute confidence, absolute certainty. There would not be qat'i, there would not be burhani, but there would be the kind of qiyas that you develop in khataba, in rhetoric. Um, so I think that's what you're referring to here. So Farabi certainly recognizes that different kinds of indicants in logic, uh, uh, as far as those premises are concerned, will yield different kinds of epistemic states, some of them with certainty, some of them with zan, which is mere opinion and overwhelming belief, and so on. So yeah.
Thank you, doctors. Thank you so much, and it was very pleasant to hear you and your nice presentation. Thanks for your time.
Thank you for inviting me. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. Now our next speaker is Dr. Moiz Hassan. Dr. Moiz Hassan received his MA and PhD in the history and philosophy of science as a presidential fellow from the University of Notre Dame, USA. He completed his BS honors from LUMS and undertook postgraduate studies in Islamic philosophy and science at McGill University. Dr. Hassan has also studied the full curriculum of the traditional Islamic sciences and has graduated with an Alamiya degree awarded by the Wafakul Madaris Al Arabiya, Pakistan. His academic interests lie in the intersections of Islam, philosophy, and science, and his work has been published in American Journal of Physics. He has delivered talks and lectures extensively on Islam and science at leading universities across Pakistan, USA, Canada, and several other countries. I invite Professor Moiz Khan for his talk on the topic Al-Farabi and his vision of astronomy. So, Dr. Moiz, you have 30 minutes for your presentation. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Can all of you hear me? نحمده ونصلي على رسوله الكريم أما بعد. Let me begin by saying that it's a pleasure for me to be here, and I would like to thank the entire organizing committee and Dr. Khurshid Hassanein and Dr. Naman al-Haq Sahab for organizing this with all the diligence and the hard work. It's interesting that the first time, one of the first person to introduce me to this field of the history of Islamic astronomy and science and philosophy more general was Dr. Naman al-Haq several years ago. As we all know that he is a formidable authority in this field. And we're quite fortunate to have him, not just here for this conference, but also, I believe, in this country. We lack such scholars. So thank you. I want to speak about Farabi and his vision of astronomy. But before I look at Farabi and how he conceives about astronomy, let me say a few words about the importance and the relevance of studying the history of Islamic astronomy itself. I say this because we can understand the relevance of studying subjects like political philosophy or metaphysics or epistemology, because they ask eternal questions that have an abiding fascination. Astronomy, on the other hand, and especially medieval astronomy, is something which is medieval, and this is might appear like Earth-centric Earth-centric universe. So it might seem like bad science and very obsolete. So why study something like the history of Islamic astronomy in the first place? And as a historian of science and a philosopher of science, the situation is quite the opposite. This area is a very fertile and rich area that is crying out for historical and philosophical analysis and inquiry, and that too in a range of different areas at several levels, ranging from the technical and the mathematical to the philosophical, metaphysical, to questions that deal with the contextual. How do you understand the connections of astronomy with the society, with religious practice and beliefs? So let me sort of put that into perspective and suggest a few areas which are, of course, there is this area about the hierarchy of the philosophical sciences. Astronomy has a mathematics, it's one of those mixed sciences, most sophisticated and rich of the mixed sciences, which has a mathematical aspect and a physical aspect. And there's a fascinating debate about how we look at the knowledge that we get through astronomy compared to the knowledge that we get from other disciplines like metaphysics or physics or natural philosophy. And we know that Aristotle and Plato, they prized metaphysics or theology above the knowledge that we get from mathematics or astronomy. And then comes in Ptolemy. Ptolemy in the 2nd century CE, like Aristotle is an authority on philosophy, Galen on medicine. We should know this person, Ptolemy. He was an authority in terms of medieval astronomy. He wrote down this formidable astronomical work called the Almagest, which was a work on describing the planetary system. And this was one of the most influential scientific texts in the medieval era. It canonized a geocentric model of the universe, Earth at the center, and was very influential for the next at least 1200 years across different areas. And Ptolemy, he interestingly argued for upgrading mathematics and astronomy over and above physics and metaphysics. And he said that physics and metaphysics are guesswork. Physics because it deals with objects which are changing, unstable, and metaphysics because they deal with objects which are unattainable, unachievable, ungraspable. And meanwhile, mathematics or astronomy, it deals with objects which are stars, which are stable, they're unchanging, and they're also accessible. And this sort of leads to a very fascinating discourse about how do we look and view the knowledge of astronomy compared to the knowledge of other disciplines like physics or metaphysics. And then there is another issue, second, which is about the disciplinary boundary and autonomy. And this arises because both astronomy and natural philosophy or physics would deal with the same subject, which is celestial bodies, but looking at it from different vantage point. One would be looking at it from a quantitative aspect, and the other would be looking at it from a qualitative aspect. This again gave rise to animated debates between the mathematicians on one hand and the natural philosophers or the physicists on the other. Questions like epistemology, about the domains of inquiry, the methods of inquiry, and ultimately it was a question about disciplinary autonomy and demarcation of disciplines and having confidence in those disciplines. Third is a very interesting question about the relationship of astronomy with astrology. And this is a fascinating story about how Islamic astronomy was able to extricate itself from astrology. And this was motivated not just due to religious considerations, but also, as we're going to see in a moment, because of scientific and philosophical considerations as well. Gave rise to a very mathematical field called Ilmul Hay'a, the science of the configuration of the heavens, which was mathematical in its bent, but also they tried to make it as metaphysically neutral as possible. So the astronomy which they were trying to build, just tried to reposition astronomy as a discipline which is as metaphysically neutral as possible in order to ensure that it was not directly engaging or challenging some of the Islamic doctrines. And that's another story to look at. Fourth is, I think, it's talked about a lot, which is the religious value of astronomy. And this is dubbed as Islam in the service of astronomy or astronomy in the service of Islam. Either way you can put this. Muslim thinkers, they were, astronomy provided Muslim scholars with extensive tables, computational techniques for determining the prayer timings and for direction of the Qibla, for determining the beginning of the lunar month of Ramadan. And the Islamic practices here, they provide a set of interesting questions for the astronomers to look at. And on the other hand, it also gave a sense of social legitimacy for this discipline, a public acceptance for this discipline of astronomy. Professor Namal Haqsa was mentioned this yesterday. We have the establishment of the institution of muwaqqit in a masjid, a timekeeper. Ibn Shatir being a muwaqqit in the Umayyad masjid in Damascus. So we are sort of allowing public recognition to this knowledge of astronomy. We see astronomy being studied as a discipline in several madrasas in the Central Asia during the 12th, 13th, and 14th and 15th centuries onwards in Samarkand, in the madrasa of Ulugh, and so on and so forth. Uh, then fifth, there is this issue which is about the technical innovations that Islamic astronomers they brought in this field. And this is again a fascinating area. The Islamic astronomers were very quickly able to identify the faults in the Ptolemaic models. And they saw that this is leading to irregular motion, and Ptolemy is violating the ancient and a very important principle that all celestial motions should be uniform and circular. And they then went about trying to rectify Ptolemy and came up with these alternative non-Ptolemaic models. And this was done by several Islamic astronomers, one after another. And this gave rise to a remarkable degree of sophistication in terms of mathematical rigor and the kind of theorems they came up with. For example, the Urdi's lemma, or Nasiruddin Tusi's lemma, the Tusi's couple. And these were then mathematical techniques and proofs which were then taken over by the Renaissance astronomers, most conspicuously Copernicus. And this then is another area worth looking into, which is the question of the intercultural transfer and the transmission of astronomical knowledge from the Islamic milieu to the Latin West. And the question is not about whether this transfer took place or not. That's an established fact that it did take place. The question is now more about trying to understand the precise routes through which this knowledge was transferred and transmitted to the Latin scholars working in that milieu. So, for a student of the history of Islamic astronomy, this is a very fertile area. It offers a large choice of questions ranging from the technical and the mathematical to more interpretive and philosophical to these contextual questions about looking at the relationship of astronomy with other social factors and religious practices and beliefs. All right, now coming to Farabi and how he conceives of astronomy, I will be looking and focusing on just three issues. First is how he looks at this relationship between astronomy and astrology. Second, how he understands the subject matter of astronomy. And third, what are the first principles of astronomy according to him? And this will lead to some discussion about the relationship between astronomy and natural philosophy, physics, or metaphysics. A lot of work needs to be done in this area. However, we do have one formidable monograph-length study on this topic by Damien Janosch, and was written several articles shedding new lights on various aspects of Farabi's astronomy, his cosmology, and more broadly his philosophy of science. And in what follows, I will be largely relying on this scholarship to address these three questions that I have. So we'll start with the first one, which is the relationship between astronomy and astrology. And Farabi, his view, it displays two different tendencies here. On one hand, he is quite critical of certain forms of astrology, and he rejects this whole idea that somehow you could use the position of the stars to predict when a person will die, when this ruler would die, or when that dignitary would die, or whether you would win some battle or not. He sort of is very critical of all that prediction, and he sort of rejects any kind of star-based prediction about the future. And in that sense, he departs markedly and significantly from Ptolemy, because as we know that Ptolemy, he wrote down, in addition to Almagest, this other work, the Tetrabiblos, which is a work on the practice and philosophy of astrology. And he supported and fully endorsed astrology. And this is, so here sort of Farabi, in his critical assessments of astrology, he departs significantly from Ptolemy. On the other hand, and in spite of this, Farabi as we will see in his Ihsa'ul Ulum, enumeration or the classification of the sciences, he subsumes mathematical astronomy and astrology under one discipline, which he calls the ilmun, which he calls ilmun nujum. And this is what he says. He's using the term ilmun nujum, the science of the stars, to designate astronomy in the widest sense. And within it, he includes both mathematical astronomy and astrology. So he divides this into two parts. The first one, astrology, focuses on the planetary signs and indications that can reveal the existence of the past, present, and future events. And the second part, which is ilmun nujum al-ta'alimi, the mathematical astronomy, it investigates the exterior properties, the outward properties of the heavenly bodies, their numbers, their sizes, distances, and motions, and so on and so forth. And this shows that Farabi did not succeed in completely separating this mathematical astronomy from astrology. And this separation would come later on when we look at especially the works of Ibn Sina, Avicenna. He would be the first Muslim philosopher who would actually replace ilmul najum with another term, ilmul hay'a, and say that ilmul hay'a is astronomy proper, and astrology would be like a physical science. And he would sort of bring about this separation between mathematical astronomy and physical astrology. And in spite of this, however, as we can see here, that Farabi does bring about some distinction between astronomy and astrology. There's a terminological difference, uses two different terms. And second, also conceptually, there is a difference between these two disciplines. Conceptually, astrology is looking at the effects of celestial bodies on the earth, and astronomy is looking at the motions and the motions of the celestial bodies and trying to offer models to model those motions. So in brief, what we can say about this point is Farabi, he sort of anticipates the distinction between astronomy and astrology, which will come later on. For example, in the works of Ibn Sina, Al-Biruni, and the later Islamic astronomers, the Maragha school of astronomy. He does not carry out this separation to its full extent here. But nevertheless, he is sort of very critical of certain forms of astrology, and in that sense, he sort of departs significantly from Ptolemy. The second area that I'm going to look at is the subject, how he understands the subject matter of astronomy. And this is again his Ihsa'ul Ulum, where he provides an important discussion about the subject matter of astronomy. And he says that ilmun najum, the science of the stars, divides into mathematical astronomy and astrology. And then the mathematical astronomy can be divided further. The subject of mathematical astronomy can be divided into three parts. It's the long quotation. The first one, it deals with the exterior, the outward aspects of the heavenly bodies, such as their shapes, their positions, their motions. The second, he says, looks at the celestial motions, right? Both the primary motion and the motions of each planet. And the third part, interestingly, he says, focuses on the earth, on the questions of geography and climate of that we have on this region, the earth. And this general description of Farabi is historically significant, for it anticipates several features of the later works in Hayat. And I'll just mention two. In fact, I'll just mention one for the lack of time. Farabi's outline of the subject matter of astronomy, we can see that astronomy is limited to studying the outward aspects, the exterior aspects and properties of the celestial bodies. And he leaves it to physics, that physics will study what those substances are, what they're made out of. And so we can see for Farabi, there is a separation. Astronomy will look at the external, the outward, the exterior aspects of these celestial bodies and examine them outwardly, whereas physics is going to look at what those substances are, inwardly. And both are studying the same subject matter, but their focus is, their approach is different. And again, sort of this is territorial integrity, right? Disciplinary autonomy that we see here. And it's notable that how Farabi, the way he conceives of this separation between astronomy and physics, it sort of is inherited from the late antiquity commentary tradition of Greek astronomers. And then we see this methodological position becoming more widespread later on in works of Islamic astronomers like Muhyiddin Urdi or Nasiruddin Tusi or even Jurjani and so on and so forth. Uh, the last thing, which I'll just mention at the end, is this issue about the first principles of astronomy. Farabi recognizes the worth and the importance of observation, experience, induction, all of that. That's part of the astronomical scientific method here. But apart from that, he also says that the principles of astronomy, they are also derived from natural philosophy and metaphysics. In other words, despite this disciplinary separation of astronomy and natural philosophy, Farabi is not willing to dispense completely and entirely with the natural philosophy. He says that we need some principles. Astronomy, in order to function, in order to do this whole work of modeling, we need some principles that have to be imported from metaphysics and also imported from natural philosophy. These are principles like a void is impossible, the universe is finite, and the heavens are made of simple ethereal elements which are moving in uniform circular motion. And all these principles are, of course, very Aristotelian in nature. So what this means is that astronomy is dependent on another science, according to him. And it's not completely self-contained discipline. And again, this view has its precedence in the late antiquity. We see this in Aristotle. We see also this in Ptolemy and later on his commentators. It's also noteworthy that this view of Farabi, that physics and metaphysics, they provide certain principles to astronomy, this would become widespread in the later Arabic Islamic astronomical tradition. We see this in works by Tusi, Nisapuri, Jurjani, Khafri. There's a whole list. And interestingly, we see there's another more mathematically inclined philosophers within the Islamic milieu who would argue the opposite, that we don't need these principles from natural philosophy. People like Al-Biruni, or the final culmination would be Ali Kushji. And sort of there's an intense engagement and discussion between the physically inclined or the philosophically inclined astronomers and the mathematically inclined astronomers within the Islamic milieu. And the final culmination, like I said, was Ali al-Kushji, who would argue that astronomy can completely be devoid of natural philosophy and metaphysics. And that would eventually lead him to make this claim that we don't need the Earth-centric universe. We can move on to a heliocentric universe because we don't need to bind ourselves with that cosmology. And I'll just end with this, we can see what I've said is that first, Farabi, he sort of extricates astronomy from astrology, but is not able to bring about a total separation. Secondly, according to him, the subject matter of astronomy is the outward representation of those bodies, whereas the physics or other disciplines will look at what those bodies are. And then finally, he says that despite this disciplinary separation between physics, natural philosophy, and astronomy is not self-contained. We need principles from other disciplines. And in terms of the history of Arabic astronomy, we see Farabi is somewhere in the middle. He's like a link that is a link in the long chain that connects the Greek astronomers with the Maragha astronomers that come later on. And hence, that's further study to look how his work would have influenced people like Ibn Sina and later Islamic astronomers. So I'll end with this. Thank you so much for your attention. And if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. Very interesting paper. I mean, it has ensured a lot of insight and knowledge about astronomy and astrology. What I would like to ask about the Farabi is like why could enlighten us that why he was critical of certain forms of astrology, particularly the star-based predictions about the future and things like that, and how the modern day astrology has derived, from what Farabi he researched on. As you yourself said, that he tried to link the two, astronomy and astrology. But why he was critical about some form of astrology, although he didn't rule out the existence of that field. I mean, it exists absolutely. Uh,
Right. So that's
there is something which I'm curious to know about. Could enlighten us.
that's a very good question. In Farabi, he sort of differentiates between first astronomy and astrology, and then he also differentiates between valid astrology and invalid astrology, and invalid being that astrology which is not following the the methods of science, and which are not sort of relying on sound scientific method. So just to give you an example of a sound astrological pursuit according to Farabi, this would be like you observe the effects of heat on Earth that is derived because of the celestial bodies, how celestial bodies, how they affect the Earth in terms of generating heat. So that, according to him, would be a sound inquiry. Uh, on the other hand, he says that this idea about predicting the death of kings or rulers or who will win this battle or who would lose another battle, he says this is based on unsound scientific reasoning or invalid analogy, and hence he would sort of reject that whole idea about star-based predictions because again he's looking, and this is something interesting because he prizes observation and experience and tajriba and induction as one of the principles of the scientific method. And in that sense, we would place him closer to, in terms of his scientific methodology, he is closer to Aristotle than to Plato. And this is quite of a revelation because in his cosmology, is the other way around. But in terms of his scientific method, we see a remarkable interest in terms of the things which are mundane, which are the empirical observations and experience and induction. And I think that would help us understand how he sort of is able to make those remarks about astrology, right? I hope that answered the question.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for a very interesting talk. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
A couple of questions come to mind which are not directly related to Al-Farabi, but to astronomy and astronomers of the Muslim period. So can I ask about?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Firstly, I was curious as to, was there any other significant astronomer after Ulugh Beg in the Muslim ethos? And secondly, I was also curious about, did Bruno or Copernicus in any way acknowledge the contribution or the results that were obtained by the Muslim astronomers?
Who? Sorry, did Copernicus?
Copernicus or Bruno, did they acknowledge in any way? And finally, yes, well, I was curious as to did the Muslim astronomers explicitly ever mention the geocentric model of the solar system? And if so, was there any reaction from the society as such?
So three questions. The first is, yes, there are a number of astronomers, later post-classical astronomers that we see. I work on one of them, Jurjani, Sayyid Sharif al-Jurjani, who died in 1413. After him, he wrote down a commentary on Nasiruddin Tusi's Sharata Zakira. After him, we have someone called Al-Khafri, who does a takmila on this shara of Tazkira, who's much later. We have then, there's a whole tradition that sort of spawns in that area, and they have these amazing, sophisticated mathematical models, not one way of describing, let's say, the positions of Mercury, but 5 different ways, and showing how each model is mathematically equivalent. You can pick this model 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and a remarkable degree of sophistication in terms of mathematics that we see in that era. Uh, did Copernicus acknowledge? He does acknowledge Islamic astronomers more generally, and he mentions some of their names also, especially the ones that we see in the Western tradition of astronomy, which is slightly different from the Eastern Maragha tradition of astronomy. And but as far as as far as the sources tell us that he does not directly acknowledge Tusi. And that's the mystery, that he doesn't acknowledge, but he nevertheless uses him in such an exact manner that one of the mistakes in labeling, which we see in a Tusi's manuscript, is also copied by Copernicus in terms of the Arabic alif, ba, jim, and the alpha, beta, gamma. We see that mistake also is copied, and that's again lends this credence to this transmission to place. It's only a matter of sort of understanding. And there's some work in Colombia. We have a very formidable scholar, historian of Islamic science, George Saliba, who is looking at this and has done some written papers on this. At McGill, we have Professor Jamil Rajib, who has written a series of articles about not just the mathematical correspondence and the technical similarities that we see, but also the contextual in Islam, the Islamic milieu. We had a whole flourishing tradition of critiquing Ptolemaic astronomy and coming up with these alternative non-Ptolemaic models. Whereas in the Latin West at that time, we don't see that tradition. So it's sort of hard to imagine that something could just come up on its own in thin air. There has to be continuity in scientific knowledge and advancement. So there are more contextual arguments also that he writes about. The last question was, no. So this was, like I said, the Ptolemy, his Almagest was the formidable work. It canonized Earth-centric view of the cosmos. And this was influential for the next 12 centuries, not just in the medieval, in the Islamic era, but even before that in the Hellenistic Alexandria and then early Byzantine, and then even the Renaissance. And this sort of this shift from the geocentric to the heliocentric that occurs, it's not because of any observational accuracy. This is remarkable because with an Earth-centric model of the universe, we were able to get a remarkable degree of precision in terms of accounting for the motions and the positions of the stars and the planets. And they never felt the need to upgrade because as far as saving the phenomena goes, we're getting that at a remarkable degree of accuracy. So the change was more metaphysical. There are other considerations, philosophical, metaphysical, that brought about that paradigm shift from the geocentric to the heliocentric.
Thanks, Dr. Moise. Our next presentation is of Dr. Muhammad Waqas Sajjad. Let me introduce you. Dr. Muhammad Waqas Sajjad is an assistant professor at the Institute of Liberal Arts, University of Management and Technology, Lahore. His research interests include South Asian Islam, intra-Sunni debates, Sufism, and the role of Islam in media and in social development programs. He earned a doctorate from Graduate Technological Union Berkeley, where he was a Fulbright scholar uh, for the duration of this program, and wrote his dissertation on Deobandi Brelvi polemics in Pakistan. He has presented his research at multiple forums. During his doctoral program, he was selected as a fellow at the International Institute of Islamic Thought, Virginia, USA, and University of Toronto. Before his doctoral program, he also worked in think tanks and in the development sector and obtained a master's in social policy from the London School of Economics, where he wrote his thesis on the role and reform experiences of madrasas in Pakistan. He has taught courses about religious studies, South Asian studies, and social development at multiple universities in Islamabad, where he also worked as a research fellow and senior research fellow at the Institute of Strategic Studies for 4 years. His title of presentation is The Political Philosophy of Al-Farabi, Legacy and Impact in South Asia. So, Dr. Wakas, you have a total of 30 minutes, and this is including question answers of 10 minutes.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you everyone for being here. And thank you for that introduction as well. I primarily study South Asian traditional movements, and my initial motive today was to locate Al-Farabi in modern South Asia and the discourses of the ulama in the modern age. But I think it's more instructive right now to understand Al-Farabi's contribution to, and indeed maybe in his founding of political philosophy within an Islamic framework. And once I've done that, we can begin to find his legacy and his impact, perhaps implicit and indirect, but quite concrete, in later Muslim thought in various moments and junctures in South Asian history. And I'm going to be looking primarily at the medieval period. So linking these moments, I think, to the 10th century Al-Farabi, it must be with the awareness that anachronisms such as these can be quite seductive, and we'll try to avoid that. I want to see how Al-Farabi's political thought is potentially part of numerous times, numerous moments and discourses in South Asian Muslim political history, in notions such as the ideal state, concepts of majorities and minorities, nations of Muslims, the ideal ruler, and the relationship between the state and citizens. In different junctures and in different movements, and in the works of pre-modern and modern thinkers, we find glimpses of Al-Farabi's philosophy of society and politics. Even as he's not mentioned, the ideas are likely to have permeated the philosophical realm of South Asia. When I was thinking about this paper, given the nature of these discourses, I felt that Al-Farabi would be quite prevalent. As it is, I think it would require a much larger project in multiple languages to make these connections more explicitly. And that's not what I'm doing right now. Rather, in this paper, I'll first go through Al-Farabi's political philosophy, his conceptualization of an ideal state, ideal society, and ideal ruler, and the different kinds of imperfect states that exist. And some of this has been mentioned yesterday, and I believe the next session in today's program is going to be entirely about his political philosophy. So I'll try to keep this short, and I'll take the liberty to skip through certain sections that I think are not worth repeating right now, because you will get to hear about them in more detail in the next session. So it's tempting to look at some of the imperfect states that Al-Farabi describes, and I'll talk about them in a bit, and then simply link them to states in the modern era. You know, the colonial state, the theocratic state, the democracy, the dictatorship. And then to have these, apparently eureka moments in which you have linked a philosopher from the 10th century to some time in the present. But I think that would be too simplistic, and it would be unfair both to the modern world and to the philosopher in question. The idea then should be to see what these states lack, what somebody like Al-Farabi would have them try to gain, and then through things like education, ideological frameworks, goals and objectives of society, such as happiness, and persuasive reasoning. That would be a fruitful exercise of locating Al-Farabi in the modern world. Today, after going through some key elements in his political philosophy, I'll briefly mention the key moments and figures in medieval South Asian Muslim history, where he is either implicitly present, since his ideas pervade the philosophical discourses, and also where they could have been useful as guiding principles or points of departure. That the notion is that Al-Farabi introduces or elaborates on very key elements in political philosophy, and those points live on. They become essential elements in the philosophical and intellectual world of South Asia. So when medieval, pre-modern, and modern thinkers conceptualize politics in their own times, they're participating in that same tradition in that world of Al-Farabi. I will limit those questions, of course, to the ideal ruler and the ideal state, and the concept of kingship and hierarchies in medieval Muslim political thought. So I'm trying to bring together two disciplinary worlds and suggesting that they're really not too separate to begin with. Now I'll spend the next maybe 15 minutes or so highlighting key aspects of Al-Farabi's political philosophy, what has also been called his philosophy of society or a practical philosophy of ethics. His importance as someone who gave attention to the political order, loosely defined, is undeniable. Not only is he the first, he's perhaps the most significant still among the Muslim philosophers who would continue to speak about religion and politics. As one scholar of medieval Islam notes, the revealed religions challenged the tradition of Greek philosophy to investigate and make intelligible a religious political order based on prophecy, revelation, and the divine law. Al-Farabi can be said to have been the first major philosopher to take up this challenge. Overall, and many speakers yesterday talked about the virtuous city, and I'll speak just a bit about that now. Overall, this development of an ethical, political, and religious underpinnings of the state as developed by Al-Farabi have been called the political science, in which a virtuous city comprises an excellent community of people seeking happiness as the ultimate goal and being guided by the ideal ruler. And I'll speak about all of these facets in some brief sort of manner. Starting with the goal of happiness, which has been described yesterday in one presentation too. So his ideal society works for the realization of true happiness, describing and enabling which will be the role of the philosopher leader through justice, through communicating the abstract truths of life to the people. Here we find some discussion about individual goals and social goals. Al-Farabi is conceptualizing the perfect state that will guide people towards individual perfection and thus towards a social happiness as well. Any imbalance between the two can be helped by religion, which then enables human perfection among individuals and simultaneously allows them to work for the well-being of the city, the virtuous city. Here again, the role of the philosopher and the intellectual elite becomes important, as these will be the individuals with the skills to imaginatively represent true happiness emanating from the perfect city, with happiness as its goal, and convince them to move towards individual perfection as well as taught by religion. His ideal city, Al-Farabi's ideal city, is the city of Medina. Again, something that came up yesterday quite a few times, with the state led by the Prophet Muhammad, who was being guided by God. So the virtuous city here is divided between the philosophical elite and the common people, and their interaction leads to true happiness through effective governance, and that brings us to the question of community, of collaboration within different groups of people in that city. For Al-Farabi, the city becomes a suitable size from which to follow these principles of happiness. Consider, for example, when he writes, an isolated individual could not achieve all the perfections by himself without the aid of other individuals. And it is the innate disposition of every man to join another human being or other men in the labor he ought to perform. So he concludes that to achieve what he can of that perfection, every man needs to stay in the neighborhood of others and associate with them. Thus, collaborating with others in society becomes almost a precondition, and without this, individuals cannot attain their highest perfections individually, and thus society cannot become that perfect society. Cooperation becomes one of the preconditions to make their city a truly virtuous city. For this cooperation, people will need to have certain things in common, and internal classes within them will also have to know their own goals. And the state for happiness for all, however, will be the same. Within these hierarchies, the state of happiness will end up being the same. And again, it's the philosopher, the ruler, who will end up guiding people towards that ultimate end. So in this society, everyone is not the same, but everyone has learned and understood the attainment of happiness as the goal. Overall, then, the virtuous city and state, which Al-Farabi describes, is the city that aims through the association contained therein at cooperation for the things by means of which real happiness is acquired. Now, I want to look at the leader, the ideal ruler of this city in a bit, but in the sort of, but Al-Farabi is also writing about the citizens of the virtuous city who are being guided by that ruler. It's by the actions, but it's by actions and regular practices that the people will be uh, deriving their goal of happiness. As he writes, when each of the people of the excellent city or the virtuous city acts in this way, that is, following laws and commands of the philosopher, and they're aware of the goal of happiness, that is according to their own common duties, these actions make them acquire a good and excellent disposition of the soul, and the more steadily they apply them, the stronger and better becomes this disposition and increases in strength and excellence. Just as steadily applying himself to performing the actions of writing well makes a man acquire proficiency in the art of writing. Now, Al-Farabi notes this ideal city is a utopia, and thus he creates a taxonomy of sorts to tell us what sort of imperfect cities also exist. They are imperfect either because they are ignorant or they're mistaken or they are perverted. They don't know about, they sort of choose to not follow that virtuous city's goal of ultimate happiness. What are some of these cities? Very briefly, he talks about a state of necessity, a vile state, a base or despicable state, a democracy, a tyrannical state, or a democracy. So different sorts of imperfect cities that exist with their own qualities and characteristics. However, there can be mixing of these characteristics in his thought as well. Of the imperfect, non-virtuous states described above, it is the democracy, a place where citizens value honor more than anything else. That is the best of these ignorant regimes, Al-Farabi says, and most like the virtuous city for him. Generally, such a state would have the best man as its ruler, and the hierarchy established would then be valuable for the citizens because the best man would make the best hierarchy. But Al-Farabi also gives attention to the democracy where people have freedom to choose what their happiness is as the kind of city that is most likely to gain excellence that can then lead to a virtuous place. In all this, the ideal ruler becomes very important. And I'll talk about the ideal ruler now and segue into South Asian notions of kingship, which is what I really wanted to talk about. Uh, Now, the ideal ruler at the top of the hierarchical order, who can in fact develop the hierarchy below him suitably well, depending on the characteristics of his advisors and citizens. Al-Farabi's ideal ruler is a philosopher. He's a prophet. He's inherently good. He has perfected himself in many disciplines, including the command of good language, so that he can communicate his ideas to his subjects effectively. Love for learning, the ability to understand, a good memory are all his qualities. He is a natural ruler of the virtuous city based on his own virtuous characteristics. Such a ruler understands his people. He does not submit to the powers or instructions of others. He is the imam, the leader, the philosopher, prophet. Al-Farabi enumerates 12 qualities overall, including some of these highlighted above, and then other aspects such as comprehensive knowledge of theoretical and practical arts, authority to get work done, love for justice and truth, and the desire to help his subjects attain happiness and his access to resources. Of course, just like he says that there is no ideal virtuous city, he says that it's difficult for these qualities, all of these 12 qualities, to be in one man. So he suggests that a fairly good leader can be one with some 5 or 6 of these qualities. And if such a man cannot be found, then the next best leader would be someone who has been trained by another man with these qualities. And if such a man cannot be found, then a council of a few members who collectively have these qualities will provide leadership to the city. However, even among them, there needs to be the best man who will divide responsibilities. Now, coming to South Asia, we begin to see how Al-Farabi, even when he's not named, his influence, his conceptualization of political norms, his approach to political thought remains part of the South Asian discourse about concepts such as the ideal man, the ideal society, the ideal king, and the notion of what kingship looks like. And I want to look at these concepts now by looking at how concepts of kingship have changed in the medieval period. There has been recent work, and there has been quite a bit of interest in South Asian politics, in notions of kingship during the Mughal period, in concepts of political theology in the early 19th century, and quite a few works have come out over the last 5 or 6 years that elaborate on these issues. Uh, and I'm going to be using some of these by people like Asfar Moin, who's written a very valuable book, quite a game-changing book on Mughal concepts of sovereignty. But first, let's consider the early Delhi Sultanate to see how Al-Farabi's thought, if not directly, then certainly within the realm of political thought, has been such an essential part of South Asian conceptualization of what kings are supposed to be like. So consider the early Delhi Sultanate in the 13th, 14th centuries. We find a text called Rules for the Kings and the Welfare of the Subjects, written by Fakhri-e-Mudabbir, a contemporary of Sultan Iltutmish. It is likely meant to offer a blueprint for governance. It establishes the privileges and responsibilities of the king, the qualifications and functions of different officers of the state, and thus hierarchies and knowledge of the king are very essential in this book. He lists several principal officers of the state, including the most important one, the Wazir. He describes the normal functions of the Wazir as follows. It's a slightly longer quote, so I'll just read it out loud. The king knows well how to lead expeditions, conquer countries, give rewards, and shine in the assembly or battlefield. But it is the domain of the Wazir to make a country prosperous, to accumulate treasures, to appoint officials, to ask for accounts, to arrange for the stock taking of commodities in the Karkhana, and the census of horses, and to provide for the learned, to administer the affairs of the people, and to organize the business of the state. So if you're a good Wazir, effectively, if the Wazir does his job well, the king does his job well. Now, there's a few other things, but I'll skip them and I'll come to the Mughal period. In the Mughal period, we find similar ideas of kingship and hierarchies, and now coming from the kings themselves. One could argue that the policy of Sulh-e-Kul, the peace with all, that comes during the time of Akbar, is one way to conceptualize the collaboration between different units in the kingdom, all working toward one goal. The first Mughal emperor, Babur, sort of develops a persona about himself as almost leading a sort of divinely ordained life. But the most important Mughal king in this regard is Akbar, who starts this period of 100 or so years before Aurangzeb, in which the Mughal king almost begins to acquire a divine role. As one historian writes, Mughal emperors thought of themselves as higher beings, even greater than caliphs. Abul Fazl, one of the key sort of people within Akbar's noblemen who writes about the kingdom, who creates the sort of, who's Akbar's right-hand man effectively. He writes, royalty is a light emanating from God and a ray from the sun, the illuminator of the universe, the argument of the book of perfection, and the receptacles of all virtues. Modern language calls it the divine light, and the tongue of antiquity calls it the sublime halo. It is communicated by God to kings without the intermediate assistance of anyone, and men in the presence of it bend the forehead of praise towards the ground of submission. He also notes that Mughal kings have the following attributes, and he's talking primarily about Akbar, of course. A paternal love towards the subjects, a large heart, a daily increasing trust in devotion, and prayer and devotion. Daily increasing trust in God, sorry. As Asfar Moin has argued, the Emperor Akbar declared himself the most sacred being on earth, styling himself in imitating the exalted Sufi figures and depicting a new form of sovereignty in Islam in South Asia. Sacred kingship, divinely guided rule as part of Mughal self-description and as part of the way the courtiers would begin to describe the king, then start to take place in Akbar's time. Akbar also claimed to be the Mujaddid al-Afsani, clearly not separating religion from politics. Something that is now attributed to him in the sort of anachronistic histories that make heroes and villains of the past based on our perceptions in the present. Akbar also calls himself the Imam and the Messiah, and the two are not disconnected. He has also somewhat uncommon titles of Imam and Mujtahid, as declared upon him as part of an imperial decree. And his exalted sovereign divinely guided kingship also results in reports of him attempting to give a khutbah of himself by himself as well. This mixing of spiritual and temporal power gives some credibility to the idea of the ideal ruler then being divinely guided. His political leadership then becomes no different from his religious leadership. As Asfar Moin writes, this was a period of sacred kingship and charismatic sainthood that was being appropriated by Muslim kings such as Akbar, who enacted schemes of holiness and even divinity, aided by the knowledge of the ulama and inspired by the performance of states. If we take this further, we can also begin to make distinctions between the princes of the Mughal period, something that's also been written about recently, and the kings in the medieval period. The princes are warriors, they have networks, they have armies, they have administrative knowledge, and they are also aware of the world around them. When they become kings, that's when the divine elements also start to take up, also become part of their qualities. All of this, I think, should remind us of the ideal ruler of Al-Farabi, and hence see his pervasiveness implicitly in how kingship is being thought about and manufactured in Mughal India. I'll skip the rest of the paper now and just briefly say that yesterday we also talked about current discourses in Pakistan discussing what an ideal Muslim state should look like, the Riyasat-e-Madina, which primarily is, the notion of a welfare state is mentioned in regards to that. I think that's also another indication that the sort of philosophical output in terms of politics of Farabi lives on in South Asia today. I'll stop there, and if there's any questions, we can. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think a couple of points. The first is basically Al-Farabi's legacy, political philosophy and his legacy and how the perfect state, imperfect state, virtuous state, utopian state, ideal state. What I would like to, the second thing about, you have talked about the early Delhi Sultanate, right? You've talked about the Mughal Empire. But how about, had Al-Farabi been alive today with all his ideas and philosophies and all that, he would have been utterly disappointed with what is going on. I would like to ask that when you talk about the legacy of Al-Farabi and particularly in terms of political philosophy, humanism, happiness, justice, democracy, enlightenment, how do you see the legacy in contemporary South Asia? Stretching from Afghanistan all the way to Bangladesh, from Nepal to Sri Lanka. Is there any impact as far as his ideas, his philosophies, and his teachings, and things like that on the contemporary? I'm talking about the contemporary, not the early Delhi Sultanate or the Mughal Empire. South Asia per se, when you talk about the region. So, is there any impact of? Thank you.
Thank you. I'd be slightly uncomfortable, even sort of like I said in the beginning of my paper. I would be very wary of very anachronistically linking what's happening today to what Al-Farabi talked about, because Al-Farabi's political philosophy. This is counterfactual history, of course. But if Al-Farabi was alive today, he would have a completely different philosophy. Probably he would be talking about things keeping in mind the imperfectness of states that he sees today. And the imperfectness of states today will be different from the imperfectness of states in the 10th century. So I would imagine that people who still conceptualize politics would read people like Al-Farabi and find something of benefit there. But would that mean that have they imbibed Al-Farabi's thoughts? Probably not. But then Al-Farabi isn't the only one. There have been people throughout. When I talk about the Mughals and others, I said they were talking about concept of kingship. Others in the modern period have started talking about concept of democracy and dictatorships, and that wasn't the conversation back then. It was about kingship. And in all of these conversations, I think Al-Farabi implicitly survives. But are people taking up Al-Farabi to say, well, he's providing us a model and this is the model we should follow? Probably not. I don't think that can happen in the first place. I don't know if that was like the answer to that question, but.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I was just curious about whether the Islamic philosophers of that period, or maybe even later, did they ever question the notion of the absolute ruler, or was there ever any notion of the participatory part of governance or ruling, or was it something to do with our religious, attitudes that we accepted the notion of a absolute ruler who would be very wise or very courageous, etc., as you described? But is there even any embryonic notion in any of the Islamic philosophers of the role of the populace in being ruled?
So I can speak about at least in the medieval and pre-modern South Asian period. If that is discussed, it's always in the context of a personal antagonism or a sort of animosity towards a king's descriptions of religion or of himself. So I think that's the way I think we should maybe see the debate between Sheikh Ahmad Sirhindi and not the debate between, but the opposition of Sheikh Ahmad Sirhindi to the concept of kingship in his time, both in the time of Akbar and Akbar's son Jahangir. People like Farhat Hassan, who's a scholar in India right now, they have talked about the concept of agency that the populace also had, and they had their own way of resistance to the sort of primary king who's at the center of the of Delhi primarily, or of Agra, depending on where the capital is. But for the most part, the discussions about politics are within the concept of monarchy and dynasty. Lately, people have also talked about a tripartite concept of kingship, in which there's one king who comes up, and the second king takes the empire to its greatest heights, and then the third king, becomes a weak man, there's indulgences, and eventually the empire falls apart. And people have tried to locate this sort of model both in the Delhi Sultanate and in the Mughal period, and certainly after Aurangzeb do with it as well. But all of them still almost accept that the sole king, the autocratic ruler, or one who will, through divine authority, pass on different responsibilities to his officers, as the accepted model of kingship.
Thank you, Dr. Waqas Ahmed.
Thank you.
Our next presentation is on Abu Nasr Al-Farabi and metaphysics. This presentation is being made by Professor Dr. Muhammad Salim Mazhar. Let me introduce you. Professor Muhammad Salim Mazhar is currently working as Pro Vice Chancellor, University of Punjab. He obtained his PhD from Tehran University, Iran, in 1997 on the subject of literary and cultural relations of Central Asia and South Asia, from Ghaznavids to Zahiruddin Muhammad Babar. He did postdoctoral work at School of Oriental and African Studies, SOAS, University of London, UK. Dr. Mazhar has been serving University of the Punjab as Dean Faculty of Oriental Languages, Oriental Learning, Director Area Studies Center for South Asia, and Chairman Department of Persian for several years. He has published 9 books and more than 70 research articles in peer-reviewed research journals on social, cultural, political, strategic, literary, history, and mysticism in Persian, English and Urdu languages in home and abroad. He has been chief editor of 3 recognized journals at Punjab University. Dr. Salim Mazhar has organized and participated in a large number of international and national conferences in Pakistan and abroad, including UK, Georgia, Tajikistan, and Iran. So I invite Professor Dr. Muhammad Salim Mazhar for his presentation.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम व बिही नस्तईन। मोहतरम प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर मोहिउद्दीन हाशमी साहब, डीन फैकल्टी ऑफ इस्लामिक स्टडीज, अल्लामा इकबाल ओपन यूनिवर्सिटी, डॉक्टर मोइन साहब, डॉक्टर वकास साहब, मौजूद मेहमानान गिरामी, मैं आपके 10 से ज़्यादा मिनट नहीं लूँगा। बहुत ही मुख्तसर मेरा, अगरचे टॉपिक जैसे बता दिया गया है, इस पर आर्टिकल भी मैंने लिखा है, लेकिन मैं समझता हूँ मशरकी उलूम के एक तालिब इल्म और माबादुत्तबियात जैसे मशरकी मौजू पर खुलकर दिल की बात करने के लिए वही ज़बान मुनासिब है जिसमें किसी को उसकी माँ ने लोरी दी। तो इसमें अल-फाराबी ने अफलातून और उसके शागिर्द अरस्तु की तालीमात को बुनियाद बनाया, उसका मुताला किया और उसको आगे बढ़ाया। इसकी अपनी तहरीरों पर उस कदर दुनिया ने तवज्जो नहीं दी जितना इसके बाद हमदान सूबे के पायातख्त शहर हमदान के एक स्कॉलर अबू अली सीना ने इसकी बास तहरीरों को अपनी आसार में कोट नहीं किया। यानी दुनिया अदब उस वक्त की, दुनिया इल्म दानिश इसकी तरफ, फाराबी की तरफ उस वक्त सही मानी में मुतवज्जे हुई जब अबू अली सीना और उसके बाद इब्न रुश्द ने इसकी तहरीरों को हवाले के तौर पर अपनी तहरीरों में लिया। अबू अली सीना का ताल्लुक हमदान से था। जिस दौर में अबू अली सीना हमदान में जिंदगी गुजार रहा था, इसके बिल्कुल कंटेम्प्रेरी दो अजीम सूफी शायर भी हुए हैं। एक का नाम बाबा ताहिर उरिया था, ये हमदान का रहने वाला था। इसने रुबाइयात कही बहुत ही दिलचस्प, जिसमें तसव्वुफ की खूबसूरत आमेजिश है। इसकी एक मैं रुबाई पानी के साथ अर्ज करता हूँ, वो है नसीमी कस्बुने अन काकुल आयत, यानी वो मुअत्तर खुशबू जो उस जुल्फों से आती है, मरा खुशतर बेबूए सुम्बुल आयत, वो मुझे सुम्बुल की खुशबू से ज्यादा मुअत्तर लगती है। कि शब गिरम ख्यालश रा दर आगोश, जब मैं रात को उसके ख्यालों को अपनी आगोश में लेता हूँ। सहर अज बिस्तरम बुए गुल आयत, तो सुबह मेरे बिस्तर से फूलों की खुशबू आती है। इसके साथ ही एक और शायर शेख अबू सईद अबुल खैर थे, जिनकी एक मारूफ रुबाई है, तसव्वुफ की आमेजिश और माबाद तबियात की आमेजिश है। वो है बाजा बाजा हर अंचे हस्ती बाजा, तू लौटा लौटा जैसा है जहां है वापस लौट, गर काफिरो गबरो बुत परस्ती बाजा, खाह तू बुत परस्त है, काफिर है, आतिश परस्त है, फिर भी लौटा। इन दरगाह माँ दरगाह नौमीदी नीस, ये हमारा आस्थान मायूसी वाली जगह नहीं है। सद बार अगर तौबा शिकस्ती बाजा, तूने अगर 100 दफा भी तौबा तोड़ी है तो फिर भी लौटा, यहाँ मायूसी वाली जगह। इन अफकार ने अपने बाद वाले मुआसरीन अत्तार और सनाई पर बहुत गहरे असरात छोड़े, और दुनिया तसव्वुफ में ये दो अजीम नाम हैं। अल्लामा इकबाल ने अमीर अमानुल्लाह जो अफगानिस्तान के अमीर थे, उनकी दावत पर अपने दो साथियों के साथ, सर्रास मसूद और सैयद सलमान नदवी के साथ अफगानिस्तान के विजिट किया। और उस विजिट के दौरान ही मकसद उसका यह था कि काबुल यूनिवर्सिटी का एकेडमिक डिजाइन उन्होंने तैयार करना, मॉडर्न यूनिवर्सिटी के तौर पर। इसने सनाई के मज़ार पर हाजिरी दी और वो गिड़गड़ा कर रोए, और अल्लामा इकबाल का जो मारूफ एक है, वही कुरान वही यासी वही ताहा, ये कसीदा उससे लिया। सनाई और अत्तार तसव्वुफ की दुनिया में सेंट्रल एशिया, ईरान और साउथ एशिया में दो अजीम लोग थे। इनकी इतनी खूबसूरत शायरी है जिसमें तसव्वुफ का भरपूर इम्तजाज मिलता है। इन्होंने इल्म दानिश को रूह की सैकलगिरी के लिए इस्तेमाल किया। इनका ख्याल था अगर इल्म दानिश मादी फवायद के लिए है तो ये बेकार है, बाज़ औक़ात नुकसान भी है। सनाई का एक शेर है, चु इल्मत हस्त खिदमत कुन, चु दानायान के ज़िश्त आया, जब तेरे पास इल्म है तो दानाओं की तरह खिदमत कर, क्योंकि बुरा लगता है गिरफ्ते चीनियान एहराम हो मक्की खुफ्ते दर बथा, के चीनियों ने तो एहराम पकड़ा हुआ है, इरादत से थामा, और मक्का वाले सोए हुए हैं वहां गफलत में। और इसके और भी बहुत सी चीजें जिसको मैं मुख्तसर करते हुए, इसके बाद मौलाना जलालुद्दीन रूमी इन दोनों से, अत्तार और सनाई से बहुत ज्यादा मुतासिर थे। हत्ता के मौलाना जलालुद्दीन रूमी जो इस वक्त दुनिया तसव्वुफ की शायद इस्लामिक वर्ल्ड में सबसे बड़ी शख्सियत हैं, जिन पर हजारों किताबें, सैकड़ों किताबें मुख्तलिफ ज़बानों में लिखी और उसके सारे आसार उसमें तर्जमा हुए। तो उन्होंने लिखा है कि अत्तार रूई बूदो सनाई दो चश्मे हूँ, कि अत्तार एक चेहरे की तरह था और हकीम सनाई उसकी दो आंखें थी। माज पर यह सनाई और अत्तार आमदी, मैं यानी मौलाना जलालुद्दीन रूमी इन दो के बाद आया हूँ, यानी मैंने इन दोनों से कसब फैज किया है। और मौलाना जलालुद्दीन रूमी ने 3 अहम वर्क्स अपनी यादगार छोड़े हैं। नंबर 1 उनका दीवान है, जिसको दीवाने शम्स तबरेज के नाम से या दीवाने कबीर के नाम से याद किया जाता है, इसी टाइटल से है। यानी बड़ी ही दिलचस्प बात यह है, ये माबाद तबियात वाले یہ یہ وہ لوگ جو باطن کو ظاہر پر بہت ہی اہمیت دیتے تھے، ان کا سب سے بڑا شیوا احصار تھا. انہوں نے اپنی ذات کو زیادہ توجہ نہیں دی. مثال کے طور پر آج ہم اپنی دنیا میں دیکھیں، اپنے قرب و جوار میں، تو جو آدمی 4 شعر کہہ لیتا ہے، 8 شعر کہہ لیتا ہے، تو 2 دفعہ اس کے اوپر نیچے اپنا نام لکھتا ہے، پھر بیچ میں اپنا تخلص بھی لے آتا ہے تاکہ پتہ چلے کہ جس نے کیا. مولانا جلال الدین رومی نے، جس کے بارے میں آپ لوگ بہرحال بہتر جانتے ہیں، اس کے انگریزی ترجمے 40 رول آف فلاور ایسی چیزیں رائج ہیں. اس نے 46,000 اشعار پر مشتمل اپنا دیوان لکھا، جس میں غزلیں اور کچھ قصائد ہیں. 26,000 اشعار پر اس کی مثنوی مولانا روم ہے یا مثنوی مانوی ہے. اس کے علاوہ ان کے ملفوظات ہیں فیہ ما فیہ کے نام سے، جس نے کئی جگہوں پہ اپنے شعر درج کیے ہیں. کہیں ایک جگہ بھی اپنا نام نہیں لکھا. جہاں پر ضرورت پڑی اپنے مانوی مرشد شمس تبریز کا نام لکھا، حتیٰ کہ اپنے دیوان کا ٹائٹل بھی اسی کے نام دی. اتنی یہ فنا فی الحق یا فنا فی الشیخ یا فنا فی المرشد لوگ تھے کہ اپنے آپ کو سمجھتے ہی کچھ نہیں تھے. مولانا نے ان کی زندگی میں بھی جو تبدیلی آئی وہ شمس تبریز کی ملاقات کے بعد آئی. چونکہ ٹائم کم ہونے کی وجہ سے میں اس کو بالکل اختصار سے ہی عرض کرنا چاہ رہا ہوں. تو مولانا نے جو مثنوی لکھی، یہ اپنے شاگردوں کی ریکویسٹ پر لکھی. انہوں نے کہا تھا کہ بہت سے لوگوں نے، عرفا نے اور مرشدوں نے اپنے مریدوں کے لیے کوئی کوڈ آف گائیڈنس، کوڈ آف لائف لکھا ہے، آپ بھی ہمارے لیے لکھیں. تو مولانا رومی نے وہ مثنوی لکھی، جس کو مختصر ترین لفظوں میں کہا جائے تو وہ روح انسانی کی داستان ہے، کہانی ہے. اس میں جو بھی کچھ بیان کیا گیا ہے وہ انسانی روح کا معاملہ ہے، صرف اس کے حوالے سے ہے. بشنو از نئی چن حکایت بھی کند. مولانا رومی فرماتے ہیں تو بانسری سے سن کہ کیسے کہانی بیان کر رہی ہے. وز جدائی ہے شکایت بھی کند. یہ جو کہانی بیان کر رہی ہے اس میں جدائی کا، فراق کا اور ہجر کا قصہ اور حکایت ہی ہے. مولانا نے یہ جو بانسری کو استعارہ بنایا، بانسری کو موضوع بنایا، ان کے نزدیک بانسری اور روح کا بڑا تعلق ہے. ان میں استعارہ اس نے اس کے طور پر لیا ہے، اور ان کے نزدیک بانسری اور روح میں بہت شباہتیں ہیں، سملیرٹیز ہیں اور کامنلٹیز ہیں. وہ سملیرٹیز یہ ہیں کہ دونوں اپنے مرکز سے جدا ہیں. روح انسانی بھی اپنے مرکز میں نہیں ہے، اور بانسری بھی جس درخت کی شاخ کے طور پر تھی اس سے کٹ کر دور ہوئی تو وہ جا کے بانسری بنی. دوسرا یہ ہے کہ دونوں جبر کا شکار ہوئے. روح انسانی سے بھی بہرحال اللہ تعالیٰ نے اس کی غلطیوں کی وجہ سے اسے عالم بالا سے دنیا میں بھیج دیا، یعنی وہ بھی جبر کا شکار ہوئی. اور یہ جو بانسری ہے اس کو بھی کاٹ کر کسی تیز دھار چیز سے اپنے مرکز سے جدا کیا گیا. تیسرا یہ ہے کہ یہ دونوں زندہ اس وقت ہیں جب ان کا اوریجن کے ساتھ لنک ہو. روح بھی جب تک اس کا ناتا روح مطلق سے قائم ہے، انسان زندہ ہے. جو ہی اس کا ناتا روح مطلق سے کٹا، اس کا معاملہ ختم ہو گیا. بانسری کا بھی یہی ہے کہ جب تک کوئی اس کو اپنے لبوں سے لگا کے اس میں پھونک مارے گا وہ زندہ ہے، ادروائز اس سے کوئی آواز نہیں آتی. اور روح انسانی اور بانسری دونوں اسی طرف لگی ہوئی ہیں کہ کوئی ایسا سبب بن جائے یہ اپنے مرکز کو واپس چلی جائے. مولانا نے انسان کے ارتقاء کے حوالے سے مثنوی میں بہت ہی خوبصورت شعر لکھے ہیں. انہوں نے فرمایا از جمادی مردم و نامی شدم، کہ میں جمادات سے ٹرانسفارم ہوا، منتقل ہوا، مرا تو میں نباتات بن گیا. وز نبا مردم بے حیوان سرگدم، اور نباتات سے میں منتقل ہوا تو حیوان بن گیا، جانور بن گیا. مردم از حیوانی و آدم شدم، میں حیوان سے ٹرانسفارم ہو کے انسان بن گیا. حملہ یہ دیگر بے میرم از بشر، اگلے سٹیپ پر میں بشر سے، انسان سے بھی ٹرانسفارم ہو جاؤں گا. انچے اندر وہم نایاد انشوم، جو میں کسی کے وہم اور گمان میں بھی نہیں آتا، میں اگلے سٹیپ پہ وہ ہو جاؤں گا، اور الٹیمیٹلی میں فرشتوں کی طرح میرے بالوں پر اگیں گے اور میں وہیں واپس لوٹ جاؤں گا جہاں سے آیا ہوں. مولانا رومی نے اپنی تعلیمات کو بہت ہی صریح اور خوبصورت انداز میں بیان کیا. ایک ان کا قطع ہے جو میں سمجھتا ہوں شاید ان کی بہترین جو چند شعر ہیں ان میں سے ایک ہے، وہ یہ ہے کہ گر در طلب لقمہ نانی نانی، گر در طلب گوہر کانی کانی، کہ اے انسان اگر تو کسی کان اور مائن کے موتی اور جوہر کی تلاش میں ہے تو دراصل تو خود ہی موتیوں سے لبریز ایک کان ہے، ایک مائن ہے. ور در ہوس لقمہ نانی نانی، اور اگر تو روٹی کے ایک نوالے کی ہوس میں لگا ہوا ہے تو تیری حیثیت روٹی کے ایک نوالے سے بڑھ کر نہیں ہے. ان نقطۂ رمز اگر بے دانی دانی، حکمت کا یہ نقطہ اگر تو سمجھ لے تو جان جائے گا در 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 ہر چے در طلب آنی آنی. در اے انسان تو جس چیز کی جستجو میں لگا ہوا ہے باطنی طور پر تو خود ہی وہی چیز ہے، تلاش ولاش کوئی چیز نہیں ہوتی. اس سے آگے بڑھیں، ہمارے قومی شاعر جس کا 2/3 کلام ہے جو وہ فارسی میں ہے، اس کی زندگی کے بھی 2 حصے. ایک حصہ وہ جو وہ جدید تعلیم سیکھتے رہے، اگلا حصہ وہ ہے جب علامہ اقبال نے PhD تھیسس لکھا، اس کا ٹائٹل ہے دا ڈیولپمنٹ آف میٹافزکس ان پرشیا، ایران میں مابعد الطبیعیات یا روحانیت کا ارتقا. اس میں علامہ اقبال کو فلسفر خاص طور پر مولانا جلال الدین رومی کا مطالعہ کرنا پڑا تو اس کی دنیا ہی بدل گئی. اس کے بعد اقبال کی ایک اور شکل سامنے آئی جو ایک صوفی ہے، جو ایک عارف ہے، جو فنا فی المرشد ہے. اقبال نے بھی، مولانا رومی کا یہ خوبصورت انداز ہے کہ اس کی شاعری میں جب کبھی جہاں کہیں سورج کا، روشنائی کا، چاند کا، تاروں کا ذکر آتا ہے، وہ اس کے ساتھ ہی کہتے ہیں اب جب میرے مرشد کے، میرے شمس تبریز کے نام سے ملتی جلتی چیزوں کا ذکر آ گیا تو کیوں نہ میں اپنے مرشد کا نام لے لوں. سیم ہی کنڈیشن علامہ اقبال کی ہے. جہاں کہیں کوئی روح کا، کوئی بانسری کا، کوئی رومی کی تعلیمات سے ملتا جلتا اشارہ ملتا ہے تو علامہ اقبال اپنے مرشد کی تعریف پر لگ جاتے ہیں. اور ایک جگہ علامہ اقبال نے اسرار خودی میں کہا ہے کہ من کے مستی حاض صحبا یشکنم، میں تیری، اے مولانا جلال الدین رومی، میں تیری مانوی شراب سے مست ہوں، زندگانی از نفسا یشکنم، میری جو مانوی حیات ہے، زندگی ہے، تیری سانسوں کی مرہون منت ہے. اس کے بعد یہ عرفا کا، شاعری کا جو سلسلہ ہے وہ امیر خسرو اور جامی بیدل صاحب سے ہوتا ہوا معاملہ اقبال اور غالب اور اقبال تک آ پہنچا. ان لوگوں نے جگہ جگہ اپنا بتایا ہے کہ ہمیں شاعر سمجھا گیا جبکہ ہم شاعر نہیں تھے، حکیم تھے، فلسفر تھے، دانا تھے، مصلح تھے، مبلغ تھے، شاعر نہیں تھے. مثلاً غالب کا ہے امروز نہ شاعرم حکیمم، کہ آج میں شاعر نہیں ہوں، ایک فلسفر ہوں. دانندے اسرار حادث و قدیمم، میں حادث اور قدیم کے اسرار کو جاننے والا ہوں. اور بھی کئی جگہ پہ کہا. خود علامہ اقبال نے کہا ہے نبینی خیر ازن مرد تو ہی دست، تو اس بے فیض انسان سے کوئی خیر نہیں دیکھے گا کہ برمن تہمت شعر و سخن بس، کہ جس نے مجھ پر شاعری کا اور شعر کا تہمت اور الزام لگائے. یہ دراصل اسی روحانیت کے پیغام کو جس نے قدیم دور میں غیر مسلم یا جدید فلاسفی نے ارسطو اور افلاطون اور ارسطو سے شروع کیا، اس نے ٹرن لیا اسلامک مابعد الطبیعیات کی طرف، اس فارابی کی سے، اور اس کے اثرات آج بھی ہم شعر و ادب پہ محسوس کرتے ہیں. آپ کا بہت شکریہ. میں اگر کبھی چھپا تو یہ مقالہ دے دوں گا.
بہت شکریہ، بہت شکریہ. تو جس چیز کی تلاش میں ہے تو وہی ہے. ماشاءاللہ یہ بہت ایک بڑا میسج ہے جو ہمیں ملتا ہے روحانیت کی دنیا میں اور مابعد الطبیعیات کی دنیا میں. تو انہی پریزنٹیشنز کے ساتھ آج کا جو سیشن ہے وہ کنکلوڈ ہوتا ہے. With this, the fourth session of the symposium is being closed. Thanks again for your attendance and your precious time. Thank you.
Now we'll have a very short tea break, and after that we'll resume with the next session. I would request Dr. Nasir Hussain and Dr. Mujib and Dr. Hafiz Tahir to be on time for that next session. We'll have a short tea break outside.
Professor Deen Mohammed, can you hear us? Then why he's not responding? Number 3 पे आ जाऊं. Okay.
Yes, alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. I can hear you.
Okay, great. I'm so glad.
Alhamdulillah, I'm also so glad to be here with you people, mashallah,
And,
after a long time.
We are starting our this session, which is session 5.
Okay,
Welcome back, the participants and welcome the panelists. The theme of this session is the virtuous city, practical ethics, political leadership, citizenry, and psychology in Al-Farabi. So this is there are so many sub-themes.
So my presentation.
Yes, I'm coming to you.
Welcome there.
We'll start this session, the presentation by Dr. Deen Mohammed. I would like to introduce him first.
You are talking to Deen Mohammed now.
Yes, Dr. Deen Mohammed is a professor of comparative religion at College of Islamic Studies at the Muhammad bin Hamad Al Thani Center for Muslim Contributions to Civilizations in Doha, Qatar since 2013. He was previously a professor and associate dean for academic affairs in the College of Sharia and Islamic Studies at Qatar University. He has also taught at this International Islamic University in Pakistan, Islamabad, between 1990 and 2004, where he was the Dean of the Faculty of Islamic Studies and Head of Department of Comparative Religion. In 1988, he obtained a doctorate in comparative mysticism from Al-Azhar University in Cairo, Egypt, from where he also obtained his master's in bachelor's degrees. His research interests are in comparative religion, comparative mysticism, Islamic philosophy, modern thought, and contemporary Islam. Professor Deen Mohammed is the author of several books, research articles, book chapters. The list of his books includes What is Islamic Thought, The Impact of Globalization and the Study of Religions Towards a Science of Comparative Religion in the Universities of Muslim World and Muslims, The Contemporary Religious Map of the World, and Tasawwuf and Mysticism, a Terminological Study. His current academic engagements include preparing a monograph on Abu Yazid al-Bistami and a reference work on comparative mysticism in Arabic. The topic of which he will basically cover, he will speak, Professor Deen Mohammed, it is the relevance of Al-Farabi to contemporary man. Professor Deen Mohammed, you have 30 minutes, inclusive of Q&A, which basically means that you have 25 minutes. So kindly proceed. Over to you.
Okay. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاه وبعد. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Let me, of course, start before embarking on my brief presentation on Al-Farabi's relevance for today's man. Thank the organizers who found me worth inviting to be part of this small group of people who possessed enough courage, I should say that, to revive Farabian tradition, which had been marginalized or ignored until very recently. My sincere thanks are to Comstech Islamabad and the government of Kazakhstan. I am personally delighted to be participating in this conference because Pakistan is my country too. I have spent almost more than 14 years in Pakistan teaching and engaging myself with Pakistani elites and intellectuals and common man. It's a beautiful country, and I always wish Pakistan all the best. And that is a country, if everything is all right, qualified to lead the Muslim world, in fact. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept my prayers for that. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my conviction that Al-Farabi is a philosopher for today. And my brief presentation here now before you is based on that conviction. If tradition is something that one takes shelter in at times of crisis, Al-Farabi represents one of those important manifestations of our intellectual tradition to help us come out of the crisis we live in today. Crisis of identity that reached its peak in the sense of complete loss of self or complete surrender to values and ethos alien to our perception. And also the crisis of relation between the two poles that supposedly make our personality or shape our personality, religion and science. When we were reminded of Al-Farabi in the middle of the last century, or little before that, we found ourselves in the midst of the Western thought in its modern trajectories that were consolidating their revolt against all forms of traditions, including their own. As the English historian and theologian Leonard Eliot said, at that time, the science seemed to be sweeping all before it. And in the intoxication of success, it seemed capable of explaining all things. In the minds of many, there was the conviction that a new age was about to dawn, that man by his unaided powers was about to triumph over all obstacles to happiness and progress. As for God and religion, there would no longer be any need for them. End quote. This spirit was still widespread and constituted the general intellectual climate. Even today, this spirit seems to be the popular academic culture in many societies. Against this background, I believe this gathering is a very important event. And I would take this opportunity to propose that our intellectual tradition must be revived and revived within our own contemporary context. It should be done not through intermediaries, rather through direct approach to the original sources that are with us and in our own languages. In order to realize this noble objective, this conference, I humbly believe and sincerely believe, this conference must transfer itself to a global society for the revival of Muslim philosophy. When I think of Al-Farabi in today's context, spiritual intelligence that issues from the prophetic light comes to my mind. This intelligence, in my view, is the highest form of intelligence available to human being. And I believe that Farabian epistemology and organically integrated different aspects of his philosophy introduce him as one of the earlier advocates of it in Muslim philosophical history. If today's man is talking about artificial intelligence, I doubt if this would be an achievement in the right direction that humanity should proceed. It can really be a great achievement within the context of materialistic approach to life or the modernistic perception of it. But from the Islamic perception of man and the universe, in which the popular concept of progress, development, and the likes take a different meanings, and morals and virtues play an organically vital role in shaping them, the prophetic intelligence remains the highest stage and supreme form of knowledge. This is what creates in my mind and heart an affinity with Farabian philosophy. Modernism on one hand, and the so-called religious revivalism, which took different shapes and manifestations that can be characterized as different forms of reductionism, on the other hand, have contributed to creating a state of forgetfulness in our societies. The marginalizing two vital dimensions of Islamic thinking, namely philosophical and spiritual. Consequently, Islamic thinking lost its direction and made to advocate for what has been termed as Islamic modernism or political activism, instead of working to provide alternative perception. It is being drawn to imitate some alien vision or the modernist perception and to market that in Muslim societies. Here comes the importance of Al-Farabi. Famous undisputedly as the second master, he was the real father of Islamic philosophy of peripatetic flavor, and one of the great global minds that Muslim culture has produced. Despite the fact that Ibn Sina's popularity contributed to the marginalization of Al-Farabi, he will remain the most knowledgeable among classical Muslim philosophers about the history of philosophy before him, especially that of Greek, and his accounts of different currents and schools of Greek philosophy and their differences and characteristics are commendable even by today's standard. Importance of his idea for today's student of philosophy is a matter of interpretation. It depends on so many factors. Most important of them is the immediate context of his reader and cultural ambience in which he breathes. While I see him as a religious philosopher, others see him as a secular one. It all depends on how you read and interpret him. One of the most important rubric of anyone's philosophy is its relevance to the time of those who engage with that. Pure historical discussions of philosophy will carry no value unless they provide some contribution of some degree to solving the problems faced by the man of the time, or provide some guidance in that direction at least. If we are unable to read in Al-Farabi something that can guide us in our contemporary life situation, then it is my humble point of view that we are wasting our time. The situation in which modern man throughout the world finds himself gives him no extra time to be spent in historical fantasies. Al-Farabi should be brought out of the prison of history in which he was locked for a long period. His philosophical genius must be invoked to help us in today's context. Al-Farabi undoubtedly will not let us down. If we are able to identify our time and ourselves on the one hand, and try to understand the deeper meaning of his philosophy on the other. Our philosophical condition today is pathetic and can be characterized by the example that Wittgenstein alluded to when he said, quote, "A person caught in a philosophical confusion is like a man in a room who wants to get out, but doesn't know how. He tries the window, but it is too high. He tries the chimney, but it is too narrow. And if he would only turn around, he would see that the door has been open all the time." Unquote. We have been only looking at what is known to be Al-Farabi's theory of intellect in Greek terms, not in Farabian terms. And we have been busy with his interest in bringing Aristotle closer to his guru, Plato. We made his city of virtues under the influence of some modern reading of it, a real utopia, thus veiling the treasures of that city from our eyes. This inherited attitude of ours in dealing with our philosophical tradition in general, and peripatetic champions of it in particular, and very specially with Al-Farabi, prevented us from benefiting from the treasures contained therein in the numerous writings of Al-Farabi. For me, Al-Farabi was a religious philosopher. Some Muslim writers who were desperately seeking paradise saw him as a secular philosopher. This is a matter of interpretation, as I mentioned before. But to me, his synthesis between religion and philosophy has been really a landmark of his philosophy. And at the same time, a clear demonstration of his personal religiosity. This is an aspect which I would like to have it reflected in our discourses today. He is relevant to me today for a simple reason. He reminds me of the lost vision of Muslim worldview, which has become completely forgotten today or dysfunctional in theory and practice. We as the nation are in dire need to recover it and free it from the captivity of the modernistic hold on it. In other words, we are in need of demodernizing our worldview and re-traditionizing it in order to present it to the modern man, not only to Muslims, as a viable alternative. When those who have come disillusioned with modernism turn their face in other directions, especially Islam as an alternative, we unfortunately don't seem to possess that perception of Islam. What we have is a distorted, modernized Islam, which doesn't satisfy alternative seekers and results in greater confusion and very aggressive skepticism. Farabi's contribution here can be immense and great. He, for example, doesn't secularize the Quranic worldview, rather presents it as a coherent and harmonious system, which creates no dichotomy between his world or between this world and the hereafter. His epistemology, classification of sciences, and metaphysics all are but a representation of that. His relevance comes through many of his ideas, which may not be in line with the modern mind. Modern students of philosophy may find some of them seem very much like a myth. After all, the man of today possesses the experience and developments of a very rich intellectual history of more than 1,000 years after Al-Farabi. Naturally then, many of the details of his ideas should be found to be disputed, inauthentic, or even unacceptable. Nevertheless, in many cases, his many ideas remain strongly relevant and valid. Strong minds discuss ideas. We are engaging not with teaching, rather with thinking. We are trying to show the fly the way out of the bottle. This is again an example from Wittgenstein. Al-Farabi didn't discuss anything called worldview by this name. Nevertheless, his discussion of the ideas of the inhabitants of the virtuous city or state, as people prefer to translate it, hints at this and make it plain that the city he envisages is a city of prophetic tradition, a tradition that connected to the active intellect, which even though it can be interpreted in different ways, but in conclusion, it refers to the intellection based on essentially on revelation that continue through inherited channels and accompanied with perfection in morality to guide the leader of the community and through him, the people of the community. As I mentioned just before, the details are not important. What is important here is the philosopher's idea that a good human society to be materialized must stand on prophetic knowledge. Either the prophet or his inheritor is the leader. Philosopher can be an inheritor, and sometimes it seems that he is a real inheritor of prophet, or he can be like that. No surprise then when we see the science of theology takes a supreme place in that city's curriculum. And the applied sciences and acquiring technological skills too become an integral to the plan to achieving the high goal or the highest goals of the city, which is religious and virtuous. This is one of the ideas of Al-Farabi that demands a serious reflection from modern Muslims. In the midst of continuing heated discussions about progress and development across the Muslim world, one can notice that the first question about the essence and nature of the Muslim society and its vision for the ultimate goal of its citizens are missed. Discussions about the founding principles of Muslim society and of its governance are being or becoming more and more informed by the theses of secularization, the givens of liberalism, and related ethos. Our exaggerated interest in imitating those ethos doesn't give us time to reflect on their suitability for us or to question their concordance with those of others. Here, Al-Farabi's ideas about the virtuous city can be of great help in redefining our social identity, which is organically connected to the prophetic wisdom and virtues. Both of these are under threat today, where the opposite has become a reality. When we listen to what Al-Farabi says about the nature of the virtuous city, it is the virtue based on revealed guidance. That is, knowledge and practice are the basis, and acquiring virtues are the key to real happiness, which is the highest goal. Al-Farabi has many terms to describe the opposite of the virtuous city. If the virtuous city is called Al-Madina al-Fadila, the opposite is called Al-Madina al-Jahiliya, the city of ignorance. Al-Madina al-Fasiqa, the city of immorality. Al-Madina al-Mubaddala, the changed city. That is the one which was invaded by sinful ideas. And Al-Madina al-Dalla, the city that went astray. Obviously, moral correctness and displaying of virtues are the characteristic of the virtuous city, and moral corruption is what characterizes the opposite. You don't need much time to understand Al-Farabi's usefulness for us today to reassess our understanding of ourselves on the one hand, and what we are striving to achieve on the other. Muslim society, by definition, is a society of virtue. Virtues in this society are based on prophetic intelligence. The idea of receiving from the active intellect must be revisited in the light of overall analysis of Farabian concept of the leader of Al-Madina al-Fadila and his cosmological theories, in addition to his specific understanding of prophecy. In any case, the definition of a modern Muslim society in our discourse today seems to me to be in deviation from what Islam stands for, which Farabian ideas reminds us of. Our ideas of happiness and progress and of development are all but Western manufactured. As Iqbal wisdom taught us, the civilization that wants me to recite from the left cannot be the one that is appropriate for me, for Muslims. Engaging in a serious discussion of the metaphysical dimension concerning being, existence, and intellect, which are underlying Farabian thought in all its nook and corner, wouldn't be possible here. I will directly go to discussing just a single and simple point in Farabian philosophy, which will highlight the relevance to us today. That is the idea of happiness. There is no quarrel between any groups of human beings in this being the supreme goal of life. Everyone is aiming at that, and every human society works to achieve that. But they differ in defining that and identifying the appropriate steps to be followed for that. We too, like others, are connected with this issue and try theories and practices from here and there. If we are regarding curriculum, we import from Rand and many other directions. Why shouldn't we turn our face towards our own intellectual tradition? If we do that, we will discover Al-Farabi, this greatly ignored philosopher who had inspired many in the East and West, among the most appropriate ones for us today. Happiness is our dream. If we are sincere in our endeavors to realize it, this is the way. Simply and in clear terms, he tells us that there are 4 things to achieve perfect happiness: here and in the hereafter. We have to note this connection. This is very important. Here in this world and in the hereafter. Turn to page number 2 of the Arabic version of his Tahsil al-Sa'adah, when he states what we have to possess in order to achieve what we want. We just have to possess the following virtues: theoretical virtues, all the sciences, irrespective of what is in our today's discourse, the religious sciences, world sciences, and this and that. No difference in Farabi's thinking. Theoretical virtue, which is related to sciences. Intellectual virtues. Here, the intellect is in action. It will know what science and where, which one, where, all these things, what is appropriate and what is not appropriate. Moral virtues. And then finally, practical, artistic, professional virtue. If we may use a modern translation, we can say acquiring technical or technological skills, scientific skills. This is also considered, Farabi is considering this to be a virtue, not less than any other virtues he was talking about. Acquiring scientific and technological knowledge and skills too are considered virtues, and compare it with situation we live. We live in where charity for building a laboratory is not seen rewardable, like building a mosque in a place where you have no need for it. That is why Al-Farabi is necessary. Reviving his approach to happy society is very important. I am coming to the end, don't worry. Look at our societies everywhere. In the light of these 4 virtues, you will know the relevance of Al-Farabi's thought for us today. Although I am concentrating on Muslim societies, his relevance remains common to all human societies. He was a Muslim philosopher who thought and conceptualized globally, and thus emerged as a great humanist in his true sense, not in the sense we read in the manifesto of modern age humanist. The above 4 virtues are the nature of the citizens of this virtuous city, and before them, the nature of their leader. This understanding of educational psychology that is founded on faith and knowledge deserves special attention and make Farabi more relevant, especially for those concerned with developing curricula, if we take seriously what is being discussed today throughout the world about what they call disruptive education. If social changes are depending on political leadership, media actors, intellectual actors, and spiritual actors, we can compare our societies and we can assess the relevance of Farabi's plan for all of us. Each civilization has to develop its own disciplines according to its own vision. It can benefit from other experiences, but it has to develop its own if it wants to proceed. This is what the Farabian model teaches. In this model, the secularization thesis has no opportunity to feature. The modernistic worldview, where man is put at the center instead of God, has no place. I will just end by a quote. Anyone who marries the spirit of the time today will be widowed tomorrow. And ordinary.
Thank you very much, Professor Deen Mohammed, for your very illuminating and comprehensive presentation on the relevance of Al-Farabi in contemporary man. And I agree with you, like your proposal for creating a global society for the promotion of Muslim philosophy. And also what you talked about that Al-Farabi should be brought out from the prison of world history, and we need to redefine social identity. We have some time, couple of minutes for questions, for comments. So you are most welcome to ask question from Dr. Deen Mohammed, which he will respond from the audience, from the participants. Anyone? I think we need to enter into some sort of a discourse with him, you know, like it's very interesting talk about.
Sir, it was nice talk. Okay. Sir, is there any book we can understand to and read for a contemporary man for this Al-Farabi work? Can you refer me some book?
He's asking about a book on Al-Farabi, if you would refer. Mike, mute हुआ है? ओए. He's not able to hear. Unmute कर दें. Because he can't. Speaker जो है.
Yes. So what I was suggesting is that it is always better to read Al-Farabi directly. His books are very easy. His language is very good. And it is, interpretations sometimes, even translations, they distort ideas. I have come across so many bitter experiences, depending on translations in many works for many scholars. They say something and the translations, something else. And our classical scholars' language is very beautiful and very simple. And if you know the meanings of the word, you will be able to go with them. It is always better to read him. And I think you read Tahsil al-Sa'ada, Ihsa al-Ulum, all the very small treatises, and you can read them and you can get help from your friends, your colleagues, from your teachers. And always it is better to read them before being spoiled or corrupted by interpretations. Now, for instance, in Al-Farabi's case also, when it was translated, the Al-Madina al-Fadila, when it was translated as Utopia, it made a blunder, in fact, because he's talking about a virtuous city. And when you use the term Utopia, in the beginning, you are saying that it is something, in a city of imagination, not practical one. It is just a fantasy. This is a problem. And there are so many cases where even tasawwuf, for instance, because I'm a man of tasawwuf and I like to advocate tasawwuf and talk about tasawwuf always. When it was given, when they wanted to translate that into English, they used the term mysticism. People who read tasawwuf, they kept the concept of mysticism, which they know from Greek, from the Middle Ages, in their mind. Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to? Mic दे दे जो पूछना चाहते हैं.
Thanks, Dr. Dean.
Thank
As
you.
you told, that each civilization should develop its own traditions, intellectual traditions, social traditions, and all types of tradition. Is it to develop a tradition is for fixed period, or this is a continuous process? As Al-Farabi is in the past, who will follow Al-Farabi in present?
Yes.
And how can we follow in future? Because future history will be different.
Yes, that is true. Yeah, absolutely right. There is no question about that. It is when I say that each society should develop its own system, its own tradition, and everything. I don't say that you have to develop once and for all. In the light of the development that take place, in the light of experience of you and others, our neighbors, or other civilizations and other cultures, we will be doing it. But we will be doing it. We will be reshaping, improving, developing, changing, but we do it. As Iqbal was talking, an independent criticism of other experiences. You understand? That is very important. On the basis of that, we can benefit from other societies, other civilization, other experiences, other successful stories to develop our own. But we should be developing our own. This is the important thing. And of course, Farabi cannot be forever. But Farabi's main ideas can be of great help for us. I don't think any strategic planners for our societies can say anything other than this, or anything that can come that cannot be included in one of those 4 virtues about which Al-Farabi was talking. So his basic ideas can be of great help. That is his relevance today for us. And on the basis of them, we can use them and develop what we want. But we don't want to import. That is the main idea here. The key idea is that we don't want to import. Most of the Muslim countries now, for instance, education, how crucial, you know that. But to develop our education, we are bringing rand to our societies. Why? We know our society, we know our basics, we know our foundations, and we should be the people who are defining our terms and our syllabus, our curriculum. We are the people who know what to develop in the mind of people. So we have to do that, not someone else. So now everyone is making everything business. We are becoming clients instead of using our intellect to work for the benefit of the society and to develop and to contribute to develop it in our own terms and according to our own philosophy. This is what I can say.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think it was a very comprehensive response from your side.
Thank you.
इनको माइक दें, डॉक्टर समर सुल्ताना. Last question, because we have to wind up. 2 more speakers.
Assalamu alaikum. I am
Alaikum
Dr.
salam
Sultana from Karachi University. Very good lecture, well informative lecture giving you for us. And I asked the question about the artificial intelligence. How can we apply in the modern present time for the good governance, according to Farabi?
Yes, it's a good question. So we are talking here now, of course, artificial intelligence is something everyone is talking about. And it has become a fashion to talk about. It's about consciousness. It is, I don't know, you were asking in relation to what? Developing our benefit then in the area, you know, when we talk about Islamic concept of consciousness, this is not far from that. Artificial intelligence is about consciousness, in fact, and how to activate it for our practical purposes. This is very good. This is something very useful, but that is a tool. That is a mean. The important thing is, before artificial intelligence and all, our goal, our objective, what is that? Yani artificial intelligence is something mechanical. But our vision of life is not bound by mechanical consideration, although that is part of it. We are different from others as Muslims because we believe in a different objective, different goal. Our ultimate goal is Allah and the hereafter. So whatever comes before that, they all have their limitations and limited scopes. They are useful, yes, but the problem is now, like the internet and like other, even take the mobile phones, tools, but how they have turned our lives, and people started taking them as their only objective, and they have changed their life accordingly. That is the problem. So artificial intelligence is good, and we can benefit from that. They are tools, and they should remain tools. That's all. We shouldn't forget our objective and final ultimate goal. That's it. I don't know whether I answered your question.
Thank you very much for your very interesting, illuminating, and comprehensive presentation. And it was a pleasure listening to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir. Sarah.
Okay, now we are moving on to our second speaker, Dr. Mujib Ahmed. Let me introduce him. That Dr. Mujib Ahmed is the Chairman, Department of History and Pakistan Studies, International Islamic University, Islamabad. His area of interests are religio-political movements, institutions, and personalities of South Asia since the 19th century. Occidentalism in South Asia, socio-religious, cultural, and political history of Pakistan, with a special reference to the role of religio-political parties, pressure groups, movements, institutions, and ulama, emergence and working of the civil society and social movements in Pakistan. Besides paper presentations in several institutional and national conferences in and outside Pakistan, 4 books, 6 book chapters, and more than 4 dozen research articles are to his credit. And Dr. Mujib Ahmed, he is the International Islamic University. The theme of his paper is Al-Farabi's Impression in South Asia, a Historical Analysis. Over to you.
Thank you.
You have...
I will not take too much time.
Okay. You finish by 1.
Yes, inshallah. Bismillah, walhamdulillah, assalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. Let me make it clear that it is not a complete paper, it's just a gist of my paper, which is I am going to present all your comments and your questions. Abu Nasr Muhammad bin Muhammad Al-Farabi was probably born in 870 at Wasij, a town in the district Farab. For intellectual grooming, he moved to Baghdad. In 943, he went to Damascus, where in December 950, he died and was buried in the suburb of Damascus. When he reached Baghdad for education, it was Abbasid era, during which Greek knowledge, especially philosophy and logic, was the order of the day. Books were being translated into Arabic from many cultures and languages, mostly on subjects that were previously unknown to Muslims. The young Al-Farabi found a Christian teacher, Abu Bishr, to teach him logic. He also studied logic from another Christian teacher, Yohanna of Harran. After his return to Baghdad, he introduced himself to the philosophy of Aristotle. This introduction later on transformed Al-Farabi as the sole spokesman, quote unquote, and authority on Aristotle, and he has been hailed as the second teacher. And of course, first one was the Aristotle. He was among the medieval Muslim thinkers who blended Greek philosophy with Islamic religio-political thought. Al-Farabi had two most important interests besides logic and philosophy. He was also well versed in music. Besides many other languages, he was very comfortable with Greek and Arabic. Now I will discuss some his political, socio, religious impacts on the South Asian Muslims. The political philosophy of Al-Farabi was mainly derived from Plato's Republic and Laws instead of Aristotle's Politics. Al-Farabi judged, because that was not translated at that time into Arabic, Al-Farabi judged Muslim society's issue purely from the point of view of philosophy. So he envisioned a vast multicultural, multilingual, and multi-religious come secular state. Although Al-Farabi was not a political activist, however, in this discipline, his major works are Risala fi Ara Ahl al-Madina, Al-Fazila, and Al-Siyasa al-Madina. The reflection of Al-Farabi political thought can be partially seen in the book Islami Riyasat of Sayyid Abul Ala Madudi. In this book, Madudi visualized the Islamic state as a world state, the concept given by Al-Farabi. The only difference between them is Madudi advocated for the central role of religion in this state, whereas Al-Farabi based his states on a Platonic city-state. Also, this concept of one-man rule of all-powerful and absolute Caliph Imam was not well received in South Asia. However, the South Asian religio-political thinkers supported the institution of Khilafat and Khalifa. Sufism. Al-Farabi was also a Sufi, but most probably non-practicing. Through his writings, he propagated the idea of Wahdatul Wajud, which is a very popular among a group of South Asian Sufis. The concept of Tasawwur-e-Sheikh can be attributed to him, which is also very popular among the Sufis. To find reality, Al-Farabi based logic on two concepts of tasawwur and tasdeeq. Thus, term Tasawwur-e-Sheikh is excessively used by the Sufis of all orders in their prose and poetry, as this is the core concept to describe the murid's devotion towards Sheikh. A murid visualizes his Sheikh to erase everything from his heart other than Allah and to reach to the reality. Shah Waliullah Dehlvi most probably got the concept of purity, moral values, and etiquettes from Al-Farabi's books Kitabul Majmu'ah, in which he has discussed social and moral philosophy. Metaphysical impact. Al-Farabi in his book Al-Siyasiyah vowed that the bad human souls will perish forever and only good souls will be given eternal life. Almost the same concept was given by Dr. Muhammad Iqbal when he says that the soul with a strong ego or khudi will be given eternal life, rest will be perished forever. Academic reflections. Al-Farabi wrote an annotation and explanation on a book of logic, Isa Ghochi, which is considered as a classic text on logic. This book is being taught in the religious seminaries, the madaris of almost all schools of thought in South Asia, in the second year of famous Dars-e-Nizami. Although there are few Arabic translations of this text is available, which were again translated and annotated in Urdu by the indigenous scholars, it is strongly believed that the annotation and explanation done by Al-Farabi is the main source of all these Urdu and Persian annotations and translations, which is prescribed in the Madaris. The famous Khairabad School of Logic and Rational Studies of South Asia, among is Maulana Fazliya Khairabadi and his family, gleaned basic knowledge of these disciplines mainly from Al-Farabi's thought. During the academic and dogmatic mutual discourse among the South Asian ulama, one can find the arguments and references from Al-Farabi's several books. Mullah Abdul Hakim Sialkoti and Maulana Ahmad Raza Khan are most important to mention, which referred several texts of Al-Farabi. Research work on Al-Farabi in South Asia. Some of his works have been translated in Urdu, which developed some interest in his thought. Despite this, South Asia still lacks a comprehensive and detailed biography and critical study of his thought in the light of available works. Even the translation of his few works was done through secondary versions. In English, one can find the most recently edited book published from Karachi in 2001 is Sayyid Nomanul Haq's Al-Farabi, The Political Writings. There is another monograph, Al-Farabi, An Intellectual Portrait, written by late Dr. Shaukat Ali and was published in 1989 from Lahore. We do find a few chapters on Al-Farabi in Urdu when some writers publish their books on the Muslim political thinkers and their thought. However, those chapters gave a sketchy academic picture of Al-Farabi. Some research journals like Islamic Culture, Hyderabad, Deccan, Marif, Azamgarh, and Fikro Nazar, Islamabad, published some articles on the life and philosophy of Al-Farabi, mostly written by South Asian scholars in the 1980s and 1950s, respectively. So we don't have a few research on Al-Farabi published in Pakistan or even in India. Very few theses have been done on the life, thought, and works of Al-Farabi in South Asia, in South Asian educational institutions, and at two or other or graduate levels. One of the most important texts for students of social sciences, Ihsaul Ulum, was translated in Urdu by Dr. Tufail Hashmi, which came out in 1999 from Islamabad. This translation was done from the Arabic translation done by Usman Muhammad Amin of were translated and published in the Indian state of Hyderabad, Deccan in 1920s. Some copies of Al-Farabi's manuscripts are also preserved in the historic Kutabkhane Asfiya, Usmania University of Hyderabad, Deccan. So, ignoring his faith and belief, because it is written that by faith he was a Shia and Mozalite, Al-Farabi deserves a much more comprehensive academic understanding, particularly in neglected areas like South Asia, and the Department of Philosophies must be opened in the different universities, particularly in Pakistan, because we don't have a Department of Philosophy in our universities except Karachi University and Punjab University and some in Peshawar University. So a serious academic research work on Al-Farabi and other medievals and modern Muslim thinkers must be initiated in Pakistan, because we are called the custodians of Islamic thought, and we are the custodian of Islamic faith, and this concept is here. So we have to develop a better understanding of the thinkers and philosophers like that in the light of their original text. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. No, you can if you, okay. Yeah, let me say something about Dr. Mujib Ahmed for your very, I think, plausible type of a presentation in which you have recommended. You have given recommendations that in order to overcome the dearth of literature, indigenous literature, particularly in, on Al-Farabi and other medieval era Muslim thinkers and philosophers and all that, the departments of philosophy in different universities of Pakistan and South Asia must focus on, because there is a missing link between the past and the present. And that missing link is basically, it's very unfortunate that such towering personalities during medieval era, Al-Biruni, Ibn Sina, Al-Farabi and others who did pioneering work, people don't know about it. Even I was very naive about Al-Farabi and his work, which I have gained enormous, type of knowledge about in the last 2 days or such. Having said that, now we have some time for the questions, which you may ask Dr. Mujib Ahmed about his presentation. Al-Farabi's impression in South Asia historical analysis. Yes.
Thank you, sir, for the nice talk. My question is, like, as you mentioned, he was the Wahdatul Wajud, like what you call it, oneness. He was the acceptance this theory. Why? Because mostly Muslim scholars don't go on this side. Oneness, Wahdatul Wajud.
So oneness means that everything comes from God, and something is like that everything is God. We have a very heating debates in even South Asia, because Mujaddid Sheikh Ahmed Sarhandi, he propagated against this, that was the shahud. Everything we can find everything is God, not God, but it is from God. So what is the shahud and what is the wajud? So he gave the idea, because he was a very, you can say, he was not because that idea was basically given by Ibn Arabi. But some scholars find some reflections of Wahdatul Wujud because he believed only in the oneness of God, because in his philosophy, there is a written that he was not so much inclined towards the seerah of the Prophet, because he was a Mutazilite, so he don't believe in the hadith and the importance of the risalat. So he was focusing on the teaching and on the propagating the concept of Tawheed in the Muslim society. So that is why the people say that Wahdatul Wujud can be derived from the philosophy of Al-Farabi. But in South Asia, we have a very healthy debate about Wahdatul Wujud and Wahdatul Shahud, and that was mostly propagated by the Mujaddid al-Sani, because he countered that Wahdatul Wujud concepts.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Who's the next one? Anyone else? Yes, gentleman over there. Unko, अच्छा.
Yeah,
इसके
thank
बाद
you.
माइक वहाँ पे दिएगा उनको. Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you so much for that presentation, sir. And I'm just wondering, we are celebrating Al-Farabi today because he's a seeker of knowledge, and he's also a giver of knowledge, because he wrote so many books, so much so that many of us benefit from it today. So my question will be, how can we define the kind of knowledge we could seek from our Western friends? Because from the biography we got from our presenters, it talks about Al-Farabi getting many of the knowledge from maybe Christians or some people around. So how can we define the kind of knowledge we could seek from Western friends? And that is number one. Then the second question would be, how can we also define the kind of knowledge that we give out? Because again, we are aware of the fact that Al-Farabi wrote many books that have influence in Europe, in Asia, South Asia, and all of that. So how do we define the kind of knowledge we get? How do we define the kind of knowledge we also dish out? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, please.
Is this to me question?
Oh, yeah, he has asked you about knowledge.
So let me explain and let me answer this question to my best of my capacity. According to Al-Farabi, because as I understand, he was a secular in his thinking. Because basically he was inspired and influenced by the Greek philosophy. So he emphasized and he tried to blend religion and Greek philosophy. So according to his understanding, knowledge is, and to the basic concept of knowledge is to reach reality, and reality means Allah or the creator, whoever, whatever called some Bhagwan or Ram or Lord and all these things. So according to Al-Farabi, to seek the knowledge is the sole responsibility of the Muslims, and that is, and according to he propagated, he was, you can say, the mixture of the Greek and Islamic philosophy. And in the South Asia, there is a concept, I don't think that it is right or wrong, but there is a conception about the ulama that the philosophy, pure philosophy, is un-Islamic, because philosophy means you have to think absolutely, and there is no concept of absolutely thinking in Islam. So we can have a mutakallam in South Asia and in Islamic studies, but we don't have a philosopher, just like Aristotle and the Plato and all these things. So there is a conception of, you can say that there is a clash of conceptions about the Al-Farabi and the South Asian ulama, because that's why I think that the philosophy is not very well received in Pakistan and India, even in the academicians of this worldly educations or in the religious educations. So, but the Farabi's concept of knowledge is just to seek the true path, and that is even you can get from anything from Greek or you can get from the Islamic, but mostly he was influenced by the Greek and he little bother about the religion. So that's why he was called as the Mosleites, or who depends on the rationality of each and everything. He tried to rationalize each and everything, mostly from the teachings of the Greek philosophers.
Okay, last one. Inko mic de.
Thank you, Doctor, for your presentation. Has rich informations. In course of your presentation, you mentioned that Al-Farabi was sophist, but practice. How you demonstrate that?
So non-practicing means not in a personal concept, because non-practicing means in South Asia we have a system of what you call a piri muridi. You have a shaykh and a pir, and you have some disciples and murid. So he did not build, he did not start in an khanka or dargah. That's why what I mean to say that he was a non-practicing. Also, he was a self-imposed and he was self-practicing Sufi, but he did not propagate, he did not create a school or order, just like a Naqshbandiya, Qadriya, Chishtiya, and all these things. So in that sense, I am saying that he was a non-practicing Sufi.
Thank you for clarification.
Thank you very much,
Thank you, sir. Thank
Dr.
you.
Mujib,
Thank you.
for your very interesting, informative presentation. I think we should give a yes big hand. And we are, maintaining the schedule time. We have to finish by 1, and it all depends on the last speaker, how much time he will take. But the last speaker, Dr. Hafiz Tahir Islam Askari. Let me introduce him. Dr. Hafiz Tahir Islam Askari is associated with the Department of Islamic Thought, History and Culture at the Allama Iqbal Open University, Islamabad since 2016. He holds a PhD in Islamic Studies from the University of the Punjab on the theme of Imam Ibn Hazm. How do you spell Hazm? Hazm. And the popular concept of jihad, Ijtihad, yes, Imam Ibn Hazm or Jamhur ka tasawwur ijtihad. He has several publications on Islamic fiqh in the context of contemporary issues and has supervised MA and MPhil research, Islamic studies. He has produced several monographs for distance learning and is currently working on a book on the thought of Javed Ghamidi. Interesting, very interesting. And the topic of his presentation is political thought of Al-Farabi and analytical study. Looking forward to. And you have, how about 20 minutes?
Thank you, sir. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil khalqi wa akramil mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man tabi'ahum bi ihsanin ila yawmiddin amma ba'd. میں بہت شکر گزار ہوں کہ مجھے موقع دیا گیا کہ میں اپنے خیالات آپ سے شیئر کر سکوں. الفارابی پہ ہم کل سے بہت ہی علمی اور دانشورانہ گفتگویں سن رہے ہیں، اور یقینی طور پر ایک طالب علم کے اعتبار سے میں نے یہاں سے بہت کچھ سیکھا ہے. اور ان تمام مقالات اور پریزنٹیشنز اور گفتگوؤں کے بعد مجھے احساس ہوا ہے کہ الفارابی پر ابھی بہت سے پہلو ہیں جن پہ ہمیں کام کرنا ہے اور جن میں ہمیں منظر عام پہ لانا ہے. اور یقیناً ہم اپنی تاریخ پر اس اعتبار سے فخر کر سکتے ہیں کہ ہمارے پاس الفارابی جیسا فلاسفر موجود تھا. جہاں تک میری پریزنٹیشن ہے، کیونکہ میں پورا پیپر تو یہاں پڑھنے کا وقت نہیں ہے، تو میں نے اس میں سے کچھ نکات جو ہیں، پوائنٹس جو ہیں وہ نکالے ہیں تاکہ وہ میں آپ کے ساتھ شیئر کر سکوں. انٹروڈکشن ان کا جو ہے وہ سن رہے ہیں آپ، اس کو میں اسکپ کر رہا ہوں، لیکن اس میں ان کی جو تعلیم ہے وہ ایک تو ان کے اپنے علاقے فاراب میں ہوئی، اور تقریباً 40 to 50 ایئرس یہ فاراب میں تھے، اور وہاں پر یہ ایک جج تھے، قاضی کے طور پہ کام کرتے رہے، جس سے یہ پتہ چلتا ہے کہ اسلامک فقہ کے اوپر بھی ان کو بہت جو ہے وہ کمانڈ اور عبور جو ہے وہ حاصل تھا. اس کے بعد ان کو جو ہے وہ مزید علم کا جب شوق ہوا تو یہ پھر بغداد چلے گئے، اور وہاں پر انہوں نے مختلف جو فلاسفرز تھے ان سے فلسفہ اور منطق اور یہ میٹافزکس اور یہ ساری چیزیں حاصل کی، جن میں خاص طور پر جو پرومیننٹ ہیں یونس ابن متہ اور یوحنا، یہ ان کے اساتذہ میں ہے. ان کے جو معاصرین جو اس وقت جو نمایاں لوگ تھے وہ دو خاص طور پر قابل ذکر ہیں. ایک تو بہت بڑی جو ڈکشنری ہے عربک کی الصحاح، اس کے جو مصنف تھے اسماعیل الجوہری، یہ بھی اسی زمانے کے ہیں اور ان کا تعلق بھی فاراب سے ہے. اور وہاں بغداد میں یہ جب رہے ہیں اور شام میں گئے ہیں تو وہاں پر ان کی جو ملاقاتیں ہیں وہ بہت بڑے شاعر ابو طیب المتنبی سے رہی ہیں، جو کہ عربی کے ایک بہت ہی نمایاں شاعر ہیں۔ ان کے موضوعات کے بارے میں ہم سب جانتے ہیں کہ منطق، فلسفہ، مابعد طبیعیات اور ایون موسیقی۔ بڑی انٹرسٹنگ بات ہے، میں ایک چھوٹا سا واقعہ، کیونکہ بالکل ہی گفتگو جب ہو جاتی ہے نظری قسم کی اور خشک، تو یہ واقعہ شاید دلچسپی کا باعث ہو، ایک انٹرسٹنگ، کہ اس نے جو ہے وہ الفارابی نے میوزک پر بھی بہت کام کیا ہے، اور ایون ایک انسٹرومنٹ جو ہے وہ ایجاد کیا جس کا نام القانون تھا۔ اور ایک مرتبہ انہوں نے ایک مجلس میں یہ گئے اور وہاں انہوں نے ان سے کہا گیا کہ آپ اپنے فن کا مظاہرہ کریں، تو انہوں نے ایک ایسی دھن بجائی، ایک ساز ایسا بجایا کہ تمام لوگ جو ہیں وہ بہت خوش ہو گئے اور ہنسنے اور مسکرانے لگے۔ اس کے بعد انہوں نے ایک دوسرا ساز بجایا اور اس کا اثر یہ ہوا کہ تمام جو لوگ تھے، وہ ساری گیدرنگ جو تھی وہ رونا شروع ہو گئے، ان اتنے وہ خیالات، ایک حزنیہ تھا وہ۔ اور اس کے بعد ایک تیسرا ساز انہوں نے بجایا اور وہ جتنے لوگ تھے وہ سارے سو گئے۔ تو میں یہ نہیں چاہتا تھا کہ آپ سو جائیں، تو اس لیے یہ واقعہ آپ کے ساتھ شیئر کیا۔ جہاں تک ان کی سیاسی فکر ہے، پولیٹیکل تھاٹ ہے، تو اس وقت کا جو ماحول تھا علمی، اس میں ہم دیکھتے ہیں کہ الفارابی کے جو پیشرو تھے، جو ان سے پہلے لوگ تھے، ان میں کندی ہیں، ان کے سیاست پر جو ہے وہ رسائل موجود ہیں۔ اسی طرح احمد بن طیب السرخسی جو کہ کندی کے شاگرد تھے، ان کی کتابیں ہیں الحسبہ الصغریٰ اور الحسبہ الکبریٰ، یہ بھی پولیٹیکل سسٹم سے بحث کرتی ہیں۔ اور پھر جو ان کے معاصر لوگ تھے، جو ان کے زمانے کے لوگ تھے، ان میں ابو زید البلخی کا نام آتا ہے، جن کی کتاب السیاسہ الصغیر اور السیاسہ الکبیر یہ کتابیں ہیں۔ اور ابو الحسن العامری، ان کی کتاب السعادہ والاسعاد۔ تو کہنے کا مطلب یہ ہے کہ الفارابی جس زمانے میں تھے، اس زمانے میں سیاسی مباحث کا آغاز بھی ہو چکا تھا اور ان پر کتابیں لکھی جا رہی تھیں۔ اور پھر یہاں پر جو ہے فارابی کا جو کنٹریبیوشن ہے وہ آتا ہے، اور آج ہم سب سے زیادہ اگر سیاست پر کسی مسلم مفکر کو جانتے ہیں تو وہ یہ لوگ نہیں ہیں جن کا میں نے نام لیا، بلکہ الفارابی ہیں، کیونکہ ان کی جو فکر ہے اس میں اتنی قوت ہے کہ وہ آج تک ریلیونٹ ہے، جیسا کہ میں آگے بات کروں گا انشاءاللہ۔ الفارابی کی کئی کتابیں ہیں جن میں السیاسہ المدنیہ ہے، آراء اہل المدینہ الفاضلہ، الملہ اور تحصیل السعادہ۔ یہ خاص طور پر جو ہیں وہ پولیٹیکل تھاٹ پر انہوں نے کتابیں لکھی ہیں۔ اور پھر فارابی کے جو نظریات تھے سیاسی اور ان کا جو ورک تھا، اس کے جو اثرات ہوئے، کیونکہ ابھی بات ہوئی کل بھی اور آج بھی، شاید ہم کسی خلا میں بات نہیں کر رہے ہوتے، ایک تسلسل ہوتا ہے، ایک کنٹینیوٹی ہوتی ہے۔ آپ پچھلوں سے لیتے ہیں، اس میں اپنا جو ہے وہ ایڈیشن کرتے ہیں، اور پھر آپ آنے والوں کے لیے وہ ایک لیگیسی چھوڑ جاتے ہیں اور وہ اس کو آگے لے کے چلتے ہیں۔ تو فارابی کا جو امپیکٹ ہوا ان کے بعد میں آنے والوں پر، ہم دیکھتے ہیں کہ ابن سینا جو ہیں، اگرچہ یہ بھی کہا جاتا ہے کہ ابن سینا کی شہرت اتنی زیادہ ہو گئی کہ فارابی دب سے گئے، لیکن ہمیں یہ نظر آتا ہے کہ ابن سینا جو ہیں وہ اگرچہ ان کی وفات کے 30 سال بعد پیدا ہوئے، 950 کے اندر جو ہے وہ الفارابی فوت ہوئے، اور اس کے بعد 980 میں جا کے ابن سینا پیدا ہوئے ہیں۔ لیکن وہ یہ کہتے ہیں کہ میں نے منطق جو سیکھی ہے، لاجک، میں گریک منطق جو ہے اور لاجک پڑھتا تھا، لیکن میرے پلے کچھ نہیں پڑتا تھا۔ پھر مجھے ایک دن جو ہے وہ الفارابی کا ایک چھوٹا سا رسالہ ملا جس میں انہوں نے لاجک پر بحث کی تھی، اور وہ رسالہ جو ہے جب میں نے پڑھا تو مجھے بالکل واضح اور کلیئر ہو گیا کہ منطق کس چیز کو کہتے ہیں۔ تو گویا کہ ابن سینا جو ہے وہ یہ اعتراف کر رہے ہیں کہ میں نے جو ہے وہ الفارابی کے جو کتابیں ہیں اور ان کے جو ورک ہے اس سے استفادہ کیا ہے۔ اب ہم آ جاتے ہیں کہ ان کے سیاست کے کچھ بنیادی تصورات ہیں، بیسک آئیڈیاز کیا ہیں۔ سب سے پہلی چیز تو یہ ہے کہ جو ٹرمینالوجی انہوں نے یوز کی ہے علم سیاست کے لیے، انہوں نے 2-3 جو ہے وہ اصطلاحات یا ٹرمینالوجیز دی ہیں، جن میں زیادہ جو ہے وہ العلم المدنی، اس کو انہوں نے احصاء العلوم میں بھی بیان کیا، کتاب الملہ میں بھی بیان کیا، اور دیگر کتابوں میں بھی۔ تو یہ کہتے ہیں کہ یہ جو سیاست کا علم ہے یہ العلم المدنی ہے، اور یہیں سے ان کا وہ تصور آتا ہے کہ یہ جو سیاست کا آغاز ہوتا ہے وہ معاشرے سے ہوتا ہے، اجتماع سے ہوتا ہے. جب لوگ اکٹھے ہوتے ہیں، ایک جگہ رہتے ہیں، پھر ان کو ضرورت پڑتی ہے کہ وہ کچھ قوانین، کچھ ضوابط ایسے بنائیں کہ جن کی روشنی میں ان کی جو ہے وہ زندگی سموتھلی چلے، اور وہ ایک جو ہے اپنے الٹیمیٹ جو ان کا ایک گول ہے جو کہ السعادہ ہے، جو ہیپینس ہے، خوشی ہے. اگرچہ یہ بڑا مسئلہ ہے، اور یہاں اہل علم بیٹھے ہیں، ڈاکٹر ہاشمی صاحب، ڈاکٹر مونس، یہ جب ہم ٹرانسلیٹ کرتے ہیں، اب میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ میں نے اردو میں دیکھا تو اس کا مطلب مسرت اور خوشی ہے، انگلش میں دیکھا تو اس کو ہیپینس کہا جاتا ہے. لیکن کیا لفظ السعادہ جو عربی کا ہے، کیا یہ دونوں لفظ اس کو بیان کر پا رہے ہیں؟ بالکل نہیں. السعادہ ایک ایسا جامع لفظ ہے کہ جس کے اندر خوشی کا پہلو بھی ہے، جس میں عدل کا پہلو بھی ہے، جس میں فضیلت کا پہلو بھی ہے، جس میں نیکی کا پہلو بھی ہے. تو اتنے سارے پہلو جو ہیں وہ صرف ایک لفظ السعادہ کے اندر ہیں، جبکہ ٹرانسلیشن کے اندر ہم اس کو بہت محدود کر دیتے ہیں. بہرحال یہ ایک مجبوری ہوتی. تو علم سیاست کا نام العلم المدنی، اور پھر یہ کہتے ہیں کہ انسان جو ہے وہ مدنی الطبع ہے، وہ ایک معاشرتی حیوان ہے. اور پھر انہوں نے جو معاشرے کا اجتماع ہے، اور اس کو بڑا سائنٹیفکلی انہوں نے انٹرپریٹ کیا، اور انہوں نے کہا کہ دو طرح کے اجتماع ہوتے ہیں، کہ ایک اجتماع کامل ہوتا ہے، ایک ناقص ہوتا ہے. اجتماع کامل کی تین جو ہے وہ سٹیجز ہیں. ایک وہ ہے کہ جہاں پر انٹرنیشنل لیول پر قوموں کا اجتماع ہوتا ہے، نیشنز کا، لیگ آف نیشنز آپ کہہ لیں، یونائٹڈ نیشنز کہہ لیں، تو یہ کامل ترین ہے. دوسرے نمبر پر ایک اسٹیٹ ہے جس میں مختلف جو ہے پروونسز ہو سکتے ہیں اور شہر ہو سکتے ہیں. اور تیسرے نمبر پر انہوں نے ایک سٹی کو قرار دیا ہے المدینہ. یہ کامل اجتماع ہے. اور پھر 4 اجتماع انہوں نے کہا ہے کہ وہ غیر کامل ہوتے ہیں، ناقص ہوتے ہیں. اس میں انہوں نے آغاز کیا ہے نمبر 1 گھر، اس کے بعد گلی، یعنی آپ دیکھیے کہ گھر کے بعد وہ محلے پہ نہیں آئے. انہوں نے کہا کہ گھر کے بعد ایک سٹریٹ جو ہوتی ہے، گلی جو ہوتی ہے، وہ بھی ایک اجتماع چھوٹا سا ہوتا ہے. اور پھر چند گلیاں مل کر ایک محلہ بناتی ہیں، اور پھر ایک محلہ جو ہے وہ ایک دیہات اور قصبہ بناتا ہے. اور پھر کچھ قصبے اور دیہات مل کر ایک شہر بناتے ہیں، اور پھر وہ کامل اس میں کیٹیگری میں فال کرتے ہیں. اس کے بعد جو ان کے سیاسی فلسفے میں بات ہمیں نظر آتی ہے وہ یہ ہے کہ انہوں نے، ان کا جو فلسفہ ہے وہ امتزاجی فلسفہ ہے، جس میں بہت ساری چیزوں کو اکٹھا کیا ہے. اور وہ خاص طور پر سیاست میں اخلاقیات جو ہیں، جو ایتھکس ہیں، ان کو نہیں چھوڑا. اور یہاں پر اگر ہم ان کا تقابل کریں، اور یہ بڑی دلچسپ ہے کہ جو میکیاولی نے دی پرنس میں کیا، اس نے یہ کہا کہ بادشاہ یا جو پرنس ہوتا ہے، ہیڈ آف دا اسٹیٹ ہوتا ہے، اس نے کچھ مقاصد کو حاصل کرنا ہے، اور ان مقاصد کے لیے اس کو جو بھی طریقہ اختیار کرنا پڑے وہ کرے گا. یعنی اس نے قبضے کو برقرار رکھنے. اب اگر اس قبضے کو برقرار رکھنے کے لیے اس کو جو ہے وہ چند 100 یا چند ہزار لوگوں کو قتل کرنا پڑے تو وہ کرے گا، تاکہ اس کا اقتدار جو ہے وہ قائم رہے، ورنہ اس کی سپریمیسی جو ہے وہ ختم ہو جائے گی. الفارابی نے یہ نہیں کہا. وہ کہتا ہے کہ نہیں، اس میں اخلاق جو ہے وہ سیاست کی بنیادی شرط ہے، اور اگر ہم اس کو نکال دیں تو پھر جو ہے وہ نہیں. اور اسی کو اقبال نے کہا، جدا ہو دین سیاست سے تو رہ جاتی ہے چنگیز. یہ اخلاقیات، اور یہ ہمیں یہاں ان کا جو ہے، چونکہ فارابی کا میں نے کہا کہ یہ امتزاجی فلسفہ ہے، وہ ایک تو اس اعتبار سے بھی ہے، اور دوسرا فارابی کی ایک پہلو ہے وہ عمومی فلسفے کے حوالے سے، کہ وہ یہ کہتے ہیں کہ فلسفے میں جو مختلف ہمیں اسکول آف تھاٹ نظر آتے ہیں، وہ سارے کے سارے کوئی الگ الگ نہیں ہیں، بلکہ وہ سب ایک ہیں، کیونکہ ان کا مقصد جو ہے وہ ایک ہے. اور وہ کیا ہے؟ ٹروتھ کو حاصل کرنا، صداقت تک پہنچنا. اور اس لیے خاص طور پر یہ ایک بڑی دلچسپ بات ہے کہ الفارابی یہ کہتے ہیں کہ افلاطون اور ارسطو جو ہیں ان کے فلسفوں میں بھی فرق نہیں ہے. اور انہوں نے پورا ایک کتاب اس پر لکھی، الجمع بین رأی الحکیمین، کہ دو جو بڑے فلاسفرز تھے ان کی آراء میں ہم موافقت کیسے پیدا کر سکتے ہیں، ایک امتزاج کیسے پیدا کر سکتے ہیں. اس کے بعد ایک اور اہم پہلو جو الفارابی کے فلسفے کا ہے، جیسے کہ میں نے اخلاقیات کی بات کی، وہ ہے مابعد طبیعت کو اس کے ساتھ جوڑنا. اب پیراڈائم شفٹ آ گیا, بہت ساری چیزیں ہیں, میں تجزیہ میں کرنا چاہتا تھا, یہیں پہ آ گئی. بہت سارے سوالات ہیں, ہم یہ نہیں کہہ سکتے کہ کسی ایک شخصیت میں سے ہمیں سارے سوالوں کا جواب مل جائے گا. جیسے جیسے ہم آگے جاتے ہیں نئی معلومات سامنے آتی ہیں, نئے نظریات آتے ہیں. آج تو بنیادی طور پر یہ جو میٹا فزکس اور یہ ساری جو چیزیں تھیں, ان کو ایک بہت بڑا چیلنج جو ہے وہ فلسفی آف سائنس نے دے دیا ہے, جو کہ جدید سائنس ہے. اب آج ہمارے سامنے جو سوالات ہیں وہ ان کی نوعیت بہت کچھ مختلف ہے, لیکن اس کے باوجود ہم رہنمائی لے سکتے ہیں الفارابی سے. اور یہاں پر انہوں نے جو ایتھیزم ہے اس کو بھی ریجیکٹ کیا ہے. ڈاکٹر مجیب ابھی بڑی اچھی بات کر رہے تھے کہ وہ اپنی تھاٹ پروسیس میں تو سیکولر تھے, لیکن کیا اپنے اس فلسفے میں انہوں نے مذہب کو بالکل جو ہے وہ رد کر دیا یا ختم کر دیا؟ نہیں, یہاں پر بھی وہ امتزاج چاہتے ہیں اور شریعت کو اور فلسفے کو وہ ملاتے ہیں. اور اسی لیے ان کی جو کتاب السیاسہ المدنیہ ہے, اگر آپ اس کو پڑھیں, اور آراء اہل المدینہ الفاضلہ, تو جو ارسطو تھا یا یہ جو تھے افلاطون, انہوں نے آغاز کیا اپنی کتابوں کا انسان اور ریاست کے تعلق سے. الفارابی یہاں سے آغاز نہیں کرتے. آپ آراء اہل المدینہ الفاضلہ کا اگر مطالعہ کریں تو 25 جو پہلے چیپٹر ہیں, 25 چیپٹرز, وہ اس پر ہیں کہ کائنات وجود میں کیسے آئی. کاسمولوجی پہ بحث کرتے ہیں, اور وہ ان کا نظریہ فیض کل ڈاکٹر پیٹر نے اس پہ کچھ بات کی تھی, ابھی موقع نہیں ہے, اور وہ یہ ہے, اور ابھی جو وحدت وجود کی بات ہوئی, یہ سپورٹ کرتا ہے ان کا نظریہ. الفارابی کا نظریہ وحدت الوجود کو سپورٹ کرتا ہے, بالکل یہ نوٹ کر لیجئے. اور وہ اس طریقے سے کہ وہ یہ کہتے ہیں کہ یہ ساری کائنات جو ہے اس کا صدور ہوا ہے. فیض کسی چیز کے پھیلاؤ کو کہتے ہیں. یہ کائنات اصل میں ذات خداوندی سے نکلی ہے, یہ سادہ الفاظ میں اگر ہم کہیں. اور وہ یہ اس لیے کہتے ہیں کہ اگر ہم یہ کہیں کہ یہ بعد میں بنی ہے, تو اس کا مطلب ہے کہ خدا کا جو ارادہ تھا وہ پہلے نہیں تھا. تو وہ ارادہ تھا, اور جب ارادہ اس کے اندر موجود تھا تو اسی وقت یہ ساری چیزیں بھی موجود تھیں. ان کا ظہور جو ہوا ہے وہ ایک بات کی بات ہے, اور اسی لیے اس کا جو نام ہے سیاسہ المدنیہ کے انہوں نے مبادی الموجودات رکھا. اور اس کے بعد وہ کہتے ہیں کہ علت اولا جو ہے وہ خدا ہے, اس سے عقل فعال نکلتی ہے. پھر عقل پہ کل ڈاکٹر ہاشمی صاحب نے بات کی, میں ادھر نہیں جانا چاہتا. اور پھر عقول اشرا 10 عقلیں ہیں, اور 10 عقلوں کے آخر میں پھر جو ہے وہ انسان کا وجود ہے. اور جب انسان کا وجود ہے اور یہ اپنی ضروریات اکیلا پوری نہیں کر سکتا, تو یہاں پر سیاست آ جاتی ہے. اور پھر اس سیاست کا مقصد, سیاست ان کی نظر میں ایک ٹول ہے, ایک وسیلہ ہے, ایک ذریعہ ہے, ایک طریقہ ہے, الٹیمیٹ گول نہیں ہے. الٹیمیٹ گول کیا ہے؟ سعادت کا حصول. اور وہ کیسے حاصل ہوگا, اس کے لیے پھر انہوں نے المدینہ الفاضلہ کی بات کی. اور المدینہ الفاضلہ دا پرفیکٹ سٹی, اور جس کو ہم اردو میں مثالی شہر کہہ سکتے ہیں, برگزیدہ شہر کہہ سکتے ہیں. تو یہ جو چیزیں ہیں, میں ابھی کچھ چیزیں کرنا چاہتا تھا, وائنڈ اپ کر رہا ہوں سر. گزارش یہ ہے کہ جس کا مقصد جو ہے وہ سعادت کا حصول ہے, وہ برگزیدہ شہر ہے. اور اس کی جو مثال فارابی نے دی وہ ایک ہیومن باڈی کی دی, اور انہوں نے کہا کہ کوئی بھی جسم صحت مند وہ ہوتا ہے جس کے تمام اعضاء کام کریں. میں ساتھ ساتھ اب اس کو کرتا جاؤں ریلیونٹ. آج اگر ہم ایک ویلفیئر اسٹیٹ قائم کرنا چاہتے ہیں تو وہ کیسے ہوگی؟ ایسے نہیں ہو سکتی کہ کچھ لوگ جو ہیں وہ فارغ بیٹھیں, وہ جو ہے وہ ایجوکیٹڈ نہ ہوں, ان کے اندر سکلز نہ ہوں, اور وہ ایک بوجھ بن جائیں دوسروں کے لیے. نہیں, فارابی یہ کہتے ہیں کہ پرفیکٹ سٹی اس وقت بنے گی جب ایک جسم کی طرح کام کریں گے, اور جسم کا کوئی بھی آرگن اگر کام کرنا چھوڑ دیتا ہے تو جسم کمزور ہو جاتا ہے اور وہ صحت مند نہیں ہو سکتا. اسی طریقے سے مثالی شہر جو ہے وہ کام کرے گا. اور اس کے لیے پھر انہوں نے جو ہیڈ آف دا اسٹیٹ ہے اس کو انہوں نے کہا ہے کہ وہ دل ہے, قلب ہے, جس کا بنیادی رول ہے. اور یہاں پر انہوں نے کہا کہ اس کو جو ہے وہ ایک فلاسفر ہونا چاہیے, ایک دانشمند ہونا چاہیے. اور دوسرا, یہ بات کل بھی شاید آئی تھی کسی پریزنٹیشن میں, کہ کیا وہ یہ کہتے ہیں کہ وہ بادشاہ جو ہے وہ فلسفی اور پیغمبر بھی ہو. میں اس نقطے کو تھوڑا سا کلیئر کرنا چاہتا ہوں. فارابی کی نظر میں کل ڈاکٹر محی الدین ہاشمی صاحب کا جو ان کا ایپسٹمولوجی پہ لیکچر تھا اس میں انہوں نے یہ کہا کہ وہ سورس آف نالج ایک مانتے ہیں. اس سے غلط فہمی یہ ہوئی کہ شاید بادشاہ جو ہے وہ کوئی نبی بھی ہوگا. نہیں, وہ فرق کیسے کرتے ہیں؟ وہ کہتے ہیں کہ نبی جو ہوتا ہے وہ امیجینیشن سے علم لیتا ہے, اس کا جو طریقہ کار ہے وہ امیجینیشن ہے, جبکہ جو فلاسفر اور تھنکر ہے اس کا پروسیس جو ہے وہ تھنکنگ ہے. ان دونوں میں انہوں نے فرق کیا ہے. امیجینیشن از سم تھنگ ایلس, اور جو یہ جو تھنکنگ پروسیس ہے وہ ایک الگ ہے. اور بادشاہ وہ کہتے ہیں کہ تھنکنگ اس کی اچھی ہونی چاہیے. اس لیے انہوں نے جو اس کے لیے 12 کوالٹیز قرار دی ہیں, اس کے اندر انہوں نے کہا کہ جسمانی طور پہ وہ صحیح ہو, اس کا فہم جو ہے وہ اچھا ہو, وہ اس کی جو انڈرسٹینڈنگ ہے, اس کی جو میموری ہے, اور اس کا جو علم کا ذوق ہے, اور پھر یہ ہے کہ وہ صرف کھانے پینے کا اور دنیاوی لذتوں کا شوقین نہ ہو, بلکہ اس کے اندر سچائی سے محبت ہو, جھوٹ سے نفرت ہو, اور وہ بڑا جو ہے اس کے اندر ایک بلند ہمتی ہونی, اولو العزم ہونا چاہیے. جب وہ فیصلہ کرے تو اس کو وہ امپلیمنٹ بھی کر سکے. یہ نہیں کہ وہ باتیں کرے اور بعد میں کہے کہ نہیں ادھر سے ادھر ہونا یہ بھی ٹھیک ہے, اب میں اس کو نہیں کر سکتا. یہ ہماری کچھ باؤنڈریز ہوتی ہیں اور کچھ لمیٹیشنز ہوتی ہیں. بہرحال اس کو ہمیں دیکھنا ہے. اور عدل کی بات وہ کرتے ہیں کہ وہ شخص جو ہے وہ حکمران ہوگا جو عدل قائم کرے گا اور ظلم کو مٹائے گا. اور اس کے بعد پھر انہوں نے بات کی کہ جو شہر جو ہے وہ اس کے اپوزٹ آتے ہیں. اب اس پہ بھی ہمیں سوچنا چاہیے. جو کہ میں نے کہا کہ ریلیونس ہے وہ یہ ہے کہ پرفیکٹ سٹی کے ساتھ کیا آتا ہے, اس کے بالمقابل کیا آتا ہے, اس کے اپوزٹ آتا ہے المدینہ الجاہلہ, جہاں پر علم نہیں ہے, جہاں پر یہ شعور نہیں ہے کہ ہمارا مقصد زندگی کیا ہے. آج ہم ویسٹرن سویلائزیشن کو, اور مجھے بات کرنے دیجئے, کہ ہم اس کو آئیڈیلائز کرتے ہیں, لیکن ان کے پاس گول کیا ہے؟ ان کے پاس کوئی گول نہیں ہے سوائے اس کے کہ ایجادات کو بڑھاتے جائیں اور ویلتھ اور سرمایہ کو بڑھاتے جائیں. ان کے پاس کوئی نارمز, کوئی اقدار نہیں ہے. ان کا فیملی سسٹم کدھر ہے؟ ان کے پاس آج وہ ہیپینس نہیں ہے, وہ سعادت نہیں ہے جو کہ الفارابی چاہتے ہیں کہ ہمارے پاس ہو. تو المدینہ الجاہلہ جس کو مقصد زندگی کا پتہ نہیں ہے, دولت کا پجاری ہے, پست, ذلیل, لذت پرست ہے, اور صرف غلبہ دوسروں پر چاہتا ہے, ہیجمنی یہ وہ چاہتا ہے. یہ المدینہ الجاہلہ ہے. اور پھر المدینہ الفاسقہ کی بات کرتے ہیں, اور شاید مجھے لگتا ہے کہ ہم اس میں فال کرتے ہیں کہ ہمیں یہ پتہ ہے, ہمارے پاس تعلیمات موجود ہیں کہ ہمارا گول کیا ہے, لیکن ہماری عادتیں مدینہ جاہلہ والی ہیں. تو فارابی نے اتنا اس کو ایلیبوریٹ کیا. انہوں نے کہا کہ المدینہ الفاسقہ وہ ہوتا ہے جس کو پتہ تو ہوتا ہے کہ گول کیا ہے, لیکن وہ اس کی طرف جاتے نہیں ہیں. کام وہ المدینہ الجاہلہ والے کرتے ہیں. اور ایک المدینہ الضالہ ہے, یہ وہ ہے کہ جو غلط گول, یہ جو ویسٹرن سویلائزیشن ہے, یہ اصل میں اپنا جو گول سمجھتے ہیں وہ انہوں نے غلط قرار دے دیا ہے, حالانکہ وہ نہیں ہونا چاہیے. اس میں اقتدار اور غلبہ اور یہ تسلط یہ چیزیں ہیں. اور آج کے اگر ہم دیکھیں تو میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ اخلاقی پہلو کو, اور جو باہمی میوچل ایک کوآپریشن ہے, اور اس کے ساتھ عدل و انصاف کا قیام ہے, اور ظلم کی تمام صورتوں کا جس میں غربت اور جہالت اور انجسٹس, یہ ساری چیزیں آتی ہیں, ان کا خاتمہ یہ الفارابی کے آراء کی روشنی میں کر سکتے ہیں. اور آخر میں صرف مجھے اگر 1 منٹ دے دیں تو ہم فارابی کو کوئی پیغمبر نہیں سمجھتے, اور یہ بھی ہمیں الفارابی نے سکھایا کہ آپ سوال قائم کریں, کیونکہ فلسفے کا کام یہ نہیں ہوتا کہ وہ یہ مذہب اور فلسفے میں فرق یہی ہے کہ وہ ایک جواب دیتا ہے, لیکن وہ اس جواب پر اصرار نہیں کرتا. وہ کہتا ہے کہ آپ اس جواب پر بھی سوال اٹھا سکتے ہیں. تو فارابی کے اس تصور میں کچھ مسائل بھی ہیں. اب یہ اتنا آئیڈیلسٹک ہے, اب ہم کہاں سے لائیں ایسا حکمران کہ جو عقل فعال یعنی خدا سے وہ جو ہے رابطہ ہو جائے اس کا, اور اس کی تھنکنگ پاور اتنی ہو, وہ کہاں سے لے کر آئیں. اور دوسری بات جو الفارابی نے کی, ابھی جو ہے ہم سن رہے تھے چیزیں, الفارابی کے اس تصور میں ایک بڑا مسئلہ ہے, اگر اس کو نہ کیا جائے تو وہ تھیوکریسی کا مسئلہ ہے. کیونکہ الفارابی یہ کہتے ہیں کہ معاشرے کو چلانے والا حکمران ہے, جبکہ پیراڈائم شفٹ کے نتیجے میں, اور اسلام کی بھی اگر ہم دیکھیں تو اسلام یہ کہتا ہے کہ جو سٹیزن ہیں, جو کسی بھی معاشرے کے شہری ہیں, یہ ان کا رائٹ ہے کہ وہ چوز کریں کہ ان پر اقتدار اور حکومت کس کی ہونی چاہیے. ڈاکٹر صاحب نے مجھے کافی پہلے کوشن دے دیا, لیکن یہ اسٹیج ایک ایسی چیز ہے, جناب داغ کے اس شعر پر میں ختم کروں گا. ملے جو حشر میں لے لوں زبان ناصح کی, عجیب چیز ہے یہ طول مدعا کے لیے. بہت شکریہ, والسلام علیکم.
تھینک یو ویری مچ, بہت شکریہ آپ کا فار اسٹیمولیٹنگ اس. آپ نے جو ہے وہ کافی لوگوں کو سوچنے میں مجبور کر دیا ہے. یو ہیو compelled us to think about many things. And certainly political thought of Al-Farabi, analytical study, and how the comparison between Machiavelli and Al-Farabi, that poles apart.
Thanks.
Poles apart Western civilization. But I would disagree with you. I'm not a proponent of Western civilization, but the fact is basically that it's a civilization which basically had taken off as a result of a decline of Muslim civilization to a large extent. And we have to learn from. I mean, we should not, because the thing is basically that the centers of learning, the recognized centers of learning are in the West. We have not given any adequate importance as far as the pursuit of knowledge is concerned, better education is concerned. We have failed in that. That is why we have...
No doubt.
Anyway, that's another debate. We have a couple of minutes for questions.
کوئی سوال سر؟
جی بتائیے, سوال کریں آپ, مائک دیے.
بہت اچھا آپ نے ماشاءاللہ یہ پورا بہت اچھا ایکسپلین کیا. سر فیوچر کے لیے, سچویشن کے لیے, فیوچر میں اگر سوسائٹی میں فیوچر کے لیے تو امیجنیشن, کسی لیڈرشپ کے لیے امیجنیشن ضروری ہے یا تھنکنگ ضروری ہے؟
نہیں, بالکل. الفارابی بھی یہ کہتے ہیں تھنکنگ پروسیس ہے, کیونکہ امیجنیشن کا جو مسئلہ ہے وہ نبوت پہ ختم ہو چکا ہے. اب کوئی یہ دعویٰ نہیں کر سکتا. تھنکنگ پروسیس جو ہے وہ جاری ہے, جو کہ خود الفارابی بھی اسی کا حصہ تھے اور وہی ہوگا. اور یہی تو میں نے کہا کہ اگر ہم اس کو صحیح طریقے سے انٹرپریٹ نہ کریں تو وہ تھیوکریسی کی طرف جائے گا, جو کہ الفارابی کا وہ جو بنتا ہے. تو اس لیے اس سے ہمیں بچنا ہے. دیر از نو اسپیس فار تھیوکریسی ان اسلام. ایسی کوئی چیز نہیں ہے, اس پہ سوال ہوں گے, لیکن وہ تھنکنگ پروسیس بہرحال آج ہمیں علم کو فوقیت دینی پڑے گی. ڈاکٹر ہاشمی صاحب, میں ان کو اس لیے کوٹ کر رہا ہوں کیونکہ ہماری گفتگو رہتی ہے اور وہ یہ بات کرتے ہیں کہ ہم کیوں پیچھے ہیں. اس لیے کہ ہمارا جو ہے آج لیڈ جو کرنا ہے وہ ہمارے علمی ادارے نہیں کر رہے. یعنی کوئی تھاٹ ہماری یونیورسٹیز کی طرف سے نہیں آتی, وہ تھاٹ کہیں اور جگہوں سے آتی ہے, اور اس میں ایک وائلنس ہوتا ہے, اور اس کے اندر جو ہے ایک نا دانشمندی ہوتی ہے. اور جو ڈاکٹر صاحب نے بات کی اس پہ اگر بات ہوتی تو وہ سویلائزیشن کو ہم ایک ٹوٹیلٹی میں جب دیکھتے ہیں تو ایک بات کرتے ہیں, ورنہ ایک دور تھا کہ 400 سال تک ابن سینا کی کتابیں جو ہیں وہ یورپ میں پڑھائی گئیں, ابن رشد کی کتابیں پڑھائی گئیں, اور یہ موسیٰ بن میمون جو تھے, میمونائٹ, یہ کون تھے؟ یہ سارے انہوں نے لیا, ہم نے اپنا دیا. آج ہم پیچھے ہیں, اور اس کا صرف ایک ہے کہ ہمیں علم کو رہنما بنانا چاہیے. اور یہ جو لیڈنگ پاور ہے وہ ہمیں یہ جو اسٹریٹ پاور کے لوگ ہیں ان سے لے کر, یہ جو موب جسٹس کے لوگ ہیں ان سے لے کر ہمیں اپنے محقق اور اسکالرز اور اہل علم و دانش کے ہاتھ میں دینی پڑے گی. اس کے علاوہ اور کوئی ذریعہ.
اوکے, تھینک یو.
تھینک یو.
یس, ایک منٹ.
میں نے یہ نہیں کہا کہ میں نے یہ کہا, میں نے یہ عرض کیا ہے کہ الفارابی یہ کہتے تھے, اور الفارابی کا مسئلہ یہ تھا کہ انہوں نے بہرحال فلسفیانہ اصطلاحوں میں, اور اسی لیے ہم الفارابی کو متکلم نہیں کہتے. آپ علم کلام اور فلسفے کے اگر فرق کو ملحوظ رکھیں تو آپ کو الفارابی کی مجبوری جو ہے وہ سمجھ آ سکتی ہے.
ٹھیک ہے. ہاں, یہاں پہ دیں ذرا, سامنے فرنٹ پہ.
السلام علیکم. میں ڈاکٹر سمر سلطانہ, کراچی یونیورسٹی سے. بہت ہی انفارمیٹیو, بہت ہی نالجبل, اور سب سے اہم بات یہ کہ آپ نے کمپیریٹیولی اس کو کوشش یہ کی کہ آج کے ہم جو حالات پہ بیس کر رہے ہیں اس سے ملانے کی کوشش کی ہے. اور اس سے ایک اور چیز ہمیں پتہ لگتی ہے کہ ہم صرف ایرسٹوٹل اور پلیٹو تک ہی محدود نہیں رہیں, ہابس لاک روسو تک ہی محدود نہیں رہیں. پلیٹو ایرسٹوٹل دونوں کے نظریات ہمیں فارابی میں نظر آتے ہیں اور بہت خوبصورتی سے نظر آتے ہیں. دوسری طرف ہابس لاک روسو نے جو سوشل کانٹریکٹ دیا ہے, اس سے پہلے ہمیں الفارابی کے یہاں کا سوشل کانٹریکٹ ملتا ہے اور بہت واضح ملتا ہے, جس سے خود ہابس لاک روسو مدد لیتے ہوئے نظر آتے ہیں. اہم چیز جو میں آپ سے پوچھنا چاہ رہی ہوں وہ یہ کہ الفارابی نے حکمراں کے لیے اس کی اور تمام ورکنگ ڈسٹریبیوشن کے لیے ان کی اہلیت اور قابلیت کی بات کی ہے. تو یہاں ہمیں کچھ مارکسزم کا نظریہ نظر آتا ہے, جس میں کہا جاتا ہے کہ اکارڈنگ ٹو کیپیبلٹیز ورک دیا جائے, رسپانسبلٹیز دی جائیں. تو یہ ہمارے لیے انتہائی بہتر نظر آتا ہے کہ اگر ہم الفارابی سے لے کر یہ چیزیں اپنے یہاں اگر قائم کریں تو کیا, میرا کوشچن یہ ہے کہ کیا یہ بہتر نہیں ہوگا کہ ہمارے سسٹم میں زیادہ تیزی سے تبدیلیاں اور بہتریاں آئیں؟
بالکل میڈم, میں آپ کی تائید کرتا ہوں اور میں نے اپنے پیپر میں کوٹ کیا ہے. الفارابی, میں حیران تھا, اور یہ جو آپ نے بات کی اس نے اس کو باقاعدہ طور پر ایک ایک پیشے کا نام لیا ہے, ایک ایک پروفیشن کا نام لیا ہے اور اس کی درجہ بندی کی ہے کہ کون سا کام, اور پھر اس نے وہ بالکل یہ جو اہلیت اور صلاحیت کے مطابق جو کام لینا ہے اور وہ جسم سے پھر اس کو ریلیٹ کرتا ہے, وہ کہتا ہے کہ جو اس کا نہیں ہے. تو ہر ایک جو ہے وہ اپنی سکل کے مطابق جب وہ کنٹریبیوٹ کرے گا تو ہی سوسائٹی گرو کرے گی. اور بالکل یہ, اور اس نے بڑی وضاحت کے ساتھ اس کو بیان کیا ہے. تو میں سمجھتا ہوں کہ الفارابی از دا موسٹ ریلیونٹ پرسن ہماری آج کی کنٹمپریری جو سوسائٹی ہے اور پولیٹیکل جو ایٹماسفیئر ہے اس کے حوالے سے.
اوکے,
تھینک یو ویری مچ.
آئی تھنک
لاسٹ وہ رہ گئے ہیں, اگر آپ بول سکتے ہیں تو.
نہیں
چلیں لے لیں مائک. اوکے.
ایکسیلنٹ ٹاک سر. سر میرا کوشچن یہ تھا کہ الفارابی کی جو کانسیپٹ زیادہ کلوزر کس سے تھا, سوشلسٹ, کمیونسٹ اور کیپٹلسٹ جو آج کل ہم دیکھتے ہیں, اور دوسرا کیا اس نے کوئی سلیکشن پروسیجر پہ ڈسکس کیا ہے, جیسے ہم اسلام میں کہتے ہیں کہ شورا سلیکٹ کریں. اچھا, شورا کی ممبر کی سلیکشن کیا پروسیس اس نے ڈیزائن کیا؟ کیونکہ امریکن ایک فلاسفر ہے, وہ کہتا ہے کہ 50 ایئرس بیفور اس نے کہا کہ اگر اف دا ڈیموکریسی ول بی میچورائز دین آور لیڈر ول بی اسٹوپڈ, ہے نا. تو اس کا مطلب یہ ایک بہت لیکنگ ہے. تو کیا اس پہ اس نے کوئی کمنٹس کیے؟
ہاں, یہ میرے تجزیے میں جو تھا وہ یہ میں نے اشارہ کیا کہ اس حوالے سے الفارابی جو ہیں وہ چونکہ یہ جو آج ہم سوال اٹھا رہے ہیں, اگر ہم الفارابی کے دور میں چلے جائیں, یہ ایک بڑا مسئلہ ہوتا ہے. تو اس زمانے میں جو پولیٹیکل جو تھاٹ تھی اور فکر تھی اور جو طریقہ تھا وہ یہ تھا کہ نظام تھا قبائلی. اس میں زیادہ سے زیادہ بھی ایون یہاں پہ آج کہا جاتا ہے جی جمہوریت ہم افلاطون اور ارسطو سے لیں گے, وہ تو قائل ہی نہیں ہے جمہوریت کے. کوئی جمہوریت ان کے ہاں نہیں تھی. ان کی کتاب ریپبلک سے یہ نہیں سمجھنا چاہیے کہ وہ ڈیموکریسی کی بات کر رہے ہیں, بلکہ ان کے ہاں ایسی چیزیں ملتی ہیں وہ رد کرتے ہیں. اس لیے یہ جو مسئلہ ہے اس کو الفارابی نے صرف اس کے جو اوصاف بیان کیے ہیں تو وہ اتنے سٹینڈرڈ ہیں. وہ یہ کہتا ہے کہ یہ بندہ ملنا ہی بڑا مشکل ہے. اس نے بلکہ ایک سیکنڈ آپشن بھی دیا ہے. جب 12 اوصاف کے بعد اس نے کہا ہے کہ یہ اگر نہ ہو تو پھر 6 والا جو ہے اس کو کیا جائے گا, اور اس کے لیے وہ جزیات میں نہیں گیا. اس نے ایک اصول پرنسپل سیٹ کیا ہے کہ جو اس پہ ہوگا اس کو لیں گے, اور وہ چونکہ اس نے کہا ہے کہ ایسا ہے کہ پوری ملت میں وہ بندہ ہی ایک آدھ ہوگا تو لہٰذا اس کو وہ خود بخود ہم لے لیں گے. وہ جزیات کے اندر نہیں گیا, اور یہ بھی ایک ایسا پہلو ہے کہ جس پہ ہم سمجھتے ہیں کہ آج ہمیں اس کو پر کرنا ہے. یہ خلا ہے اس کے فلسفے.
ٹھیک ہے, اوکے,
تھینک یو ویری مچ.
تھینک یو ویری مچ Dr. Hafiz Tahir Islam Askari for your very thought-provoking or provocative type of presentation. Certainly, I mean, you have raised many questions, and some of the questions have been responded, some have not. So you can, if you have questions from the panelists, you can ask during lunch time. We are proceeding for lunch, and we have maintained almost the schedule. We need to be back by 11:45, पौने 2 बजे sharp. Sorry. I'm so not 11:45, 1:45, which means that we have around 40 minutes for lunch. So I urge you to be here by 1:45 p.m. Thank you very much.
Actually, we have squeezed the lunch because of some commitments of our ambassadors for the closing session.
Okay. ये हाफिज साहब इतना गैप है टेक्नोलॉजी का
And another announcement for the participants that the certificates will be presented in the concluding session to all the participants.
Him conscious. In the Holy Book, our great Creator taught every worshipper, those who know me, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, find this gift from Allah, given to understand the secret of creation, and the source of the mind is knowledge and science. This Islam Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
تطغوا في
your excellent legacy of Al-Farabi.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Dear participants of the conference, the most important task of a human being when coming to this world is to recognize the Creator who made him conscious. In the Holy Book, our great Creator taught every worshipper, those who know me with their minds. It's known that the mind is a gift from Allah, given to understand the secret of creation, and the source of the mind is knowledge and science. This Islamic insight is based on mind recognizing the creations of Creator and left a deep mark on human civilization. A special Islamic civilization was formed on the basis of mind, wisdom and science reflected in Islamic religion. It gives the world unique scholars. Unfortunately, the prestige of science and the potential of advanced society of the time Muslim world is not appreciated today. When it comes to religion, extremism and terrorism have become a recurring topic. The role of science and education remains. The laws in Islamic countries and the number of religious extremists is increasing. The reason for this is the separation of the society from true Islam. The root of moral decline lies the complete ignorance of the great Creator, the disregard for mind, knowledge and science in his recognition. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Dear participants of the conference,
Sorry for the delay. There was some internet delay. So now we'll start the concluding session. And I would request our Coordinator General Comstech, His Excellency Professor Dr. Iqbal Chaudhary, to introduce our special lecture speaker.
Thank you, Aris. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. My very dear brother, Professor Dr. Numan al-Haq, Dr. Mones, distinguished scholars, Dr. Azna is here, lots of foreign participants despite the problems. You're actually coming to the end of a very exciting conference. You don't really see such events taking place in Pakistan. And largely through the effort of my very dear colleague, Professor Dr. Khurshid Hasnain, who has actually put together, in consultation of Dr. Numan, an excellent program. And this is my absolutely delightful responsibility that I introduce my dear brother, Professor Dr. Galim Kair Mutanaf, known as Professor Mutanaf all over the world, a renowned scholar of Kazakhstan and also the rector of one of the finest universities in Central Asia, Al-Farabi Kazakh National University. And I am associated with this university since last 22 years as an adjunct faculty. I've had the honor of receiving honorary doctorate degree. I have a laboratory there and lots of students. So my connection with Kazakhstan is very strong and deeply rooted in my own intellectual work, whatever I've did in the field of chemistry and biochemistry. Well, let me introduce Professor Mutanaf as a scholar par excellence. He has been selected by President Nazarbayev based on his scholarly contribution to lead this institution. Professor Mutanaf is, of course, a professor and academician of Academy of Sciences of Kazakhstan. He is also Doctor of Science and, of course, Rector of Farabi Kazakh National University, member of the World Academy of Art and Sciences, Vice President of the Academy of Sciences of Kazakhstan. His excellent management skills and commitment facilitated Kazakh National University to gain solid foundation in international higher education ranking. The use of innovative results-oriented management contributed to the transformation of KazNU, abbreviation of Kazakh National University, into a world-class university, research institution, which is has a deep-rooted research traditions now. Started managing universities at his early years. In 2002, he became the first Vice Minister of Education and Science of Kazakhstan. He's the author of over 500 scholarly work in the field of science and technology. For a standing contribution to the development of science and technology in Kazakhstan and Central Asia, he was awarded by several very high profile awards and honors, including the title of Cavalier of the Order of Academic Palm, France, the Cross of Order of Merit, Poland, and Order of Merit, Italy, the Order of CIS, Moscow, the Gold Medal of Republic of Korea, and many more. For scientific achievement, Professor Mutanaf was awarded by the ISISCO Prize, which is a sister organization in mathematics. The gold medal of Madame Curie, Poland, and many others are also including the long list of awards and honors bestowed upon him. Professor Mutanov is an honored figure of sports and Republic of Kazakhstan. He's among the masters of the sport of USSR in judo, wrestling. Likewise, he's also a scholar with his own creative potential in poetry, Kazakh poetry, and Professor Mutanov poetry collections have been translated in many languages. So similar to many medieval scientists and scholars, Professor Mutanov has a multifaceted personality with lots of dimensions, from music to poetry, from sports to science, and also, of course, a very good manager of an institution of higher learning. And more than that, he's a very strong advocate of inter-Islamic cooperation. His university is part of Comstech Consortium of Excellence and is also interacting with ComSets. So a number of distinctions and connection with Pakistan in the field of higher education and inter-Islamic linkages. With this, I would like to introduce Dr. Mutanov. His lecture was supposed to be delivered face-to-face, but he could not come at the last moment because of some political appointment. He has to go to Astana, and because of that, his recorded lecture is presented to you. Over to you, Bataiye.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Dear participants of the conference, the most important task of a human being when coming to this world is to recognize the Creator who made him conscious. In the Holy Book, our great Creator taught every worshipper, those who know me with their minds. It's known that the mind is gift from Allah, given to understand the secret of creation, and the source of the mind is knowledge and science. This Islamic insight is based on mind recognizing the creations of Creator and left a deep mark on human civilization. A special Islamic civilization was formed on the basis of mind, wisdom and science reflected in Islamic religion. It gives the world unique scholars. Unfortunately, the prestige of science and the potential of advanced society of the time Muslim world is not appreciated today. When it comes to religion, extremism and terrorism have become a recurring topic. The role of science and education remains the laws in Islamic countries, and the number of religious extremists is increasing. The reason for this is the separation of the society from true Islam. The root of moral decline lies the complete ignorance of the great Creator, the disregard for mind, knowledge and science in his recognition. Therefore, we should pay special attention to the golden age of Arab Muslim thought and define the truth. The issues raised by Muslim philosophy as the link of religion and science. The role of faith and mind, recognizing the Creator should become the subject of religious research today. The true example of this orientation is the category of mind of Al-Farabi, the thinker of Otrar, one of the leading representatives of the Muslim Renaissance, known to the world as the second teacher. Al-Farabi defined man as hayawan aqil, a conscious animal, and attached high importance to the active and creative mind, making religion depend on philosophy. Al-Farabi stated that the leading place in the field of theoretical knowledge is in philosophy, that is, in science. The virtuous religion is like philosophy, according to the thinker, because philosophy proves the content of the virtuous religion. Thus, it gives impulse to the further development of scientific ideas. We believe that everyone who follows the path of religion will find a wise solution to the disturbing questions in the teachings of Al-Farabi. He set an example for those who accepted religious teachings in a calm, natural way and did not create fornicators and religious fanatics who use religion to achieve glory and wealth. These inhuman, socially pathological ideals and norms. In the 21st high-tech century, we are witnessing and strengthening imbalance between progress in science and technology and the sharp regression in the spiritual and moral sphere. Thus, the value disorientation of modern civilization occurred, leading to protracted and deepest spiritual crisis that our society is experiencing. Under these conditions, Al-Farabi's teaching about the virtuous society based on morality acquires a special meaning. Al-Farabi offers one answer, the virtue, to any forms of social destructiveness, aggression, and cruelty. It is the virtue that is a mandatory minimum, that severe necessity, without which the full functioning of a society is impossible. This is Al-Farabi's fundamental vision, and it can serve as a starting point in the building a more prosperous and sustainable world. Al-Farabi proposes the doctrine of a virtuous society based on the common happiness and the desire of people to help each other. Dear participants of the conference, as time has shown, the strength of each state is determined by public consciousness. Educational institutions have become the special force of the society development. In this regard, the leading university of Kazakhstan, Al-Farabi Kazakh National University, is implementing the Al-Farabi University Smart City project based on the teachings of Al-Farabi Al-Madina Al-Fadila in order to humanize the society we live in. This project is based not only on training of competitive professionals, but also in the formation of universal values, the promotion of spiritual and moral virtues. In this regard, we have a lot of things to borrow from Islam and the Islamic world. One of them is training finance specialists based on Islamic virtues. We hope that the Islamic Finance Center, which was launched at our university in order to realize such human mission, will contribute to the creation of a virtuous society in the country. At the same time, it is very important to train Islamic scholars who interpret Islam correctly. We discussed these issues during a meeting with Sheikh Al-Azhar, the spiritual leader of the Sunni world, the Honorable Mr. Ahmed Al-Taib, and joint projects are being implemented in cooperation with Al-Azhar University now. As a global hub for sustainability of the United Nations Academic Impact Program, Al-Farabi Kazakh National University presented the next generation University 4.0 model based on the project Al-Farabi University Smart City at the United Nations headquarters in New York. It is recommended for wide dissemination at the international level as a promising model for the development of modern universities. This project is being implemented by our university together with UN Alliance of Civilizations. The project aims to unite the spiritual potential of all universities around the world and work together to educate virtuous citizens of the world. Al-Farabi centers established in more than 10 countries of the world are also actively involved in the implementation of this mission. Dear Jamaat, Al-Farabi addressed to the whole mankind. People can achieve happiness only by uniting, only through the unification of many people who help each other. Human can attain the perfection he deserves. Let the appeal of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam yassiri wala tuassiri wa bassiri wala tunafiri. Facilitate, do not aggravate. Rejoice and do not frighten. Serve as a guide for all of us for the humanization of society in the future. I wish you all good luck and prosperity.
Now we will move on to the panel discussion. I would request Advisor Comstech, Professor Dr. Khurshid Hasnain, to moderate the panel discussion.
So we're coming to the last academic activity of this program, and that, as you know, is a panel discussion in which we have a very distinguished panel to discuss the issue, the topic of science and Islamic world, a philosophical perspective. We have in this panel, I'll introduce them a little later, Mr. Ehsan Masood, who's online with us from UK. Is he? So welcome to Mr. Ehsan Masood, and I hope he's keeping well in the midst of this unfortunate increase in the intensity of COVID-19 in UK. We have Professor Noman al-Haq. Please, is he on the panel? Okay. And Professor Iqbal Chaudhry and Dr. Ghazna Khalid. Each of them is eminently suitable for discussion of this topic, which includes, covers the area both of the past, the history of the Islamic science, and the present challenges and the situation as it exists on the ground. So let me just say a few words about our panelists. So for those of you who may not be, have missed some of the earlier introductions, just a few words. Mr. Ehsan Masood is a very well-known journalist and expert in science criticism and science policy and various other aspects of science for the public. He is editorials editor and bureau chief for Africa and the Middle East at the science journal Nature. His latest book on how the GDP became the world's dominant economic formula will be published in March. His previous books, again, now relates to the topic of this discussion, include Science and Islam, a history, and the second one is Dry, Life Without Water. He's also a former Knight Science Journalism Fellow at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and has written and presented documentary programs for BBC4. Our second panelist, Professor Noman al-Haq, has been already well familiar to our audience. I just remind you that he is again in a very eminent way suitable and appropriate for this discussion as someone who is, of course, an expert on science, history, and philosophy of the Islamic world. And he's, as you know, the Dean of the School of Liberal Arts and Presidential Advisor at the University of Management and Technology in Lahore. And concurrently, he is visiting scholar at the University of Pennsylvania and the University of California, Berkeley. And of course, he has a very distinguished academic career with this number of books and edited volumes. And because, as I mentioned in my early introduction, he started initially in the area of physics and electronics, and then he thought better of it and shifted towards this field of history and philosophy of science. So he will be, of course, shedding light on the various aspects of this topic. Our third panelist, Professor Iqbal Chaudhry, again needs no introduction to all of us, but just to remind you that he is not only the scientist, the science administrator, he is well familiar with the both the problems and the opportunities, as well as the developments that are taking place in the Muslim countries in his capacity as the Coordinator General of Comstech, as well as the Director of the International Center for Chemical and Biological Sciences. He has a long list of awards. If I continue reading all of them, probably we will run out of time. But of course, let me mention a few of them. He has won the Distinguished National Professor, Distinguished Meritorious Professor Awards from the Higher Education Commission and University of Karachi, respectively. He has several national, international awards, the Hilal Imtiaz, Sidara Imtiaz, Tamgha Imtiaz from the government of Pakistan. And importantly, he is a recipient of the first Khwarizmi International Award and prize from the President of Islamic Republic of Iran. And also I may mention that in recognition of his contributions to the advancement of drug discovery and natural product chemistry, the government of Nigeria has opened a research center, Iqbal Chaudhry Center for Natural Products Chemistry in southern Nigeria region. He's recognized for his original contributions in the fields of natural products and bioorganic chemistry. And finally, and last but not the least, certainly, we have Dr. Ghazna Khalid Siddiqui, who is academic from the area of medical sciences. She's currently serving as advisor health emergencies to the National Disaster Management Authority in the Prime Minister's Secretariat. She's a clinical academic with an MD specialization in women's health and gynecology from the University of London and a PhD looking at the molecular basis of breast and ovarian cancer in Pakistan from University College London. She has extensive experience working with the development organizations and international donor agencies to improve women's health, maternal and newborn health, and pregnancy outcomes in developing countries. She has worked extensively in the MENA region and served as ambassador for women's health for MENA region for the Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists. So as you can see, this panel covers the various areas that we hope to cover in this discussion. Let me just give you the structure that we will be following in this. I will introduce the subject or the topic in a few minutes, just to familiarize the audience with what we are hoping to achieve and to discuss. So after my introduction to the topic, I request the speakers, each of them, to speak for 5 or 6 minutes each in the following order. Mr. Hassan Masood will start the discussion, and followed by Professor Nomanul Haq, Professor Iqbal Chaudhry, and Dr. Ghazna Khalid. After this initial comments, I will request the speakers to make any comments they wish to make on the observations or the remarks of the other speakers, or to exchange their comments or questions amongst themselves for another 15 minutes. And finally, we will then have 15 more minutes for the questions from the audience. So with this structure, let me just say, what is it that we are trying to look at in the framework of this discussion? Of course, we go from the questions that, as practicing scientists, most of us over here, that bother us, or that raise their heads in our minds, and that is how is it that we are in the situation that we are now with regard to science in the Muslim countries. For example, just to give you one figure, that there are like 1.8 billion Muslims in the world, and from this large population, I can find only 3 scientists from the Muslim countries who have got Nobel Prizes. In comparison, you can look at, for example, the state of Israel, which has like an 8.6 million population and has got 5 science Nobel laureates. And if you look at the laureates from the Jewish people, they're like 130 who have won Nobel Prizes. So why are we lagging behind as far as we are at all other indicators to indicate? So that is of course, the driving question of what is it that is wrong with us now. But we look at it and the perspective of the past. So what were the unique features that inspired and sustained the glorious era of the Muslim science in the so-called classical period from the 8th to the 14th century AD? The mental approach that our scientists like Al-Farabi had, the civilizational ethos of the Muslim rise, the Muslim self-confidence in their being and in their approach towards knowledge, and maybe also the political and social environment in which these scientists or philosophers of the past operated. Then we ask ourselves what led to the weakening of this glorious era and then to the dwindling off thereafter when the West rose in the Renaissance and the post-Renaissance period. So what happened then and what factors can we identify if possible? And then finally, well, not finally, but maybe going on, we ask first, of course, we were colonized, most of our countries, and what effects did the colonization process have in our mental attitudes or our priorities, and also maybe the economic and social structures that came into being with the priorities of the elites of many of our countries. What does it have to do with the structure of modern science as that of the ancient science? How do our mental attitudes towards knowledge and the scientific project of discovery have to do with it? Are we victims of a lack of self-assuredness? The challenge between faith and reason, is that something which is problematic for us? And finally, of course, the idea that do our states recognize the importance of science, and do they put their money where their mouth is, and do they commit themselves with the seriousness and resolve that is required to develop science in our countries? So all these are the questions that relate to the present, and then so we would, of course, expect some of our panelists to talk about what is the current situation as they see, what problems are encountered by actual practicing scientists in promotion of high quality research in development of the resources and the human resources. And finally, what are the bright spots on the horizon of our sciences, of our academic institutions, and what steps needs to be undertaken to have a sustained process of revival of science at the frontiers. What does the future hold in store for us? So with these comments, or this my effort to sort of put it in layman's term for the audience, I would request now our first panelist, Mr. Ahsan Masood, to give his opinion on the subject.
Professor Khurshid, Professor Hasnain, thank you so much for your opening remarks and for your kind introduction. Good morning from London, everybody. Thank you so much for this kind invitation to speak to your event today. My name is Ahsan Masood. I'm a science writer, I'm a science journalist, and I'm on the editorial staff at Nature, the journal. Here in London, as many of you will know, we've just been hit with some quite disturbing news about the new variant in COVID-19, but I will not dwell on that really for.
Can you speak a little bit? You're slightly hearing.
Am I a little bit muted?
Okay, fine.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Go ahead.
Is that better? Oh, okay. All right. So I'm going to say a little bit about a project that I was involved with Comstech, and I know you've been talking about some impressively deep history. I'm going to go into and talk about a project called the Atlas of Islamic World Science and Innovation, which was about 15 years ago now. And Professor Khurshid, you've talked about some of the challenges and the opportunities of science in the OIC countries. I think these are very well known to your audience and to those following online. There are challenges of funding. The OIC region, or many of the OIC regions, are some of the lowest funders of research and development, as measured by national income or national wealth. Science publishing, research publishing more broadly, is often a challenge for various reasons that you will know. And another ingredient which is really, really key to good science and scientific development, of course, is cooperation. And the period that you've been talking about, the period of Al-Farabi and many other notable researchers and scientists from previous history, these are often periods, in a way, that the period that we're now starting to come out of, which was a period of cooperation, of openness, of the ability, the freedom to travel, the freedom to move, change and discuss ideas. And the Atlas of Islamic World Science and Innovation Project was conceived around 15 years ago to try and explore whether scientific cooperation between the OIC member states and also between some countries in the Northern Hemisphere and the OIC could be improved. There were a number of project partners. Comstech was very much involved, as was the OIC Secretariat in Jeddah. There was ourselves at Nature as a publisher, and there was the Royal Society of London, the UK, the British Science Academy. And it was, when I look back at it now, we had a publication which you can find online to start the process of, called A New Golden Age. I think there was a lot of optimism that as the new millennium was starting, this was a period of kind of great potential for cooperation to happen. And then over the sort of subsequent years, lots of reports were published, particularly assessments around the potential for cooperation between different countries, between Turkey and Pakistan and Iran, the countries of the Gulf Cooperation Council in the African continent, in Southeast Asia, and in the Central Asian states. And it was not without its challenges. Of course, there were challenges, between the member states. There were challenges between institutions outside the OIC and within the OIC. But overall, I would say, there was a real sense of optimism that something different, something could happen as the new millennium began. Then, of course, as many of you know, about 10 years ago this month, in fact, we had the Arab revolutions. And this was a very important and extremely, how can I call it, influential episode in the history of our regions. And in some ways, again, it was a period of great optimism and, of course, a period of great challenge. I think there was a lot of optimism from young people that, most of the OIC countries, as you know, are, there's a much greater proportion of younger people than there are in the Northern Hemisphere. And I think they felt that here was a real opportunity, that their voice could be heard, that their talents could be utilized and harnessed, and that they could be part of change and that they could drive change. This, of course, as we know, was not to be in many countries. And I think the real tragedy coming out of, among the many tragedies coming out of that period, of course, was just the instability that was unleashed and the situation that we're now seeing in countries like Syria, for example, in Yemen, for example, in Libya and elsewhere. And I think, again, we're talking about history. As the history is written, the role that we play as writers and journalists is very much chroniclers of the contemporary, we're observers of the present. But I think as the sort of diva history is written, that episode and what happened afterwards, of course, did extinguish a lot of nascent scientific collaboration. And I'm not necessarily just talking about this particular project, the Atlas of Islamic World Science and Innovation Project, but just, I think, intra-OIC cooperation and cooperation between the OIC states and outside. I would say, and really just to end, looking back on that episode, what struck me was that you had an OIC Secretary General at the time who was from Turkey. The director of science in the Secretariat was from Iran. His senior colleague was from Malaysia. There were colleagues who were British, Canadian, from the Gulf Cooperation Council countries. And it was a truly multinational effort. And I think going forwards, the lesson from today's science and from what's happening around the world, and the lesson from before, is that cooperation must remain. And the doors and the windows to dialogue and talking and sharing knowledge really need to stay. The technology, of course, now allows it to happen at lightning speed, which didn't happen back then. And there are, of course, pros and cons to that as well. But that's really just the thought that I wish to leave you with. Thank you.
Thank you, Hassan, for your comments, we will come back to you with some questions and some further elaboration of the trends. Now let me request Numanullah to give us a bit of the historical perspective to the situation.
You can hear me now. Well, thank you. Ehsan, I was hoping that you will confront me with some questions and you will just provoke me to say a few things. But you know, you gave a very self-contained, very thoughtful analysis of how you understand things going on in the contemporary Islamic world. You know, I am a historian, and I look at this problem from a historical point of view. First of all, this question of decline that is raised over and over again, to me, is a loaded question. And if you might allow me, I'm going to mess it up for you. In more solemn terms, one would say that I would problematize this question. One way of looking at the situation is to say that the tradition of science in Islam continues. It continues not in Muslim societies, but outside Muslim societies. Because I see a continuity between the Greek and other classical traditions, the Arabic tradition and the Latin tradition. A problem that was raised by Ibn al-Haytham in the 11th century reappears, going through a whole career. It would reappear in the 20th century in the case of Einstein. The issues of space and time that are discussed by Razi, Zakaria Razi. We see them reappearing in Newton. Earlier on, Dr. Khurshid asked the question as to whether Copernicus names any Muslim astronomers. And I want to say it very explicitly that he does in his day Revolution bus. He names five Muslim astronomers, Al-Battani, Avarui, Sabit, Qurra, and so on. He does name them. So there is a continuity. The only thing is that it is not happening in areas where Muslims are in majority. So this is one way of looking at it. And the other thing that we have to keep in mind is that we have a mountain of manuscripts lying in world libraries unstudied. And ironically, much of this treasure is in Europe, and not in the Islamic world, in Paris, in Oxford, in Cambridge, and so on. And they are lying unstudied. You just go to Paris and you see how many of these manuscripts are there, and nobody has looked at them. So we really don't know what is in those manuscripts before we can make a conclusion about what happened. Now, let me talk about a few things as I see them, and assuming that there is a problem, and there is a problem, something has happened. How to formulate it, how to conceptualize it is another matter, but something has happened. One thing that I see in the Islamic world, Malaysia or Pakistan or Saudi Arabia, or indeed the OIC countries, is this obsession with what I call scientism. I'm not the only one to call it scientism. This is not a term that I invented, but I used it. I think I articulated um, very in great detail in my writings. Scientism, what does it mean? Scientism as opposed to science. I say that science is a free exploration of nature, which has to do with one's imagination, one's creativity, unlocking the nature of this cosmos. That is the process of science, and imagination has no limits. The only limits in the case of science is nature itself. Nature itself is the limiting factor. Otherwise, we can do whatever we want to do with this nature. There could be alternatives to the theory of relativity, and people have talked about it, except that relativity is perhaps the best that we have. This obsession with scientism means that science has to yield fruit. It has to give economic developments. It has to be applied. Now, there are very, very few pure scientists in Pakistan. Most of the people are doing applied research. They think that labs create science. I disagree. Labs don't create science. Labs are a result of the theoretical need of science, that you have labs. Labs do not create science. In terms of labs, we have labs in Pakistan in a very high number, but we don't do much of science. And this obsession with technology, meaning science, considering science to be technology. This is another aspect of scientism. Science is technology, but it is not. I remember as a young fellow when Professor Abdul Salam, he came to Karachi and he gave a lecture in the physics department. He was taken to the guest house of Karachi University, and some physics students were chasing him. And they were asking, "Sir, what is the application of your theory? Sir, what is the application of it?" And he was trying to evade the question. In the end, he turned back and he said, "None, my dear fellow, none. I only know more about this mysterious cosmos of God. This mysterious cosmos is known more to me. I don't know." And indeed, history of science tells me this. Those who invented the steam engine did not know the laws of thermodynamics. They were not physicists. They were traders. Indeed, scientists could explain the working of the steam engine much, much later. A mechanic knows how to fix a car, but will not know Carnot's cycle, will not know the laws of thermodynamics. This happened. So technology can develop in the absence of science. In fact, steam engine is the time of Newtonianism, and they never even went to university, those people who invented the steam engine, and it could not be explained until way after. The case of Boole, George Boole, Boolean algebra, for example, Boolean logic is applicable in digital electronics, but it was developed quite aside from any application. So one has to think about that, but we have to concern ourselves with conceptual issues, with theoretical issues, with fundamental issues. And this is what Professor Abdul Salam did. He was talking about, he was thinking about and working on fundamental issues. So that is one point. This obsession with scientism. Science must yield results, and it should be applied. I know that we need to eat, we need to create wealth, but then we need pure research as well. We need to nurture the power of imagination. We need to nurture the ability to explore and explore. Harvard University will not accept a grant if it is geared to making a product. They will refuse any grant you give them. Give them $1 billion, they will not take it. They want pure research, and they do pure research, and hence their leadership. This is exactly what I see in Professor Abdul Salam. It is pure scientific research. So this obsession, and another obsession is what I call reductionism, meaning that every aspect of human knowledge is reducible to science. So science can teach everything to everything else, but no other discipline can teach anything to science. So literature will teach nothing to science, and music can teach nothing to science, and so on. Literary criticism can teach nothing to science, but science can teach everything to them. and all other disciplines of human activity sufficiently purified will become like physics. This is co-reductionism. This is another conceptual issue that I wanted to raise. Now, the issue is this problem. We need to eat. We need to create wealth. We just don't talk about theories and fundamentally. Just a couple of hours ago, Muiz Hassan told us that the changes in science, they are metaphysical changes. Copernicus was less accurate at the time than Ptolemy was. Ptolemy, the geocentric system, gives better predictions than the system of Copernicus. Copernicus, if you read his De Revolutione Bus, with which I began, you will see that he argues for his theory on aesthetic grounds. It is mathematically elegant. It is not, you know, he likens the system of Copernicus with a monster. He says that, you know, you have a portrait in which you have the beautiful face of a baby and the body of a woman and the muscular hand of a very handsome youth. Put them all together, you don't get a good portrait, you get a monster. This is what Copernicus is doing. But this is what Ptolemy is doing. He's giving us patchwork, not a mathematically elegant system. So it was accepted not on empirical grounds, but on grounds of its mathematical elegance. It made sense, its simplicity. So one has to understand these things. Now, I noticed that there is this rigidity that exists in the Islamic world, and the very first point that I had made about the fact that there is a continuity not happening in the Islamic world but elsewhere, and it is for this reason that we must not dismiss what is science today, because if you dismiss science, you dismiss your own work. People don't understand that. To this rhetoric, it's a Western thing. It's not an Islamic thing. Muslims shouldn't do it. They should reject the Western science. This is absurd because then it kills what you have yourself done. We have to espouse science. We have to support what is going on in MIT. So that is the other thing. The problem is that there is a tremendous insecurity, and it is for this reason that when I talk about the history of science, I've often accused that, you know, you were talking about the past, let's talk about the present. But the thing is that I cannot make sense of the present till I have a context. I have to be anchored. I have to be anchored in history. There has to be an anchor. There has to be a conceptual anchor. Otherwise, I'll make no sense of where I am, how I got here, which way to look, what is the right answer. I would not know without knowing history. So, you know, this lack of confidence. What was happening in the Islamic world was a humanistic exercise. Professor Moniz yesterday asked me about a question on secularism, and I resisted applying that term to the classical Islamic times. But in effect, the system was secular. It was secular because there was no clergy to force a policy upon the government. The governments were always free to do their own policies. Scientists were always free to do what they wanted to do. No scientist was ever persecuted because of his scientific ideas, which is not the case in Europe. We know the case of Galileo, for example. There's no equivalent of Galileo. They could do people such as Zakaria Razi. They say things that are disastrous, but nobody did anything to them. They were left alone. So one has to understand that. So what have I said? I've said, first of all, that we might readjust ourselves conceptually and think that there is in a sense a continuity. There's no decline. It's said that it is not happening here. One thing. The other thing is that we have to re-examine this obsession with scientism. Science must produce results. Science must give me, you know, science is TV sets. Science is computers. Science is technology. This is not the case. We have to do some conceptual work, and this is something which we are not doing. We think that machines can bring science, which is not the case. Rigidity is a problem.
the lack of security. And the lack of security is ironically because there is no historical knowledge. People don't read. They don't read Copernicus. They don't read Latin. They don't read Arabic. They do not know. People are in denial when I say, look, Averroes is mentioned in Copernicus in their revolutionary past. When I say that Al-Battani is in their revolutionary past. When I say that Ar-Zarqali is in their revolutionary past of Copernicus, they don't understand, and they don't know that the defense is not an empirical defense on the part of Copernicus. It is a conceptual defense. It is a defense in terms of mathematical elegance and beauty and simplicity, not because the results were better. I have nearly consumed my ration, so I'm going to stop here. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Naman. But I can't resist making a comment myself being an experimental scientist, at least I was. I think there's a little confusion here. We fully agree with I agree with your comments about scientism, but I mean, the mention of labs not creating science is almost blasphemous. If you will look back at the history of science, you'll realize, I know physics particularly, that I guess there was 90% maybe of the theories of physics developed as a consequence of the observations and experiments which theorists tried to explain, and of course did explain. I can go all the way from general relativity to superconductivity, and it's all general relativity is the only exception, you can say. So let's talk about the difference between applied research in laboratories and pure research. I agree to the extent that applied research does not create science-based technology. But of course, we do pure research also or basic research in our laboratories. And that, of course, does create science, the way at least I understand it. So now I move on to the next speaker.
May I just say one short sentence? I'm not going to say a long sentence, very short sentence. It is that please understand that observations are made in the light of a theory. The observation will make no sense till you have a theory to make sense of the observation. You have theory precedes the observation. You must know Ohm's law before you say that the current is flowing. It's not observation. It's a theoretical statement. So when a scientist makes an observational statement, he is making a theoretical statement because it is couched within a theoretical framework. Otherwise, it will make no sense.
Excellencies, after such an in-depth synopsis of what Professor Noman has mentioned, I really feel that scientists' view would be more naive and superficial. But I want to start from what Professor Abdul Salam, Nobel laureate from Pakistan, said. And he was, throughout his life, he really worked very hard to culminate this culture of science in the Muslim world. So what he said was that of all the civilizations on this planet, science is the weakest in the lens of Islam. The dangers of this weakness cannot be overemphasized, since the honorable survival of a society depends directly on its science and technology capacity of the present day. I just want to extrapolate of what Dr. Rashid mentioned. We are 1/5 of humanity, over 1.5 billion people. 800 million of them are below the age of 23. A tremendous pool of creativity, which can change the whole landscape of science and technology and education, in fact, intellectual pursuit in the Muslim world. 57 states who claim to be Islamic state. The research productivity is less than 10%, and only 5% of them are ever cited. When it comes to the financial contributions, the input which we give is 0.3%, well below the global average, even less than many of the African countries of non-OIC region. Now, we all know about the glory of a glorious period of Islam. We know that there were time of dark ages when Europe was in deep ages of ignorance, Islam was producing scholars like Al-Farabi, Ibn Rushd, Ibn Sina, and others. And the answer, how can we come out of it? How can we move forward? You know, what are the most wise way of moving forward out of this? I see it in the life of Al-Farabi. You know, when I was listening all these lectures, wonderful presentations, and people talk about briefly about his life. So someone born perhaps in a village of Kazakhstan, in a very poor family, he got the opportunity of becoming one of the greatest scholars ever born. And how it actually happened was, some ingredients come through. It's like a divine help which he actually was able to get. But these divine help are the essential ingredients of today. We are coming out, if we wish to come out of this misery. You know, he was able to travel, so mobility was easy. He could travel to any place on the face of the earth in search of knowledge. Can we do that today? Is this easy for us? Second, he was able to benefit from people of other religions, scholars from Jewish faith or Christian faith without any problem. Is this a normal thing in the Muslim world? Are we able to do that? He was able to enroll scholars from different faiths, and he was able to teach them. Is this common in our countries? He was able to get state support for his absolutely bewildered project, which nobody could understood at that time because he was far ahead of his time. He was able to get support from the highest office in Baghdad. He was working for Baitul Hikmah, and he could do anything with the tremendous financial support which he has received. Do we have that for? We don't have it. You know, for every penny you receive from the government, they want you to produce something. So this is what Dr. Numanul Haq has actually mentioned. You know, if applied research become out of the day, you can't do what you really want to do in terms of curiosity-driven research. He was able to move from Baghdad to Damascus and other places also. It was happening all over. And his time, Cordoba was a center of scholarship. Baghdad was a center of scholarship. Damascus was a center of scholarship. Halab was a center of scholarship. And you know who were working there? Not only Muslims. There were lots of Armenians. There were lots of Christians. There were lots of Jews. There were lots of people from other faiths without any problem in the pursuit of knowledge. Do we have that today? We don't have it this today. The whole paradigm which is required to produce Al-Farabi and science, which is required to be resurrected in the Muslim world, required exactly the same ingredients. You need to extrapolate. You can think of what needs to be done. But from mobility to providing opportunities from state funding and a sustained support to access to knowledge from anywhere, I think these are essential ingredients of what we need to do in our societies. Now, we often think, we have a very linear thinking. We often think that finances are the major reasons. You know, I mentioned that in the first sentence also. But this is not actually, because we have really seen lots of very rich institutions emerge in many countries of the world. I can tell you there are universities who were built with $12 billion in the first 3 years, you know, who received $2 billion in recurring grant. There are cities in Gulf countries which are built, and there are many foreign universities there for making money also. There are missions sent abroad on the other planets also. So many things actually happening. Question is it really changing the state of science in the Muslim world? Perhaps not to a significant extent. So money is not the issue at all. Money is certainly to some level is an impediment, and you need to be invested also. The real answer is what Dr. Numan mentioned. I think this whole cultural change is what is really needed. Because what is needed is is freedom of thought. We should be able to question, because in science, when we read, every scientific theory is essentially considered as dogmatic. But then people ask questions about that then become a theory which can be questioned. And then it's changed all over because people bring new theories also. Do we have this culture of questioning? Do we have this liberty of asking absolutely bizarre questions? Because that is the basis of any scholarship, any intellectual pursuit based on and society's capacity to think freely and let them live. So really, in our society, culture become dogmatic, religion becomes a dogmatic also. Even academic practices become dogmatic. In such culture, nothing can flourish. So what I really want to pursue, what I really want to propose, that I think is extremely important, that we really move forward in changing the culture of knowledge generation and knowledge seeking. My first encounter with philosophy was in Cornell University, when my teacher, Professor Raoul Hoffman, he talked about philosophy of science. We don't have that. We have deliberately eliminated philosophy from our curriculum because nobody wants us to have a culture of questioning and reasoning. It is not the order of the day, is not pursued. And as a result of it, we have very superficial understanding of science. And when we have very superficial understanding of science and we do not have capacity of asking questions and engage in peaceful dialectical pursuit, then we can only produce 3 Nobel laureates as contrast to 115 million Jewish people.
Thank you, Dr. Iqbal, for your comments. And maybe I'll have one question to ask you, which probably I had mentioned earlier. How do you see the progress? How do you see the opportunities coming out? And what are the bright spots that you see in the horizon?
To be honest, I'm not very optimistic. We work in this organization. We are direct on top of everything. We see what is actually happening. So you find everybody talks about science and technology because there is somehow it become a buzzwords, and it's more of a rhetoric rather than action. So you don't really find a real change. I mean, they are willing to invest tremendous amount of money on projects for funfair. They can create institutions for foreigners. They can have cities of science and technology. They can send spaceships to Mars or whatever. But the fact is, real change is not really taking place. Another very gross failure, which you struggle every day, is inter-Islamic cooperation. Even if some countries are investing in science and technology, they are not willing to share it with the other countries also. So I don't want to be pessimistic, but I really feel that there is a lot need to be changed at every stage.
Thank you. We move to Dr. Ghazna Khalid. I just make a question to her before I pass on to her. You work in the area where really science becomes technology and becomes in medical technology a very direct effects it has on people, their welfare and their being. So how do you see the whole picture emerging in Pakistan and other countries where science is directly and technology are directly helping helping to take care of people's needs? You see it as a movement forward, which gives you hope and which gives you see opportunities for development further.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Indeed, a pleasure to talk to your excellencies, and I've been given this opportunity. Sir, in direct, in response to your question, it's an amazing opportunity. We only have to look at the COVID scenario, which is the bane of humanity's existence right now. And you allude to how science and technology can be driven from bench to bedside. So that is the concept science promotes. We've revolutionized, I mean, look, we've developed a vaccine in so much in a year, and that is a huge challenge which would have taken many, many years. So the promotion of bench to bedside medicine, science should go hand in hand. And you referred to Pakistan, and one of the things that I worked on with Dr. Iqbal, and we were on the COVID task force. And I think one of the things that is missing, if I may say so, in Pakistan, is the marriage of science and medicine. And I'm fortunate to have a scientific background. And if we don't have the marriage of science and medicine, you can't propel the theories that will derive better treatment modalities for patients. So I hope that answers your question to an extent. I also would like to, my colleagues here alluded to the glorious past and the challenges that face the Islamic world with scientific pursuit. And my esteemed colleague mentioned that some of scientific pursuit or excellence is seen as un-Islamic. If we look at advocacy and work towards priming the countries that we live in, that science is indeed incredibly Islamic, because Islam focuses on the pursuit of knowledge, ilm. And it doesn't also distinguish between the pursuit or the acquisition of knowledge between male and female. And as a woman, as a scientist of being a woman, there is nothing in Islam to stop us pursuing scientific knowledge. And actually it is deemed necessary to pursue education. And I think the sooner that our societies recognize that, and we develop the collaboration to do that, and look at lobbying towards gearing women into science and women into the forefront of science, which is a huge proportion of our societies, but as well as what we've just alluded to, that stopping the whole notion of Islam or Western science being un-Islamic. I'd also like to think about for a second, and I'd like the audience to think about what out of this adversity, how we can derive opportunity. And yes, we can talk, and I'm very ill-informed to talk about the Islamic past, but out of this adverse situation of COVID, what lessons have we learned? How quickly is the Islamic world, or some of the world in this region, going to get the vaccine? How many of the countries that we live in, or the 57 member states, have vaccine producing capabilities? And that's food for thought, because why should we be dependent on other people? Why should we have reliance on our Western or other regional counterparts? And that is there the opportunity. We can basically begin to have linkages that will produce volumes of genetic research and develop the capacity of our countries to go forward and have that scientific revolution, which is so much required, or the resurrection that is so much required in the Islamic world. But until we have the societies that able to understand that it's not un-Islamic, then we will never be able to do that. Genome-wide association studies, which is something very close to my heart, requires thousands of samples. So Islamic cooperation, where they may have different genetic diseases from different regions, and they will have, why can't we look at doing genome-wide associations to look at non-communicable diseases and diabetes, cancer, all the non-communicable diseases? And this will give us the biggest gene pool that we could possibly ever have. But this requires knowledge sharing, and knowledge sharing for the greater good. And so I will leave the audience with food for thought, that create your role models in the Islamic world for women scientists, remove the glass ceiling, and that will come from nations promoting women in science. And the humanitarian aspect of that is very Islamic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Razna. We have very little time left for this session. I'll just have one closing comment from Ehsan Masood, who's been left out of the conversation for quite a while. Ehsan, a brief comment on any of the things that you would like to share with us. Ehsan Masood, can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, no, I can hear you. No, I've just been listening and learning. It again, I'm sorry that it's not possible to be with you at this event. I just want to really just pick up on both the comments that Professor Iqbal Chowdhury and Dr. Khalid have both said, which is just really about the value of cooperation. I mean, I suppose I noticed, Iqbal, you're a little bit more or a little bit less optimistic, and Dr. Khalid, you're possibly a little bit more optimistic. I'm myself, I think I'd say I'm in the optimistic camp, but it also may be because there's a definite lack of knowledge on my part. One thing that we really can't get away from is that there are some quite considerable geopolitical shifting sands that are underway. And, you know, what is extraordinary about this virus, for example, is that the nations with some of the largest healthcare spending have been the ones that have completely mismanaged their response to the virus, not necessarily in the sense of their scientific and technological capability, but just in terms of the public health measures that they put in place. And that's quite a salutary lesson for those of us who sit on the kind of more basic R&D side. You know, most of my day I'm just looking at research papers, basic research papers, and the countries of the European Union, the United States, and now the UK, which is outside the EU. You know, these nations are extraordinarily ahead in foundational science and to some extent in translational research. And yet these nations, all of us where I'm sitting, have really quite badly mishandled the response to COVID. And I think that's quite a salutary lesson. It's a salutary lesson in terms of the relationship between basic R&D, how much we spend on our basic R&D and our public health. And it's a salutary lesson in our unwillingness to cooperate with our neighbors and with the global community, regardless of what, you know, some of those of us in the political class might be saying. And so I think it's complicated. Yeah, with that, I'm going to leave you back to you, Professor Khurshid.
Thank you very much, Ehsan. I think we've had the opinions and observations of our panel. So we have about 5-6 minutes for the audience to ask questions, because we have to close the activities. So we open to the floor. If you have any questions, please raise your hand and you will be acknowledged. Yes, please bring the mic.
Thank you very much. I mean, you will give us only a couple of minutes.
Yep.
And the session has been so, you know, like enlightening. Like couple of things very briefly from the panelists. Anyone can respond. There are two questions. The first is that is there light at the end of the tunnel, right? is there a possibility of a paradigm shift? So when we talk about degeneration, as far as the Muslims or the Muslim world concerned, I think there is a gap of at least 500 years. I mean, you have to start with not only the Columbus, how he discovered America, the Renaissance, Reformation, Age of Enlightenment, Industrial Revolution, imperialism, colonization, many, many things. I mean, so they have 500 years of their control as far as the resources, as far as the technology, as far as the science. So is there any light at the end of the tunnel? Now, thing is basically that some of you have talked about the reading habit, asking questions. The problem is basically that to a large extent in the Muslim world, there is the absence as far as the culture of path-breaking research is concerned, number one. Number two is the analytical skills, the critical thinking. We don't find also, Dr. Hibad Chaudhary mentioned about the youth bulge, 40% of the population in the Muslim world. So I think that unless if we really want to bridge the gap as far as knowledge is concerned, as far as technology is concerned, the problem is that some of us in the Muslim world, we equate modernization with westernization, science with westernization. So there has to be, I think, a serious discourse as far as the Islamic world or the Muslim world is concerned, that miracles, I don't think that miracles happen anymore. Miracles will not happen. But what is the possibility that 500 years of this gap, between the West and as far as the Muslims concerned, that the golden era of Islam, I mean, I don't dispute that. But the Muslims, they are on decline since last 1,000 years, almost 800 years.
Can you have your question now?
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done. So I just need to know that is there a way out? Briefly, paradigm shift, light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah. Briefly, I would say, I think in today's world, I don't really think any conflict between Islam and science. This discussion has already been resolved. Maybe in some God-forsaken countries, in islands or people are still discussing about that. But I think this whole discussion of there is anything conflicting between Islam and science has been resolved. Second, and the end of the tunnel is because of two reasons. I believe there is a light at the end of the tunnel, and one is compulsion of this COVID-19. We have seen very first time there was a complete failure of interdependency and international science diplomacy. We have seen that countries were struggling on their own to handle a health challenge of absolute proportion, which nobody could do that. And there is a strong realization that we need to work together for next pandemic. We need to prepare ourselves for that. For instance, I can give you the example that health would transcend from a national problem or even regional problem to an international problem. Health security would become would lead to a stage where any health issue anywhere in the world of an unknown nature would be actually taken as a problem of the whole world. So this intercooperation would actually develop. Second, at the light at the end of the tunnel is new technologies, because new technologies doesn't really need lots of investment. These emerging new technologies which has given us this tremendous opportunity of leap forward, because what it actually requires is intellectual mind, training of young people, providing right set of a skill, and then we can excel. So I feel that these new technologies are actually offering a unique niche and a unique opportunity to catch up. Sir, like to say something?
Yes.
Thank you very much. It has been a pleasure, and it has been a great time with all of you, and I've learned a lot. It was beautiful sessions at all. I would not waste the time while protesting, so we have a small time for the questions, but I put down 3-4 questions in a row. First question would to Syed Sahab. My question would be that if the sun, moon, and star, air, and wind doesn't carry any religion, why we claim the Muslim scientist, Jewish scientist, Catholic scientist? And to the lady, my question would be: it's beautiful that Holy Quran says there's no restrictions for a lady for being a scientist, but I'm sorry we don't see anything in a history on the ground, whether it was something, it would be a fairy tale in this century now when you and I have become the part of this science and then technology. And my question to the donors of this beautiful session, and it is not first time I've been here, it has been about 5 times, more than 5 times I've been attending the beautiful, mind-blowing session of the beautiful OIC. But my question is, I don't see a practical thing on the ground. I don't see within 5-6 years an institute called a research center. I don't see any incubation center where the children and I don't see any academia would putting down in a primary level. There would be role model written, not the created as Al-Farabi, as Kharazmi Sahab and anyone, but we see the Western scientists, all this limelight. Would we be able to create scientists, as we know the Abdul Salam, what happened to him, and presently we know what is happening in the scientists now. The people around are well aware, not only me, but in all this, we would be able to create scientists for the globe and then for the society and then for the Muslims. Thank you.
So, yeah, you're saying that there is a blockage or a barrier for women to be scientists in Islam, right? And in answer to your question, I would say that what is science? It's a pursuit of education. If you stem it down to the the notion of laboratory science or applied science, but pure science, if you look at it, is a pursuit of education of inquisitive nature. Where on earth does Islam stop you doing that? It actually promotes education. But it's in a way, it's been engraved and imbibed into nations or Islamic nations to say that this is not right, or this is not the role model for women, and which is completely cultural. It's got nothing to do with Islam, to be honest. And I haven't seen any kind of barriers in Islam that would say, okay, well, women can't do this. It's a cultural notion. That I agree with you. So that is my answer to your question.
Anybody else?
Dr. Irfan Amachi. First of all, I would like to thank comstech organizers for providing such a nice opportunity. Since yesterday, we are listening a lot of things and learned a lot. My question, or maybe a comment, that do you think Muslim world is facing decay? We lost our glory because of lack of leadership. Though we have good scientists, but the lack of providing them opportunities for the implementation, only because of the corruption and malpractices in the world, in the Muslim world. What is your opinion about that?
Okay, you see, why and how this decline of an amazing order took place is a subject of several PhDs. I mean, I don't think there is single answer or few answers of it. But I really feel that loss of political power is often loss of intellectual pursuit also. Fragmentation of Muslim empire into small countries, and every country was governed by a weak government. That has led to not only complete collapse of a global overview of perspective of knowledge, but also lack of support. The rulers of small nations, fragmented Muslim empire, were not able to understand the importance of science and technology. So the loss of political leverage and power may perhaps also contribute it. But I think at the same time also there was a counter movement right at the end where you can really see that an emerging anti science sentiments has emerged, which were more of a cultural rather than religious. And then at the same time, you could see complete in contrast what was happening in Europe was a renaissance. You could see that they were actually developing a new thinking, science, technology, exactly what was happening in Middle Ages in Islam. This was replicated in Europe also, and that led to colonialism. So whatever science left in the Muslim world was destroyed through colonial power. So I would say there are multifaceted problems, and there are lots of these issues which has eventually led to, but I'm sure that Hassan would be able to respond to him. He has actually written lots of things about that. When he was writing on history of science, he has written about the key reasons or some of the reasons which has led to this decline of science in the Muslim world.
I think we are now just about out of time. So I thank all the panelists for their highly illuminating comments and the discourse, and thank the audience for participation. And I hope we all go forward further with the realization that it's a complex question, but there are definitely answers which are embedded both in our economic and political realities, as well as probably our attitudes and our willingness or unwillingness to open up our minds towards fundamental questioning of a number of issues of the cosmos, of human beings, and of our life in general. So I thank you very much. And with that, we come to the end of this panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Now I would request His Excellency Professor Dr. Iqbal for a vote of thanks so we can conclude the session.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum, Excellency Ambassador Askar Musanov, Assistant Secretary General OIC. I'd like to welcome you, sir, for your first visit to Pakistan. Your visit was long awaited. Excellency Ambassador of Kazakhstan, very dear brother, Rahmatullahi. Excellency Director of the Al-Farabi Institute in Almaty, Excellency Dr. Khidr Ali, President of the International Turkey Academy, and lots of scholars from different countries. The one who have actually participated in this blended event online also. I would like to thank you all for this wonderful pursuit of something which is unusual, because in an institution like ours, we often discuss hardcore sciences. We have training courses, workshops. If you visit Comstech website, it's completely full. This is buzzing with activities. You will really find every week something really happening in the domain of health and science and technology of different types. But events like this really make you think. And anything which really make you think is something which is important, because thinking is the basis of every change. Thinking is the basis of every development. And that is the reason we so greatly appreciate this gesture of our brother country, Republic of Kazakhstan, for reaching out to us for this almost concluding event of this year-long celebration of great scholar Abu Nasr Muhammad Al-Farabi. This is his 1150th birth anniversary, and literally dozens of events took place in different parts of the world. So we are absolutely privileged and honored that we are actually hosting the last of this event, which is so important. And we feel that by selecting us, they've actually given us lots of honor and regard, which we greatly appreciate. Of course, they supported this event both intellectually and financially. Intellectually, in the sense that many good scholars came from Kazakhstan. We have listened to this wonderful speech of Professor Mutana, a real scholarly speech on the philosophy of Al-Farabi and how important it is in the modern day and age, you know, when there is lots of stereotyping. People talk about Islam and Muslims in a very derogatory way. And in this context of Islamophobia, how important it is for us to show them what is real Islam is, not today, but also in the past, what Islam has done. So it is very, very important that we were able to get some very good scholars from Kazakhstan. And of course, we are so honored to have scholars from different countries, including our own. And I'd like to especially thank President of Turkic International Academy for his visit to Pakistan. This was his first visit. This academy is about 10 years old. And this academy is very important because this is more of an interconnecting Turkic nations together. And we in Pakistan actually trace our cultural identity in Turkic world also. So there are layers and layers of cultural overlap. There are layers and layers of civilization nexus between us and Turkic world. And I was discussing this with Excellency Khidr Ali. They said you can't really have any history of Turkic world without including Mughals and Seljuks. You cannot have any compilation of early Turkic literature without including Tuske Babari or Humayunama or Akbarnama. Turkish was our, for good 400 years, Turkish was our official language. So everything archival in this country is actually in Turkish language. So you can't really exclude Pakistan out of this pursuit of collecting Turkic intellectual heritage. And when Allama Iqbal said, you know, when he draw his original thinking from Masnavi, he used to call Maulana Rum his spiritual master. He used to say, Pire Rumi and Muride Hindi. You know, so this is what his meaning of connection with Maulana Rum was. And even if you go to Konya today, you will really find symbolically there is a grave of Allama Iqbal at the foot of Maulana Rum, at the side of, and that actually tells us that there's so much of interconnectivity. Even today also we relate ourselves with lots of Turkic words. So we had very useful discussion. We have actually reached to lots of very productive discussion. For instance, we have discussed the possibility of continuing global Al-Farabi Forum. Reason why we need that, because of a very simple logic. There is a global economic forum where people talk about making money and exploiting other nations. In Davos, where you find lots of NGOs, in freezing cold, in water gun, and you'll find them all surrounding this summit. But can't we have a global Farabi forum. And this was the idea of my brother, Professor Asghar Musanov. And he said, there is a need of a global forum which is more humanistic, which talks about human values, which talk about, commonalities between human races, which talk about interfaith connection, which talks about this diversity of culture, and let them appreciate that God has created us differently because this was His will. And as God has created us differently, that is what we need to appreciate. And that appreciation would come from a forum of this nature. That we have discussed the possibility of continuing global Al-Farabi forum as an international forum where we talk about human values and human future and human interdependency. We also discussed possibility of holding global Iqbal forum is important because Iqbal is part of our common heritage. Excellency has shown me a book, Allama Iqbal's famous book, Reconstruction of Religious Thought in Islam, has been recently translated into Azir language. And they intend to translate that into other Central Asian, Turkic languages also. So we intend to have global Iqbal forum somewhere in Central Asia. That we intend to do. And of course, there are many activities which we intend to carry out. But let me thank you all until the end of this 2-day exhaustive conference. I see all you fresh, buzzing with energy. Your faces are bright, and I think this is the actual success of this event. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Now I would request Assistant Secretary General OIC, His Excellency Mr. Asghar Mohsinov, to accompany our Coordinator General, and Dr. Khurshid Hassain to accompany our Coordinator General for the shields and certificates. The first shield will be presented to Assistant Secretary General OIC, His Excellency Mr. Asghar Mohsinov. Please. Now I request President of International Turkish Academy, Dr. Darkhan Kader Ali, if anyone on his behalf.
Should we have someone from
Now I request Ambassador, Republic of Kazakhstan to Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, His Excellency Mr. Barkin Aryan. Ambassador, Republic of Kazakhstan in Pakistan, His Excellency Mr. A. Khan. So I would request you again to collect Dr. Mutanov's sheet as well on behalf of Dr. Mutanov. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Dr. Ashkat from Turkic Academy. No, he's not. Dr. Sayyid Numanul Haq. Mr. Bigzan. Dr. Muhammad Waqas Sajad. Miss Anmol Yasin. Professor Dr. Salim Azhar. No. Professor Dr. Moinuddin Hashmi. Dr. Moiz Hassan. Professor Dr. Monas Ahmed. Dr. Mujib Ahmed. Dr. Hafiz Tahir Islam Askari. Dr. Ghazna Khalid. On behalf of Comstech, I thank you all for participating in the event. For all the participants, your certificates are on the registration desk. Yes. And another announcement regarding tea. The tea is served in the lobby.